Boom! Xia Fei descended from the sky and crashed right into the center of the Hell Brigade. Fiendlock. Burst! Xia Fei roared. He attached the fiend tears that had been pumped with 1 million units of spirit energy to the fiend lock, and in a flash, the hair-thin lock swelled in size. Xia Fei swung his arms in a circle, unleashing the fiend lock. Each step of the God's Eden was 1 square kilometer in area, an area the fiend lock was completely capable of covering. In a flash of lightning, the fiend lock swept around him. At the same time, Xia Fei used his speed that exceeded 60 million meters per second to charge into the ranks of the Hell Brigade. Peacock Blue unfurled, its enormous size immediately pushing several hundred Hell Brigade soldiers into the abyss. In just a few seconds, Xia Fei had completely cleared the Hell Brigade soldiers that had packed this step. He now stood in the middle of a field of corpses. Xia Fei planted Peacock Blue into the ground like it was a jade-green, celestial saber. His eyes gleaming with savagery, Xia Fei confronted the innumerable forces of the Hell Brigade and fiercely declared, "Here is where I make my stand. Let's see who manages to get past me." He was one man who intended to single-handedly hold off a horde. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were stunned by the sight. So this was Xia Fei's plan. The heavenly steps leading to God's Eden were very strange. They could only be ascended in order, jumping from one step to the next. If you didn't do that, it didn't even matter if you could fly. You still wouldn't be able to get even one step closer to God's Eden. At this moment, several Hell Brigade soldiers jumped through the void, attempting to avoid the heavenly step that Xia Fei was guarding and come at him from above. Bang! 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 Those guys ended up crashing into the ceiling and swiftly coming back down. Fiendlock. Slash. The Fiendlock swept out as fast as lightning, slicing through the warriors like a laser and cutting them into pieces. Blood rained down. Xia Fei was going to hold this heavenly step, using his fiendish speed, his numerous powerful weapons, and his seemingly endless energy. With 1.2 million units of spirit energy, Xia Fei didn't fear a protracted battle. So long as he wished, he could battle here for an entire year. That was just how absurd such a huge reserve of energy was. Roar! The Hell Brigade understood now. If they wanted to attack God's Eden, they would have to get past this warrior who was brimming with fiendish energy. Countless foes began to jump onto the step that Xia Fei occupied and attack him. It was often said that small locations weren't the best places for one to exhibit one's speed, but that was only for ordinary speed warriors. Xia Fei didn't just have speed, but Peacock Blue, Nirvana, and the Fiendlock, 3 mighty weapons. While Nirvana's attack range was a little lacking, the Fiendlock and Peacock Blue could sweep the entire area. Such a small space could easily be covered by Xia Fei's firepower. There was also Little Goldie and Furball. These 2 guys were very sinister, forming a duo and targeting only the enemies who were in midair. Going from a lower step to a higher step required a powerful jump, and anyone jumping would be in the air for a while. This opening was when the enemy's defenses were at their weakest. Furball and Little Goldie were both small guys, so they shot back and forth like bullets. Many of the enemies died to the 2 before they could even get close to Xia Fei. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were dumbfounded. Xia Fei's display of power gave them no chance to intervene. The madman and his similarly insane subordinates had put this heavenly step under his complete control. The terrifying Hell Brigade? They died as quickly as they came. As the minutes and seconds went by, a terrifying scene played out on the battlefield. The heavenly step where Xia Fei was located became a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. It was impossible to count the number of enemies Xia Fei had killed. In short, Xia Fei was standing in the middle of utter carnage. The corpses got in the way, so Xia Fei used Peacock Blue to sweep them off with a crashing boom. The dismembered corpses and the blood poured into space like a waterfall, dyeing the entire army below red. Some of these mangled corpses fell right in the middle of the Hell Brigade. Even the wicked puppets of the Hell Brigade were stunned. They backed away and looked up at the intimidating Xia Fei on the heavenly step above. There was a slight break in the battle. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu planned to join Xia Fei in battle, but Xia Fei held out a hand and stopped them. "I don't need you right now. Protect my retreat path," Xia Fei said sternly. This was Xia Fei's habit, always leaving behind a backup plan, a way to retreat. something strange happened. The Hell Brigade began to retreat, and soon, the area beneath the heavenly step was completely empty. The enemy might be up to something. Radix whispered into Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei nodded. Suddenly, the sounds of marching could be heard, and Xia Fei saw an orderly army appear. Blue. Their bodies were completely blue. They had the heads and tails of monsters, and translucent bodies that flashed blue. These were the higher-level existences of the Hell Brigade, the Blue Blood puppets. Unlike the human puppets, the Blue Blood puppets were made entirely of soul gems. Each one was a pure energy vessel. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Yggdragon King Yangwang had been right when he said that each Blue Blood puppets had the combat power of 1,000 ordinary warriors. This force could not be underestimated. There was no signs of stopping. The number of their enemies continued to soar. Xia Fei's face turned blue, all because of the light of the Blue Blood puppets. The entire heavenly step was blue. Their enemy was too numerous, unimaginably numerous. Heavens! So many enemies. Su Luanbu swallowed his saliva. No one knew how the dragons had managed to transport this force to Annihilator, but that was no longer important. What was important was that they were facing this million-man army all by themselves. And it wasn't just the Blue Blood automations. There were also the human automations and the brigade commanders to consider. As the saying went, 2 fists found it hard to beat 4 hands. The Hell Brigade was absurdly large. Could they still hold out against them? The Blue Blood puppet army was different from the ones before it. They moved with unison and discipline. The first row of warriors suddenly squatted, preparing to jump. Around 500 Hell Brigade warriors shot into the air. And then a second row, a third row, a fourth row. It was like a cannon barrage. The blue cannonballs were all shot at Xia Fei. All of you, Xia Fei bellowed. Peacock Blue, Nirvana, the Fiend Lock, Furball, and Little Goldie threw themselves into the battle. The fighting method was the same as before, but the enemy had changed. The Blue Blood puppets' soul gems were very tough, even tougher than armor. Peacock Blue could sweep the enemy into the abyss, but it couldn't kill them. The Nirvana Fiend Blade had to chop twice to kill one. The Fiend Lock was infused with astronomical amounts of spirit energy, but despite its strength, it wasn't as overwhelming as before. The number of enemies was simply too great. With every passing second, thousands of enemies jumped up. With each minute, more than 100,000 warriors joined the fray. Xia Fei was slowly pushed back. While he had formidable speed, his killing power had encountered severe resistance. Even if he pushed the enemies into the abyss, it wouldn't be long before they were back. At the same time, more soldiers gathered below. Xia Fei even suspected that the dragons had ordered the entirety of the Hell Brigade to take God's Eden. Xia Fei wasn't in the worst scenario yet. He had his speed, letting him dodge the enemy attacks. But the pressure on Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu was rising. They weren't as agile as Xia Fei, and in the face of the long-range attacks from their foes, they were so suppressed that they couldn't even counterattack. Some of the enemy even managed to use their numbers to reach the heavenly step that the two were guarding. As time went by, the difficulty of the battle began to far exceed Xia Fei's calculations. The enemy was coming in too quickly, so quickly that even Xia Fei, with his astounding speed, was reaching the limits of what he could deal with. Break! Xia Fei used all his power to push a large number of enemies into the abyss. Frowning, Xia Fei panted for breath, his eyes cold. 12 hours. Xia Fei had been holding off the Hell Brigade for more than 12 hours. By now, half of the 1,000 heavenly steps had been lost, but the number of enemies was still inestimable. Looking down from the heavenly step, he felt like the entirety of space had turned blue. Xia Fei, we can't keep doing this forever. Chu Jingfeng called out. Xia Fei said nothing. His brain had already analyzed the combat situation tens of thousands of times, and the conclusion was not good. Follow me. Xia Fei grabbed Furball and Little Goldie, and then he put his arms around Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu and retreated to God's Eden. What are you doing? Weren't we going to defend the heavenly steps? Su Luanbu asked in surprise. There's no hope of victory in continuing to defend. We need to resort to serious measures. Xia Fei said savagely. What are you talking about? Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu asked in unison. Xia Fei had already brought them back to God's Eden. As they looked back, They saw the Hell Brigade rushing upward like a tsunami. It wouldn't be long before they arrived. Xia Fei didn't have much time. Xia Fei hardened his heart and gave the order. Destroy the heavenly steps. Destroy it? Then how do we leave? Chu Jingfeng asked in shock. The heavenly steps was the only path to God's Eden. If it was destroyed, the space would collapse. Others wouldn't be able to get in, but they wouldn't be able to get out. Moreover, spatial collapse could easily cause a lock reaction that would put the entire garden in danger. Law of primal chaos. Boom. Xia Fei didn't give time for Chu Jingfeng to think, immediately using the law of primal chaos. The law of primal chaos possessed astounding power. After all, it was at maximum rank and backed by Xia Fei's astronomical spirit energy reserve. The heavenly step nearest to the garden began to shudder. Xia Fei punched again and again, creating tinsome holes in the step. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were stunned. After all, that was a heavenly step, a creation of the 4 great sky devils. But Xia Fei was actually managing to destroy it. For the next step, the fiend lock infused with 1 million units of spirit energy lashed out like a whip of the lightning god. Boom! The heavenly step shattered. Xia Fei had succeeded. With a great thunderous din, the nearby stars began to shake. It's over. The space is collapsing. Chu Jingfeng cried out in shock. Spatial collapse meant universal distortion. In the end, it would become a black hole that devoured everything. The chain reaction that all of them had hoped wouldn't happen had still happened. At that moment, Xia Fei suddenly cried out in shock. Chu Jingfeng hastily turned around, and he saw that Xia Fei's fiend lock had gone back to normal, and the fiend tears had been completely drained of energy, dropping to the floor with a clank. Spirit energy. Where's your spirit energy? Chu Jingfeng asked urgently. Xia Fei's eyes were as wide as if he had seen a ghost. Pointing at his feet, at God's Eden, he said, God's Eden sucked it all away. Xia Fei's words left Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu stunned. Chu Jingfeng swore in disbelief. God's Eden took all your spirit power? How? Xia Fei said nothing, pointing at the fiend lock. They looked over and saw that while one head of the fiend lock was in Xia Fei's hand, the other end was stuck in the base of God's Eden. It appeared that Xia Fei had used too much strength when destroying the heavenly step, and the fiend lock kept going after destroying the heavenly step and stabbed into God's Eden. There was no time to be stunned, for God's Eden was suddenly going through a momentous transformation. Springs of life gushed forth, and the dried-out pools began to accumulate water. The entire God's Eden was moving, not just shuddering, but actually moving. It was like a slumbering behemoth had finally awakened. Xia Fei, Chu Jingfeng, and Su Luanbu watched with agape jaws and widened eyes. An unbelievable scene played out before them. The spatial collapse was still ongoing, growing loudly. It was a little black dot at first, but the dot grew larger and larger, becoming an all-devouring black hole. The heavenly steps of God's Eden began to crumble, and the monsters of the Hell Brigade were heartlessly devoured by the black hole. There were screams and wails, but it was all futile. Not even the vast Hell Brigade could stand against the frenzied power of nature. This was insanity. All of this was absolute insanity. Xia Fei's seemingly rash action of destroying the heavenly step had stirred up a heaven-shaking transformation. As the black hole swallowed everything, God's Eden began to break away like a flying ship, heading off to an unknown destination. The springs of life had completely recovered. Water rained down on Xia Fei and the others, exciting all of them. Furball cheered loudly as he jumped into a pool of life and began to swim around in it. His little servant Little Goldie followed, the two of them playing around in the water. Veins bulged on Chu Jingfeng's forehead. He rushed into a new spring of water and shouted, "We did it! We really did it! God's Eden has completely recovered. It's back in its peak condition." The springs of life gushed, and the recently planted plants began to grow rapidly. The entire garden was brimming with life. In the distance, the heavenly steps were being sucked in by the black hole, and the Hell Brigade was meeting its doom. Turning around, Xia Fei stared coldly at the army and stuck out his middle finger. God's Eden was leaving its original position, departing the thick rainbow nebula and setting off toward parts unknown. The complete revival of God's Eden had all of them going crazy. Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu, and Xia Fei got together and chatted excitedly while Furball and Little Goldie played around in a pool of life. As for Peacock Blue, it lazed around next to a spring. This is an incredible secret. God's Eden is actually a ship capable of movement. That's amazing, Su Luanbu shouted excitedly. Chu Jingfeng calmed himself down and asked Xia Fei, "Try and remember, how did God's Eden activate, and how did it absorb your spirit power?" Xia Fei thought back carefully and replied, "Now that I think about it, God's Eden was always rumbling for some reason, but now it seems like it wasn't because I was putting in too much spirit power. It's already clear that activating God's Eden requires huge amounts of spirit power. Every time I put in a little too much energy, the garden would shudder. It reminds me of an engine rumbling whenever you turn it on. Alas, we always thought that putting too much spirit power into God's Eden would damage it. So the moment the garden showed signs of activating, I would immediately reduce my spirit power. Otherwise, the garden would have been activated long ago." Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu nodded in agreement with Xia Fei's analysis. After all, God's Eden had been made by the 4 sky devils, who were unknown characters, so they had acted cautiously. It was only after Xia Fei exposed the garden's secret that everyone realized that God's Eden was actually a ship. Chu Jingfeng nodded. God's Eden truly is the most powerful miracle left behind by the 4 sky devils, hiding so many secrets. Not even my grandfather's diary ever mentioned the fact that God's Eden was a ship. We're far from the threat of the Hell Brigade now, but what I want to know now is, if God's Eden is a ship, how do we control it? And where is it taking us? Su Luanbu also expressed his confusion. After all, they were essentially on a blind journey through the universe. It would be a disaster if the Annihilators discovered them, and it would also be a disaster if they were brought to some absurd place. In short, being unable to control the path of God's Eden left them in a very passive position. Xia Fei waved his hand and sternly said, "With regards to the route, you guys can relax. When I was pouring 1 million units of spirit power into God's Eden, I was able to make contact this ship's control system. After all, this ship is flying along with my energy." Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were startled, looking at Xia Fei with flashing eyes. By saying this, Xia Fei was essentially announcing that he was the new owner of God's Eden. He controlled everything here. After a pause, Xia Fei added, "This course was preset by the 4 sky devils. Apparently, it's a path of retreat that the garden will take if it's in trouble. I won't be altering its course. Instead, I intend to see where the garden takes us." Chu Jingfeng asked, "So what do we do now?" Xia Fei looked around and said, "Naturally, we have to use this time to plant more fruits and help this garden thrive." Xia Fei's thought process was very simple. Since the 4 sky devils had set a retreat route for God's Eden, the end of that route had to be a place very important to them. Xia Fei wanted to see that place for himself. The Draconids hadn't even started their attack yet, but they had sent a significant force from the Hell Brigade to try and take or destroy God's Eden. This was a sign that the Draconids were very afraid of this garden. The more his enemy feared it, the more Xia Fei needed to protect it. More than that, Xia Fei also needed to bring the garden to greater heights. Xia Fei's mindset was that anything his enemies wanted to do was something that he needed to prevent. He could never let them be happy. The innumerable springs of life and pools of life had turned God's Eden into a water park, numerous little rivers crisscrossing it now. Signs of life were as obvious as could be, and the air was brimming with fragrances. Other than the fact that there were fewer plants here than before, God's Eden had been completely revived. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a completely new version of God's Eden. Although the 4 sky devils had given the garden the abilities of a spaceship, it had never really moved before. But now, God's Eden was definitely moving. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were busy restoring the outer appearance of the garden, while Xia Fei was studying how to operate the garden and the structure of the garden. God's Eden no longer needed Xia Fei to release energy. 1 million units of spirit power had been more than enough to fill its belly. Xia Fei now had nothing to do, and his brain region only had 170,000 units left. But Xia Fei didn't feel any regrets. Everything had a price, and 1 million units of spirit power for the rebirth of God's Eden was a bargain for him. 24 hours later, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu came to find Xia Fei and report on the garden's situation. We've confirmed that there are now 1,350 springs that have started to flow again. This number is enough for us to plant all the seeds and seedlings we brought, and we still have leftovers. Chu Jingfeng declared excitedly. Xia Fei made some mental calculations and informed them firmly. God's Eden has 1 million springs of life. In other words, I would need at least 10 billion units of spirit power to restore all the springs. 10 billion units of spirit power was too shocking of a number. Even Xia Fei couldn't help but make a face after he made the calculation. Chu Jingfeng said, "We don't really need to restore all 1 million springs of life. What are we even going to do with that many? Even now, more than half of the garden is idle. Growing plants has to be done slowly." Xia Fei said, "What we need right now is energy, not only energy to expand the garden, but also to propel it. Did you guys notice? During the last 24 hours, God's Eden made several hundred hyperspace jumps. We're extremely far from the annihilation universe now. This sort of traveling speed is bound to consume a lot of energy. Once the energy starts running out, God's Eden will go back to declining. Thus, the only way to preserve the garden is to keep giving it energy." Su Luanbu stuck out his tongue. So easily using up 1 million units of energy? God's Eden really had a big appetite. This naturally hadn't been a problem for its creators, the four sky devils. But in the hands of Xia Fei and company, energy was the most formidable obstacle. Chu Jingfeng clenched his teeth and said, "I can get my hands on some spirit power. If it comes to it, I can sell off my clan's properties. But it's best if you uncover the secrets of the garden first, so that we don't just waste all this energy." Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. "To tell the truth, even I find it very hard to understand God's Eden. The secret to the garden's movement is underground, and underground is a complex network of cables, as complicated as the neural network of the brain. I don't even know where to start." Su Luanbu let out a deep sigh. "This God's Eden doesn't have a mechanical structure?" "Nope," Xia Fei replied firmly. "If it doesn't have a mechanical structure, how is it moving?" "I'm not sure," Xia Fei said frankly. It was clear that the structure of God's Eden exceeded their knowledge and was not something that they could understand. After chatting for a while, Xia Fei suddenly stood up and looked around warily. "What's wrong?" Chu Jingfeng asked hastily. "We've arrived. This is the destination. God's Eden has stopped moving forward," Xia Fei said. Chu Jingfeng quickly looked around. This place didn't seem very different from any other part of the universe. In the distance was a nebula and countless stars. Is there anything special about this place? Why did the four sky devils have God's Eden retreat here in times of danger? Chu Jingfeng muttered. Suddenly, Su Luanbu shouted from a distance, "Look over here. Look below God's Eden." Xia Fei ran over to the edge of the garden and peered down into the darkness of the universe. God's Eden had stopped. Xia Fei went to the edge of the garden and looked down. What he saw was a black hole, with no way of telling where it went. Chu Jingfeng did a small test and found that this black hole had a seal applied to it. Xia Fei said, "This sort of arrangement reminds me of the time when I first saw the cosmic gate. From its size, this black hole should be able to fit God's Eden. The four sky devils might have used it as a reference to build the garden." Chu Jingfeng nodded. God's Eden speed is really quite fast. In just 24 hours, it managed to reach such a distant place. Unfortunately, we don't know if this black hole is actually a cosmic gate. If it is, where does it go? Xia Fei replied. Could it be the 9th universe? So far, we know that the 7th universe is the base of the dragons and the 8th universe is where Yggdragon King Yangwang lives. As for the 9th universe, we don't have the slightest clue about where it is or what's going on there. Chu Jingfeng said, "Someone did an analysis based on the area of the universe when it was still in one piece, and they estimated that the 9th universe would be very small, at most the size of a standard star region. Meanwhile, the other 8 universes are made from tens of thousands of star regions. Thus, the 9th universe has an almost negligible existence." After some thought, Xia Fei said, "The more things are like that, the more problematic they are. For a single star region to be split off on its own, either the 9th universe is extremely important or those big shots in the Heroes Alliance are crazy." Chu Jingfeng said, "We've now found the endpoint set by the 4 sky devils, and we can't go into the black hole. What's our next step? Xia Fei thought it over for a bit and said, our next step is naturally to find a safe place to hide God's Eden so that the Hell Brigade doesn't come again. What place would be the safest? Su Luanbu asked. The 8th universe. Xia Fei declared. Nothing will go wrong with old Yang Wang protecting God's Eden. God's Eden set off again. When it arrived in the 8th universe, all of the Yggdragons had to come out, and it was only with great effort that they managed to get the massive garden inside. Xia Fei called back Peacock Blue, which was how he had been controlling God's Eden. Peacock Blue had planted itself in the ground and linked up with the complicated network under the garden, transmitting Xia Fei's orders. God's Eden was a mystical place and appeared to have a mind of its own. When Xia Fei thought of a set of coordinates, the garden immediately headed towards that location. While this method of controlling the garden wasn't as convenient as installing a computer, there was an incredible level of privacy. Save for Xia Fei, nobody could move the garden a single centimeter. Heavens, you really succeeded. Yang Wang laughed heartily. He looked at the thriving garden in disbelief. Standing to the side, his wife's smile was also very excited. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng explained to Yang Wang what had happened over the last 2 days, and Yang Wang's eyes widened in surprise as he said, be at ease. Leave God's Eden with me. Those guys would have to come themselves. The insects from the Hell Brigade will be doomed if they came by themselves. Xia Fei trusted in Yang Wang's strength. He was the king of the Yggdragons, the ruler of the 8th universe. In addition to the 3 members of Yang Wang's family, there was also the rest of his race and countless exotic beasts. All of them listened to Yang Wang's orders, so when it came to numbers of warriors, he was completely on par with the Megadragon's servant army. After settling God's Eden, Xia Fei finally sighed in relief. God's Eden was currently Xia Fei's greatest resource, and he didn't want to see the garden that he had gone to such great lengths to re-establish to suffer any damage. Yang Wang wanted to have Xia Fei stay for a while, but Xia Fei looked at the time and saw that it was about time to see old Yi, so he refused Yang Wang's kind offer and returned to the Annihilation universe alone. As for Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu, as the new gardeners of God's Eden, they had many things to do, so they decided to take up residence in the 8th universe. Upon seeing old Yi, Xia Fei bowed to him and said, first off, it seems that I must congratulate you. For what? Old Yi asked in confusion. Xia Fei explained, the cactus you found was of outstanding quality, and I've also thought of a completely new method. Thus, today, I plan to completely root out your illness. Today, old Yi was excited. Xia Fei was quite capable, and old Yi was confident in Xia Fei's medical skills. But for Xia Fei to declare that he planned to completely cure old Yi after just a few rounds of treatment, the old man couldn't help but celebrate. Xia Fei had no choice but to do this. Going back and forth between God's Eden and old Yi was just too much trouble. It was better to just get him all treated in one go. Moreover, old Yi had promised Xia Fei a big present if Xia Fei cured him. Xia Fei had poured 1 million units of spirit energy into God's Eden, and his reserves were drying up. He was in need of money, and in need of spirit energy, a lot of spirit energy. Xia Fei had been able to tell long ago that God's Eden was an energy-devouring monster. It wouldn't be long before those 1 million units were used up, so Xia Fei needed to be prepared in advance. Xia Fei's spirit energy was the best medicine. Xia Fei combed old Ye's body with spirit energy again and again, rooting out old Ye's illness as one would slowly wind silk threads off a cocoon. Old Ye's illness wasn't serious, but he felt like he hadn't been able to use all of his cultivation lately, so he had made this matter his highest priority. As a senior warrior, he felt like being unable to fight at full strength was worse than death, and the matter troubled him deeply. Xia Fei had already used his healing spirit energy 3 times on old Yi to correct old Ye's body, and the rest would now come naturally. But Xia Fei still had to make the matter seem more complicated than it seemed, or else how could he show off his abilities? Xia Fei wanted to give the old man the impression that Xia Fei had paid an enormous price to cure him, as that would give old Yi a good opinion of Xia Fei. He performed a string of complicated procedures, and then he used 3 bottles of soothing medicine. After an entire day and night, Xia Fei finally ended the treatment. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xia Fei put on an exhausted appearance. Panting for breath, he said, It seems like all the hard work paid off. Old Yi, give it a try. Old Yi stood up dubiously. He had truly been moved by Xia Fei's non-stop 24-hour treatment. He was thinking to himself that even if Xia Fei had failed, he wouldn't blame him. After all, Xia Fei was still young, and he had also put a lot of time and energy into this treatment. With a powerful rumble, Old Yi released his energy, allowing Xia Fei to finally see this old man's real power. Surprisingly, he didn't use spirit energy, but the soul power that was one tier lower. Though it was soul power, his cultivation was astonishing. Just circulating it through his body collapsed the wooden room. A sound like a bullet could be heard, and then the shack exploded into countless wooden shards. The immense force almost sent Xia Fei flying. This is an even higher realm, Xia Fei realized in shock. He knew that the old man had a high cultivation, but not this high. This higher realm soul power possessed overwhelming strength. Old Yi was strong, stronger even than Chu Jingfeng. Success! My cultivation has completely recovered. Old Yi shouted excitedly. Xia Fei could sense that countless experts had rushed in from all sides to protect Old Yi, indicating that he must have had an extremely high status. But those people withdrew when they saw that Old Yi was fine. Perhaps because Old Yi found this place inconvenient for using his full strength, he disappeared, running off to someplace else. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and smiled faintly. He was now completely sure as to who Old Yi really was. After a while, Old Yi returned. Suppressing his excitement, he said to Xia Fei, "I can't believe it. I really didn't think a little boy like you would be able to cure this illness that has dogged me for so many years." Xia Fei said humbly, "This is mostly because Sir possesses a good foundation. That display of power just now scared me so bad I almost wet my pants. Although I have never seen you, I am sure that you are one of the strongest existences in the universe." Ha! Old Yi enjoyed Xia Fei's flattery and laughed heartily. Xia Fei's flattery was very special, for his natural expression and tone made it easily believable. "I was truly rather impolite just now, and I shouldn't have tried to deceive you. But you don't understand how important it is for me to recover my health. If not for that illness, things might not have." He stopped midway, seemingly overcome with sorrow. "Forget it. It's pointless to say these things to you. In any case, you were of huge help to me. You need to be rewarded, richly rewarded," Old Yi declared excitedly. Xia Fei was waiting for these words. No matter how high Old Yi's cultivation was, he wasn't guaranteed to stand at Xia Fei's side. It would be better to get something a little more solid. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Sir, I'll be honest. Upon arriving here in the Annihilation Universe, I found that everywhere I go requires money, almost making me go broke. There are so many new and interesting things, and my heart is itching to buy them. If you say such words, I really might take them seriously." Sometimes, one had to act this way. Frankly, accepting something was sometimes more understandable than insincerely making excuses. Old Yi was very relieved to hear those words from Xia Fei. Old Yi patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "This old man does whatever he promises. Starting from today, you can buy whatever you want. Money? That's nothing. I'll give you something way more useful than money." Hearing this, Xia Fei gratefully thanked Old Yi, and Old Yi laughed heartily. Knowing how to give compliments wasn't a skill. The real skill was to make compliments that everyone was happy to hear, and Xia Fei was a master at that. Stepping back on a warship, Xia Fei took off his blindfold. He saw that blue-blood Zayden patriarch Roderick was smiling at him. Xia Fei felt like the man seemed a little different, perhaps looking at him with a little more respect. The warship stopped, and Xia Fei disembarked. Roderick led Xia Fei to a place that seemed quite familiar. "I feel like I've been here before," Xia Fei said in confusion. Roderick replied, "You're definitely mistaken. Last time, you went to the Fiend Race's Warehouse 3. This one is Warehouse 2. "What?" Xia Fei was stunned, not believing what he was hearing. "Yes, Old Yi's present to you is that starting from today, the 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race are all yours," Roderick declared triumphantly. "Starting from today, the 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race are all yours," Roderick declared triumphantly. Xia Fei was so excited that his heart almost leapt from his chest. The 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race contained all the most valuable resources of the entire Fiend Race, everything from weapons and armor to daily supplies. Xia Fei had been to Warehouse 3, which was where he had gotten the Fiend Lock, the Fiend Tears, and Fiend Scar, all three of which had been very strong. This was particularly true for the Fiend Tears, which had the formidable ability to boost the power of all weapons and armor. The resources of Warehouse 2 were one grade higher than those of Warehouse 3, and Warehouse 1 was essentially the treasure house of the Fiend race. Any item in there was priceless. Xia Fei had Fiend's blood, as did the entire Skywing clan. The three great Fiend race warehouses were far too important for Xia Fei. Smiling, Roderick added, "While Old Yi has given you all three of the Fiend race warehouses, there are some limitations. Every month, you can take any 3 items from Warehouse 2 or any 10 items from Warehouse 3, but for Warehouse 1, you may only take 1 item." Xia Fei was startled, asking swiftly, "Why make this sort of arrangement?" "Old Yi doesn't seem like a petty person," Roderick agreed. "Old Yi naturally isn't a petty person. After all, giving you all 3 Fiend race warehouses is an immense gift. But Old Yi is worried that your foundations are still too shallow, and getting too many nice things at once will draw the envy of others. That's why he's placed this monthly restriction on you. There's nothing bad about this arrangement. In any case, it will all be yours eventually. No one will steal it from you." Xia Fei nodded and indicated that he understood Old Ye's decision and expressed his thanks. In truth, Xia Fei had already finished analyzing and comprehending the real truth. Old Ye was doing this so that Xia Fei would remain loyal to him. If Xia Fei was willing to follow him to the death, he would have endless rewards, able to take what he wanted from the 3 great warehouses every month. But if Xia Fei wasn't loyal, the deal would end immediately. As expected of one of the 5 ancient apexes, a monster who had lived for eons, he tempted Xia Fei with enormous rewards, treating him gently. But by controlling the rate at which Xia Fei could take the treasures, he controlled Xia Fei. Upon understanding all this, Xia Fei said firmly, "Then, sir, I will have to trouble you to take me to Warehouse 1. Roderick was startled, and then he said, "While Warehouse 1 is of the highest grade, you can only take 1 item at a time. Besides, the treasures of Warehouse 2 are perfect for you, and you can take 3 at a time." Xia Fei smiled. "When it comes to armaments, the stronger the better. Even if there's only 1, it's nothing to worry about." Roderick shook his head. "Fine. In any case, this is the decision you made. Follow me." Roderick led Xia Fei to the entrance of the warehouse and stopped. "The fiendish energy in the warehouse is very heavy, so I won't accompany you inside. Take your time to pick. In any case, it will all be yours eventually," Roderick said as he opened the door. Xia Fei nodded and strode inside, upon which the door closed again. Fiend Race Warehouse 1 was much smaller than the other 2. Xia Fei looked around and found that only several hundred treasures had been carefully placed here. Each treasure had a detailed description and occupied its own large alloy cabinet. It was clear that the people of Annihilator held these items in very high regard. Fiendish energy roiled about him. Even the treasures the Fiend race had used had a powerful aura. Standing in the center of the warehouse, Xia Fei felt like he was standing with the ancestors of the Fiend race, the place overflowing somberly. "This really is a treasure house. I don't even need to look at them for me to feel the resonance from all these treasures," Radix said excitedly. Xia Fei frowned and walked forward. He went to the deepest part of the warehouse, where several items flashed ostentatiously. The Fiend King Scepter, the Fiend King Law Wheel, the Fiend King Gold Scale Armor, the Fiend King's 6 wings. Xia Fei read out the names on the descriptions. These 4 flashy treasures all had the appellation of Fiend King. There was also a note that said that these 4 treasures were called the Pillars of the 4 Kings. Fiend King? Could these be the weapons and armor used by the leader of the Fiend race? Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. He didn't recognize what these things were, either. In any case, it was clear that these 4 Fiend King items were different from the other Fiend race armaments. The armaments produced by the Fiend race generally had 2 commonalities. One was that they had sharply edged appearances. Whether it was a weapon, armor, or even a house, it expressed the property of sharpness to the maximum. The second was that they were weird. Their forms were weird and the materials used to make them were weird. Xia Fei had no idea what the 3 armaments he had were made of, but they were essentially weightless. But these 4 Fiend King armaments were far too flashy. They were all a resplendent gold, certain to dazzle the eye if they were placed out in the middle of a dark space. Xia Fei held each of these 4 golden Fiend King treasures, and all of them gave Xia Fei a sensation of immense power. "This is the one," Xia Fei said, taking the Fiend King scepter. As he was about to leave, Xia Fei took one more look at the treasures of Warehouse 1, muttering to himself, "One day, all of you will be mine." Roderick registered the Fiend King scepter while muttering to himself, "I can't believe you didn't pick a weapon. That's so shocking. That is the Fiend King scepter. Take good care of it." He was constantly staring at the scepter, as if this item had some special significance. After leaving the warehouse, Xia Fei went straight to the 8th universe and told Chu Jingfeng and Yang Wang about what had happened. They had very intense reactions, particularly Chu Jingfeng, who was so excited that he shouted, "This scepter symbolizes the authority of the fiend race. I thought you didn't care about authority, but it turns out that even you aren't immune." Chu Jingfeng grinned at him. "Authority?" Xia Fei said in confusion. "It's only a scepter. Does just having it grant authority?" Chu Jingfeng and Yang Wang looked at each other and smiled. "You said yourself that you felt some inexplicable power. This power is the allure of authority. It means that authority succeeded in tempting you." Xia Fei waved his hand and said disdainfully, "This is absolute nonsense. Authority means nothing. Fists decide who is the true king. Without sufficient strength, even with a scepter, people won't take orders from you. Moreover, you guys are completely mistaken about the use of this scepter." Xia Fei took out the fiend lock. He wound the lower half of the fiend lock around his arm so that he could swing it around, and then he put the fiend lock and Fiend King scepter together. The two actually matched each other perfectly. What's going on here?" Chu Jingfeng and Yang Wang were both astonished. They couldn't understand it. How could the fiend lock and the Fiend King scepter combine so perfectly with one another? Xia Fei took out the fiend tears, injected around 100,000 units of spirit power, and then inserted it into the bottom of the scepter. Miraculously, as if they had been made for each other, the fiend tears were embedded in the Fiend King scepter. Xia Fei still wasn't done. He inserted the scepter into his armor, the fiend scar. Again, a perfect link. The 3 fiend race treasures all became one with the Fiend King scepter. Xia Fei swung the scepter around and said, "Do you get it now? The Fiend King scepter is a set with these 3 fiend race armaments. They were always a single piece. When the fiend race was exterminated, those people probably didn't understand this, so they placed the 3 fiend race armaments in Warehouse 3 rather than with the scepter." Chu Jingfeng and Yang Wang stared in disbelief. Yang Wang asked, since they were one, why haven't the fiend tears activated and applied energy to the Fiend King scepter? The fiend tears were a mystical item that could fill any weapon with energy. But this time, the fiend tears showed no signs of activity, and the fiend lock was still that hair-thin chain. Xia Fei smiled and said, "That's because I haven't given it the order yet. Watch." Xia Fei pressed the red jewel on the top of the scepter lightly. As if it was a lightsaber, the Fiend King scepter exploded with immense power. The fiend lock stopped being soft and pliable, instantly turning taut. This is the ultimate form of the Fiend King scepter. Even Roderick, the one protecting the 3 great warehouses, didn't think that the scepter was a weapon, but in reality, the scepter is the finest weapon, and it's a set together with the 3 fiend armaments. I can now more freely control the fiend lock, making it hard or soft whenever I want. I can also release or call back energy freely," Xia Fei declared. Chu Jingfeng and Yang Wang were dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that Xia Fei had made the right choice, a very smart choice. He now had the scepter, and he had also boosted the power of his 3 fiend race armaments. Yang Wang pursed his lips, seemingly intending to say something. Suddenly, he grew angry. "Those guys again. Aren't they tired yet?" Yang Wang roared as he strode out. Xia Fei asked, "Who are you talking about?" "The sole familiars of the 4 sky devils. When you weren't here, those guys came over quite a few times. Every time, they asked me where the medicinal cauldron prince's metal book is, as if I was the one who had lost it." Yang Wang snarled in frustration. Xia Fei's party left Yang Wang's palace, and sure enough, the 4 soul familiars stood proudly in the distance, floating in the air. "You're making me angry. This is the last time. The medicinal cauldron prince's metal book isn't here." Yang Wang roared, his body radiating wrath. Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity all laughed. Wind came forward and said, "Old Dragon King, we didn't come to find you this time. We came to talk about something with Xia Fei." "With me?" Xia Fei was startled, saying in disbelief, "What do you want to talk with me for?" Wind didn't reply, instead waving his hand through the air and letting out a tightly bound human. With a sharp tingle, Xia Fei's right arm started shuddering, and his face paled. This person held the last immemorial mystical armament, the metal mystical armament absolution. Xia Fei could sense it clearly. Xia Fei placed his hands behind his back and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Wind chuckled and pointed at the warrior he had captured. "It's very simple. We want God's Eden, and you want the immemorial mystical armament. This is a trade." Xia Fei was surprised, but he shook his head firmly. "I won't agree to that." Yggdragon King Yangwang seemed very angry. He strode forward and said, "Did you hear that? Xia Fei doesn't agree to the deal. Hurry and get out of my house." The four soul familiars looked around, and Gale said indifferently, "Old Dragon King, don't be angry. Since Xia Fei doesn't want to agree to the deal, we'll just leave." But then Xia Fei suddenly said, "I don't agree to that either." Everyone looked at Xia Fei in surprise, wondering what he meant. "It's very simple. God's Eden is mine, and so is that man. You leave that man behind, or none of you will leave here today." Xia Fei proclaimed quite unreasonably as he took out the fiendish blade Nirvana. "God's Eden is mine, and so is that man. You leave that man behind, or none of you will leave here today." Xia Fei took out the fiendish blade Nirvana and made his unreasonable demand. It was not just the four soul familiars. Even Yang Wang and Chu Jingfeng were shocked by his words. For some reason, Xia Fei had become very arrogant, challenging the soul familiars who had served the four sky devils. It had to be understood that these four were a portion of the sky devil's soul, and were existences on par with Chu Jingfeng. Even Yggdragon King Yangwang did not dare to fight with them so lightly. Whoosh! Nirvana curved through the air as Xia Fei's eyes erupted with killing intent. He was not giving the four soul familiars any room for negotiation at all. Wing stepped forward and demanded angrily, "Say that again." "I'm saying that you leave the immemorial mystical armament here, and then scram." Xia Fei answered, enunciating each word. With an ominous rumble, the four soul familiars' inner demons exploded. Xia Fei's challenge had ignited the savagery in their hearts. Yang Wang frowned and looked at Xia Fei. He now understood Xia Fei's plan. Him, his wife Hanxiao, Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu, and Xia Fei. This force was enough to battle against the four soul familiars. This was Xia Fei's only chance. If the four soul familiars left the eighth universe, Xia Fei would no longer have the support of the Yggdragon King, so challenging the four soul familiars would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. At the crucial moment, Xia Fei again exhibited his decisive attitude. The chance could not be lost and might not come again. He would take care of these four troublemakers in one go and take the metal immemorial mystical armament as well. Smiling, Yang Wang stepped forward and said, "You heard what Xia Fei said. Leave this man behind, or else none of you will be leaving here." Although Chu Jingfeng found this course of action rather risky, the four soul familiars had asked for God's Eden, which was a taboo subject to Chu Jingfeng. Gripping the Dhara Buddha star, Chu Jingfeng prepared for battle. "Ha! Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity laughed loudly. Gale pointed at Xia Fei and asked, "Old Dragon, Chu Jingfeng, it seems like you're planning to stand on Xia Fei's side, in opposition to us brothers?" "Correct. So long as you leave that man behind, I will let you go out of respect for the four sky devils," Yang Wang declared in an iron voice. The soul familiars glanced at each other, and then Gale said, "So what do we do now? These guys are very strong." Wing rubbed his thumb across the tip of his nose and said in disdain, "Strong? The verdict's still out on that." Whoosh! Wing suddenly shot forward, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity right behind. With a crash, two laser beams slammed into each other. It was Xia Fei. The speed-type Xia Fei had started fighting with the speed-type soul familiar Wing. As the broken wing sky devil Paletooth's soul familiar, Wing possessed transcendent speed. This was his greatest source of strength. Alas, Xia Fei's speed was also transcendent. They were completely on par with each other in terms of speed. Two clashing streaks of light whizzed here and there, leaving everyone dazzled. It was hard to say if Xia Fei or Wing was faster. Xia Fei and Wing had exchanged more than 1,000 blows in a single second. The two of them split apart, standing opposite one another. Wing had quite the interesting expression. Wing looked at Xia Fei and blurted out in shock. Broken Wing. Transcendent speed? Who are you? What's your connection to Lord Paletooth? The speed that was on par with his was enough to leave Wing flabbergasted. But Xia Fei also had broken fiend wings. That was the symbol of Sky Devil Paletooth. Why did Xia Fei have them? Xia Fei smiled. It appeared that Wing believed that he had some connection with Paletooth, which made him very nervous. Xia Fei had no desire to explain. In fact, he was anxious to further the misunderstanding. He released even more fiendish energy, making the tattered wings behind him even more prominent. Let alone the four soul familiars. Even Yang Wang couldn't help but wonder if Xia Fei had some connection to Paletooth. The thought left him wary and alarmed. Xia Fei was a person with a strong personality, and his methods were varied and ruthless, rather like that old demon Paletooth. It wasn't just Yang Wang thinking this. The four soul familiars thought the same. Battles depended on skill, but even more on aura. Xia Fei had revealed a speed that exceeded 60 million meters per second and his broken fiend wings, breaking the aura of the four soul familiars. Xia Fei was the one who had provoked this battle. If he wasn't confident in his chances, how could he have dared to do such a thing? Hold on, the smartest of them, Gale, suddenly spoke up. Actually, we don't have a use for this person, but the fruits of God's Eden do have some use for us. Why don't we let you have both the person and the garden, and when the fruits ripen, you just give us some? Gale offered. Everyone looked at Xia Fei, including Yang Wang. In truth, he didn't want to fight with the four soul familiars. Xia Fei chuckled. You guys must be dreaming. I went through all the trouble to restore God's Eden, and you just want me to split the literal fruits of my labor with you? Aren't you getting off too easily? Gale smiled. We certainly didn't just ask. We've even brought you the last immemorial mystical armament that you need. Moreover, it wasn't only through your work that God's Eden was activated. The Chu clan can't be happy about such a claim. Chu Jingfeng immediately came up and shouted, There's no need for you to try and sow discord between me and Xia Fei. God's Eden was able to recover entirely because of Xia Fei. He is the inheritor of the fiend race. Our Chu clan once worked for the four sky devils, and now, we only work for Xia Fei. The four soul familiars were all shaken. Xia Fei was the one who had awakened God's Eden. What was going on? The four soul familiars knew that God's Eden had belonged to the sky devils. If Xia Fei had been able to revive it, did that mean he had some unspeakable connection to the sky devils? Paletooth's soul familiar Wing quietly recovered and shot glances to his three companions. He whispered, Xia Fei's speed surpasses 60 million, and he has a pair of broken fiend wings. I really can't tell what's going on here. The four soul familiars had lost their confidence. Gale was the medicinal cauldron prince's soul familiar and the smartest of them. After some thought, he came up with a smile. We've had a talk. You are all either a sky devil's descendants or their friends, while we are their soul familiars. Nothing good will come from us fighting one another. The shadow of the dragons has re-emerged, and the Hell Brigade has appeared across the universe. We should be uniting against this common foe. Gale truly had a way with words. It was almost like he was giving a speech. Xia Fei frowned and asked, You know of the Hell Brigade appearing in Annihilation? Gale nodded. We know quite a lot about it. If you're willing, we can trade information in exchange for this guy. But we need the fruits of God's Eden. This is our final offer. Xia Fei was very curious. Why were the four soul familiars so obsessed with the fruits? God's Eden is enormous, and there are innumerable kinds of fruits planted there. You can't want all of them, right? Xia Fei pressed. Not at all. We've been to the plant nursery and found remnants of Jade Dragon Frost. We learned that the Jade Dragon Frost has mutated after a long period of time and how it has gained formidable survival abilities, so we want its fruit. We won't take anything else. We then went to God's Eden and saw the black hole and the signs of invasion from the Hell Brigade, through which we learned that the Draconids were starting to make their move. Finally, we came here. It really was the Jade Dragon Frost. Xia Fei mentally noted. In God's Eden, that was the most miraculous of the plants. The four sky devils had been trying to finish nurturing this plant so that they could take it with them, but they had ultimately failed. It appeared that the four soul familiars were telling the truth. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "Tell me, why do you want the fruit of the jade dragon frost?" The four soul familiars glanced at each other and exchanged words. "Apologies, we can't say the reason. In brief, we are the soul familiars of the sky devils, so we would not do anything that would hurt them," Gale said for them. Xia Fei curled his lip. "From what I know, you guys are very loyal to the sky devils, but you're not very loyal to the fiend race. How can I trust you?" Gale justified their stance. "We are the soul familiars of the sky devils, so isn't it only natural that we're loyal to them? Your fiend race is on the same level as us soul familiars, so why should we serve you? We serve the sky devils." Gale was treating Xia Fei as a spokesperson of the fiend race, saying your fiend race, as if the fiends had nothing to do with them. "I've said everything I've had to say. Can we reach an agreement now?" Gale asked him. Xia Fei said thoughtfully, "Let me think for a moment. There's no need for you to think any further. We must have the jade dragon frost fruit, whether you agree or not. We'll even steal it if we have to." Gale threatened, clenching his teeth. Xia Fei had never been one to fall for either cajolery or threats. He was somewhat easier to deal with when sweet-talked, but since Gale was resorting to threats, Xia Fei was very displeased. Xia Fei took out the Fiend King's scepter, holding it in his hand as he said grimly, "That definitely isn't all they know. Let's go and seize them." With a rumble, the Fiend King's scepter activated, and the fiend lock that was linked to it became dazzlingly bright. Strangely, the moment Xia Fei held up the scepter, the four soul familiars paled, and when Xia Fei activated it, Gale dropped to the ground in pain, his body convulsing. Xia Fei looked questioningly at the scepter. Was it really this powerful? He hadn't even attacked, but one of the four soul familiars had already fallen. "Xia Fei, I understand," Radix shouted. "The Fiend King's scepter isn't just a weapon, but a tool the sky devils left to control the four soul familiars. This is a weapon that's fatal to them." Upon hearing this, Yang Wang, Su Luanbu, Han Xiao, Chu Jingfeng, and Xia Fei all became excited. This was like seizing the head of a viper. Xia Fei had a weapon that could make the souls of the four soul familiars leave their bodies. Whoosh! Xia Fei's group surrounded the four soul familiars with wicked smiles, as they were all ghastly pale. "Tell me everything you know, or die." Xia Fei glared at them. The Fiend King's scepter's emergence had the soul familiars quaking in their boots. None of them had known that this was the supreme treasure the four sky devils had left behind for the fiends. Not only was it powerful in combat, it could control the four soul familiars. Arg! Gale was in excruciating pain, howling loudly. It was like the Fiend King's scepter was a lethal threat to him. He rolled around on the ground so crazily that there was no way his pain could be feigned. Wing pointed at Xia Fei and shouted, "The Fiend King's scepter. Why do you have that?" Xia Fei was very naughty. He turned off the scepter, lessening the pain Gale was feeling, but then he turned the scepter back on, sending Gale rolling around on the ground again. After testing it several times, Xia Fei stopped experimenting and finally said, "It doesn't matter how I got the Fiend King's scepter. In short, I have it. If you want Gale to live, you'll withdraw. I have questions to ask him." "How can we trust you?" Wing demanded shrilly. Xia Fei smiled. "You don't have any choice except to trust me. Remember, we're not enemies, nor do we have a conflict of interest. But I have to know what it is that you're up to," Xia Fei answered coolly. After some thought, Wing said darkly, "I can tell you everything you want to know, but call off the Fiend King's scepter and stop using it to threaten Gale." Chuckling, Xia Fei shook his head. "You? Forget it. I'd rather hear what Gale has to say." Xia Fei's plan was clear. He had already noticed that while Wing was the strongest of the four soul familiars, Gale was the smartest and the one who made most of the decisions. Moreover, he had the means of controlling Gale, but not the other three soul familiars. Thus, he preferred to hear what Gale had to say, as the Fiend King's scepter ensured that Gale would be telling the truth. Recent events had left Xia Fei feeling a sense of danger. It was clear that Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity knew a lot, and Xia Fei needed to extract the useful information from their mouths. For that purpose, Xia Fei did not mind offending the four soul familiars. Xia Fei smiled naughtily as he activated the Fiend King's scepter again, causing Gale to howl in pain once more. "Stop hurting him. We're leaving," Wing said hastily. The three soul familiars left Gale behind and retreated from the 8th universe with a whirl of motion. Yang Wang and Chu Jingfeng sighed in relief. Chu Jingfeng said, "It's a good thing the 4 soul familiars know when to retreat. If we had really fought, we all might have ended up heavily injured. That was very risky just now." Xia Fei said grimly, "You're either friend or foe. Did you not notice? The 4 soul familiars are a huge problem, keeping their distance from both us and the Annihilators. I don't like putting off problems. It's best to resolve them as quickly as possible." Returning to the main hall, Yang Wang released that fellow that the 4 soul familiars had bound up. The moment his restraints were loosened, the guy lunged at Yang Wang, his teeth bared and his hands like claws. Bang! Yang Wang was very annoyed. The dignity of the Yggdragon king could not be blasphemed, and he naturally didn't like this guy trying to run into him. With a casual slap, he knocked the guy unconscious. This guy's body can endure the powerful energy of an elemental immemorial mystical armament. We found him hiding in the wilderness, eating birds and beasts. He had completely lost it, Gale explained calmly. Xia Fei nodded. He had Su Wanbu tie the man up again so that he didn't cause any more trouble. "Please sit." Xia Fei was surprisingly polite, asking Gale to sit across from him. Gale was startled, but he sat down on the indicated chair. Surrounded by Xia Fei's people, Gale had given up on trying to strike back. "You are the sole familiar of a sky devil, so you shouldn't be our enemy. But your actions are too weird, so you forced me to do this. Please explain yourself." Xia Fei's opening words were very frank and open, but Radix and Chu Jingfeng, who knew Xia Fei, found themselves very disgusted. The 4 soul familiars had been acting too weird. It was clearly Xia Fei's conduct that didn't make sense. Xia Fei knew that the pressure of martial might coupled with gentleness was the key to winning hearts and minds. After saying his piece about the greater good, Xia Fei changed the subject and said, "It's still the same question. Why do you want the Jade Dragon Frost fruit so badly?" Gale sighed. After looking around, he whispered, "This matter started a very long time ago. As you know, we are the soul familiars of the 4 sky devils, and we each carry a part of the soul of the sky devils. This is why we are very reluctant to take orders from the fiends. Later on, the sky devils abandoned us, leaving the 4 of us in the care of the fiend race. This matter still troubles us, so we've always been trying to find out where the sky devils went. In the process, we came into conflict with several of the fiend race's kings. You fiends feared that we would cause trouble, so they used the pillars of the 4 kings left by the sky devils, sealing us away in the cenotaphs of the 4 sky devils, where we remained until you charged into the tomb of Broken Wing Sky Devil Paletooth, releasing Wing. Wing released us, and so the 4 soul familiars returned to the world." Everyone nodded. They were already familiar with this history. The 4 soul familiars believed that they had inherited the souls of the 4 sky devils and were on a higher level than the fiends. As they were unwilling to accept the control of the fiend race, the 2 sides had never gotten along well. After pausing a bit, Gale said, "Once we were out, we had no plans on involving ourselves in the affairs of the Annihilation universe. We continued to search for the 4 sky devils, and we ultimately realized that Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince's Iron Book and his unripened Jade Dragon Frost might hold some clues. Thus, we began our investigation around Annihilation, but alas, we found no trace of the Iron Book or the paired comets, so we turned our attention to look for the Jade Dragon Frost. We then discovered what had happened between the Hell Brigade and God's Eden. As for this guy who controls the metal mystical armament, we came upon him on our travels. We knew you were in the middle of gathering the immemorial mystical armaments, so we brought him to trade with you. We didn't expect that you had found the Fiend King's scepter, which resulted in this." Xia Fei was baffled. "You're looking for the 4 sky devils? You know where they are?" Gale nodded. "We don't know their exact location, but that is a place that all experts will ultimately go to. The universe has been fractured into 9 regions, but it's actually still in one piece, which can be seen by how spatial rings can be used across the universes. We speculate that the sky devils are located beyond the heavens." "Beyond the heavens?" Everyone gasped in shock. "By which I mean outside the universe. As you've probably guessed, the 4 sky devils are not connected by blood to the fiends. They were just like experts who were passing through an area. They simply rested there for a few years before setting off on their journey once more," Gale said firmly. "In the end, The four soul familiars were born from fragments of the souls of the sky devils, so they knew much more than Yangwang and Chu Jingfeng. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "What about the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments? What do you know about them?" Gale replied, "Only when the 5 elemental mystical armaments are fused together can they exhibit their combat strength. From what I know, the fusion is not easy, for metal, plant, water, fire, and earth both complement and counteract each other. But the fiend race considered this the most effective means of battling against the evil dragons. Perhaps the 4 sky devils had privately told them something. In any case, the fiend race had a very high regard for the elemental mystical armaments." Gale's reply was quite sincere. After asking all his questions, Xia Fei had Gale go off to another room while he spoke with Chu Jingfeng and Yangwang. "What do you think about what Gale said?" Xia Fei asked them. "He didn't seem to be lying," Chu Jingfeng said, and Yangwang nodded in agreement. "What do you plan to do with him?" Yangwang asked. Xia Fei replied, "We'll keep him here for now. I plan to fuse the 5 elemental mystical armaments as soon as I can, and then I can think about what to do with the 4 soul familiars." The 5th immemorial mystical armament crawled onto Xia Fei's body. The immemorial mystical armaments were very strange, insisting on rooting themselves in Xia Fei's body. Safe in the distance, Chu Jingfeng and Yangwang stared at Xia Fei. After all, nobody actually understood how the fiend race had fused together the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Several minutes went by, after which Xia Fei shrugged at Yangwang and the others, indicating that nothing had happened. It was like the mystical armaments were sleeping. They showed no signs of fusing together or anything else, for that matter. Rumble. As Xia Fei was wondering what to do, 5 beams of light suddenly shot into the air. Green represented plant, yellow represented earth, red represented fire, blue represented water, and black represented metal. Together, they created a blinding light in the sky. These colors that represented different elements turned into clouds and then drilled into peacock blue on Xia Fei's right arm. Peacock blue was Xia Fei's first elemental mystical armament, so the fusion used peacock blue as the base. Those outside had no idea what was going on, and they didn't dare to get too close to Xia Fei, for at this moment, the 5 elemental mystical armaments had all gone crazy. Xia Fei had become a dark silhouette, his body surrounded by a cage made from flames, giant rocks, water, and metal. Except for the plant elemental peacock blue, the other mystical armaments were seemingly at odds with Xia Fei, encircling him in a frenzy. Chu Jingfeng felt like Xia Fei had become a cauldron, and the 5 elemental mystical armaments were blazing within it. Xia Fei needed to rely on his own strength to melt down the 5 elemental mystical armaments and forge them into a new mystical armament. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, slamming into the cage loudly and sending it tumbling through the air. It appeared like a rainbow dragon, Xia Fei leaving a trail of 5-colored light behind him like the tail of a comet. He moved faster and faster, as if he wanted to transcend the limits of the law of speed. Chu Jingfeng stared at the measurement device in his hand as he cried out, "Heavens! Is that the current limit of Xia Fei's speed? Just how fast is it?" Yangwang looked down at the device in Chu Jingfeng's hand, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. So many zeros. So many. After cultivating the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, Xia Fei had broken a speed of 100 million. Everyone knew that the speed of light was 300 million meters per second. Xia Fei had far surpassed the limits of the law of speed, reaching a third of light speed. Moreover, this was only the power of the first rank of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. There was no telling what astonishing speed Xia Fei would reach once he completely cultivated the sacred text. Yangwang's eyes shone as he cried out, "Heaven-defying! Truly heaven-defying!" As the most difficult law, speed was incredibly deadly, possessing immense combat power. Xia Fei had already reached an unprecedented speed. Only the broken-winged sky devil Paletooth could have compared to him. With ongoing rumbles, the chaotic scene in the sky continued as Xia Fei continued to wrangle with the 5 elemental mystical armaments. A thunderous explosion. Xia Fei stood motionless in the middle of the universe, his broken wings prominently unfurled and bursting with fiendish energy. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Xia Fei was holding something in his right hand. Like a dragon, it coiled around Xia Fei and nuzzled Xia Fei's hair with its body. Success! Xia Fei succeeded. Chu Jingfeng cried out, rushing forward. Don't get close to him, Yang Wang bellowed. He turned back into his original form, using his enormous wings to protect everyone. Tum! Fiendish energy exploded, radiating from Xia Fei and causing the entire planet to quake. Fortunately, Yang Wang had acted in time to protect Chu Jingfeng and the others, or else they definitely would have been wounded by the shockwave. Once the storm had passed, Yang Wang drew back his wings and turned back into a human. A corner of the Yggdragon Palace had collapsed, and the planet was sporting a new, unfathomably deep valley, as if someone had chopped into it. Everyone stared at Xia Fei in shock. The dragon-like thing in his right hand had now broken into 5 parts: green, red, blue, yellow, and black. They were the 5 colors of the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments. Oh, so this is the actual true form of the fused 5 elemental mystical armaments. Chu Jingfeng murmured in surprise. Xia Fei turned his head and smiled at the group. Everyone suddenly realized that Xia Fei had an indescribable feeling about him, as if the momentous change to the immemorial mystical armaments had also made him stronger and more confident. Everyone returned to Yang Wang's palace. Yang Wang cared little that a corner of his palace had been destroyed. On the contrary, he was excited after Xia Fei had subdued the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Xia Fei sat there, holding what seemed to be a 5-colored rope, closely inspecting his new weapon. Compared to its past form, Peacock Blue was smaller but more tenacious. Xia Fei could feel its powerful life force extending along his right arm. Now that I think about it, do you know what the ultimate use of this immemorial mystical armament is? Chu Jingfeng asked. After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I think I know a little, but I don't dare to be sure. Yang Wang asked curiously, what exactly can it do? It doesn't seem as impressive as Peacock Blue. After all, Peacock Blue was enormous, but now it's like a little snake. Xia Fei sternly said, King Yang Wang, I have an experiment that can prove the purpose of Peacock Blue, but I need your help. Yang Wang laughed. The fiends have been friends with the Yggdragons for generations. There's no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you need to do. Xia Fei said, I want to use the immemorial mystical armament to tie you up. Yang Wang grimaced. Xia Fei wanted to tie him up? But he was king of the Yggdragons. He would be humiliated if this matter got out. But what Xia Fei said next had Yang Wang feeling very interested. I feel like Peacock Blue's energy system has changed, and it's become more targeted. I remember that the energy produced from Dragon Chi is stronger than that of spirit energy, and it seems like Peacock Blue is meant for suppressing Dragon Chi, Xia Fei remarked calmly. Yang Wang was startled at first, and then he laughed. Suppress my Dragon Chi? What sort of joke is that? Come, I'll let you experience the power of the Yggdragon race today. Yang Wang stood up straight and waited for Xia Fei to attack him with Peacock Blue. Xia Fei bowed to Yang Wang and said, Then I'll be impolite. As you please. I don't believe that the mighty Yggdragon king can't deal with that little weed of yours, Yang Wang replied nonchalantly. With a whoosh, the 5-elemental version of Peacock Blue flew through the air. As it approached Yang Wang, it suddenly broke apart, unleashing a powerful energy that transformed into 5 ropes of different colors. The 5 ropes tied Yang Wang up like magic. This is nothing. Yang Wang snorted and exerted force across his entire body to break free of Peacock Blue's ropes. But even though he tried several times, he failed. Huh? What's going on? Yang Wang muttered in shock. Peacock Blue had become like an elastic rope, exerting force whenever Yang Wang exerted force. From start to finish, it kept the Yggdragon king bound. Impossible. I can't possibly fail. Yang Wang shouted, rather annoyed. Although Yang Wang was always saying that the Yggdragons had nothing to do with the dragons, in the end, Yang Wang was still a dragon. He had a different mode of thinking and a different kind of lifestyle. Yang Wang was more like a human, and just like a human, he had taken a wife and fathered a child, creating a family. But dragons were dragons. Deep down, Yang Wang was prouder than any other sapient life form. He was extremely frustrated by the fact that he couldn't break free of Xia Fei's Peacock Blue. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were flabbergasted. This was an unbelievable sight. Xia Fei's 5 little weeds had bound up the Yggdragon king. Only Han Xiao was smiling. The compassionate mother always seemed to be smiling. Yang Wang went crazy. With a roar, he revealed his true form. "Break for me!" Yang Wang cried out in his dragon form, his roar simply terrifying. The whole holy dragon mountain shuddered. Yes, Peacock Blue really was just a weed, but it was the most tenacious weed in the universe. Even under Yang Wang's powerful pressure, Peacock Blue continued to bind him stubbornly, refusing to give up. It was like a crazed dog who had bitten down on the enemy and would do so until it was dead. The 5 immemorial mystical armaments had the power of 30 mystical armaments, and this Peacock Blue was no longer the Peacock Blue of the past. In an unreasonable fashion, it bound up Yang Wang tightly. Roar! Yang Wang was furious, letting out a heaven-shaking bellow. He charged out of the palace and opened its wings. "Return," Xia Fei silently ordered, and as Yang Wang was doing his utmost to open his wings, Peacock Blue forced them back closed. Yang Wang wanted to fly, but as he couldn't open his wings, his body plunged. Xia Fei quickly called back Peacock Blue, and Yang Wang finally unfurled his massive wings and soared into the sky. After making a circle, he returned to the palace, glaring in shock at the 5-colored weed on Xia Fei's right arm. "It's just bizarre. How could a piece of grass be so tough?" Everyone laughed. It was rare to see Yang Wang so annoyed, as this old dragon had always paid a lot of attention to his demeanor. Han Xiao came over with a chuckle, poking her husband in the stomach. "Look at you, saying such things in your old age." Yang Wang was speechless. He turned back into a human and stomped back to his seat. I was able to see very clearly from the sidelines that this Peacock Blue truly is very bizarre. It has the ability to neutralize dragon chi. The more you struggle, the stronger it becomes, Han Xiao explained to Yang Wang. Yang Wang had actually noticed that Peacock Blue was targeting him, but his strong sense of pride left him unwilling to admit it. I now understand why the fiend race valued the 5 elemental mystical armaments so much. It turns out that they can combine into a dragon-binding rope. Chu Jingfeng announced. "Dragon binding rope?" Xia Fei was very excited by the 5 elemental Peacock Blue, but before he had a chance to understand more of its secrets, he received an emergency order from the 29th place. "It's a mass assembly order," Xia Fei said after looking at the Bixiao orb. The mass assembly order is the highest level of order from the trans-universal broadcast. It seems that the 29th place is in trouble and needs all of its members to gather. Chu Jingfeng thought about that and said, "Then you should hurry back. King Yang Wang and I are here to protect the Garden of Gods, so you don't need to worry." Xia Fei nodded. Yang Wang asked, "What about Gale?" Xia Fei replied, "Let him go. I'll tell him myself." Xia Fei flitted over to the room where Gale was located. Gale bowed to Xia Fei and said, "Congratulations on successfully fusing the 5 elemental mystical armaments." Xia Fei smiled. "This is also thanks to you 4 soul familiars. You can go." Gale was startled, asking, "You're just letting me go?" Xia Fei replied, "What do you want me to do? I hope that you remember what you once said yourself. You guys are the soul familiars of the Sky Devils, and the Sky Devils are the friends of the fiend race. If nothing unexpected happens, I don't want to be enemies with you. But this definitely doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you guys." Perhaps because he had been getting involved in fiend race matters more and more, Xia Fei was beginning to accept his fiend blood. In any case, it was nothing to be ashamed about. It would just cause him some more trouble. Gale stood up to leave. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly said, "If the Jade Dragon Frost does bear fruit, and if there are enough, I will give you some." Gale stopped and turned to Xia Fei, curiously asked, "What changed your mind?" Xia Fei explained, "Because you guys are very loyal. Although you're not loyal to the fiends, in the end, you are still loyal to your masters, the Sky Devils, wanting to follow them to the ends of the universe, and I've always appreciated loyal people." Gale was startled, and then he bowed to Xia Fei. "Thank you. My words have some influence among the 4 of us, so when I get back, I will do my best to convince them. In the end, we are only unwilling to be controlled by the fiends, but we have no desire to make an enemy of them. There are no disadvantages so long as we can coexist peacefully." Xia Fei didn't reply, only nodding. The air trembled as Xia Fei's warship landed at the 29th place. The moment he disembarked, he smelled a grim odor in the air. All members of the 29th place had arrived. They included both people that Xia Fei had met and hadn't met. They were all dressed in full combat gear and boarding one of the most advanced ships in the Annihilation universe. In the distance, Shane called out Xia Fei and waved at him to come over. Xia Fei quickly went up to Shane and whispered, "What happened? Why is everyone so nervous?" Shane shook his head. "I'm still not sure, but the chief's eyes have turned purple. Something huge must have happened. We've only waited until now to leave because we were waiting for you. Otherwise, the force would have already headed out." Xia Fei was surprised. He commented, "There are a lot of people here today, many of whom I've never met." Shane said grimly, "Let alone you. Even I haven't met some of them before. The chief seems to have summoned them at the last moment." Shane gave Xia Fei a big thumbs up, indicating that these people who had joined at the last minute were all experts among experts. They had been waiting for him to head out. Xia Fei guessed that this secret operation of the 29th place was connected to the fiend race. At that moment, Xiao Zetian finally strode out. The man's eyes really were purple. His face was twisted with savagery. Xiao Zetian had a grim expression, and his eyes had turned purple from excessive excitement. His fists were tightly clenched, as if he was holding back some pent-up emotions. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Xiao Zetian nodded at him and said, "There's no time to get ready. You need to immediately participate in the operation and board the ship. We're leaving in 5 minutes." Xia Fei straightened up and replied, "Yes." Whoosh. The fastest and most advanced warship of the 29th place, Gloom Harbor, flew into the sea of stars, soon vanishing without a trace. Xia Fei and his colleagues of the 29th place remained in the assembly room, waiting for Xiao Zetian to issue them orders. The newcomers had an obvious murderous aura about them, and it was clear at a glance that they spent most of their time on the battlefield. Not only did they have high-leveled, but they also had intimidating demeanors. It was still a mystery where Xiao Zetian had managed to find these people. Xia Fei chatted with the people he knew, Shane and Haolin, in the hopes of finding out what sort of mission they were on. Alas, the mission this time was very sudden and mysterious. Even the 2 veterans of the 29th place didn't know what was going on. With a bang, the alloy door opened, and Xiao Zetian strode in, wearing a suit of silver armor. All the warriors stood up and bowed. "Be seated," Xiao Zetian said grimly. "The matter came up very abruptly and is of utmost importance. That is why all of you still don't know where our destination is. But let me tell all of you now that our current operation is dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you are not willing to take part in this secret mission, please leave the conference immediately." All was quiet. While a few people muttered softly, nobody was willing to leave. "Good. I will now begin issuing combat orders. All squads of the 29th place will maintain their current composition. Our new brothers from the Covert Operation Department's Pursuit Office will form the 6th, 7th, and 8th squads. All 8 squads will heed my orders." The crowd became turbulent. It turned out that these newcomers were from the Shadow Department's Pursuit Office. The Pursuit Office was famed for its ferocity. They only carried out death missions, which meant missions where they took lives. They were a pack of butchers. This was nothing like the 29th place. While they did kill people, they more frequently carried out investigation missions. Sweeping his gaze through the room, Xiao Zetian continued, "Deserters will be executed. Those who refuse orders will be executed. Those who communicate with the enemy will be executed. The cowardly will be executed." An exquisite garden, a newly built wooden hut. An old man was playing chess with a yellow-faced middle-aged man. Xia Fei's guess was right. Old Yi was Autumn Erudite, one of the Annihilation universe's 5 ancient apexes. The yellow-faced man across from him was none other than Autumn Erudite's tactician, Lu Shooting. After making his move, Lu Shooting took a sip from his cup of tea and asked, "Old Yi, Xiao Zetian's men should have started moving, yes?" It wasn't just Xia Fei who called him Old Yi. Lu Shooting also did so, for his full name was Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite's status was such that he no longer was considered part of the Yi clan, but the backbone of all of Annihilation. Thus, according to custom, Yi Zhiqiu's surname was hidden, leaving him as Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite nodded. They've started moving. The 29th place together with the Pursuit Office shouldn't lose. Lu Shooting smiled. Xiao Zetian is almost ready to go crazy over his desire to learn who killed his wife. As you've given him this mission, he will probably devote 200% of his energy on it. I'm just a little worried that if Xiao Zetian actually finds out who that person was, the situation might become disadvantageous to you. Autumn Erudite chuckled. I also want to learn the truth, or else I wouldn't have placed Xiao Zetian in as important a position as the 29th place. No matter who it is, I'm not happy that they're hiding something from me. Let's investigate the matter first and find out just who is causing trouble in Annihilation. Lu Shooting asked calmly. And if it turns out to be one of those four? Autumn Erudite froze, and then he asked grimly, Are you referring to our old brothers? Lu Shooting nodded. Besides the 5 venerables, there is only Wang Dingtian's group. Their group hasn't had much to do with Annihilation for some time, already forming their own thing. That is why I feel like the investigation has a very high chance of pointing toward your colleagues. Lu Shooting spoke without worry. As the strategist, he had a duty to warn Yi Zhiqiu. The 5 ancient apexes of Annihilation were the last 5 living members of the Old Heroes Alliance. While Autumn Erudite enjoyed the highest status among the 5, it was still awkward to investigate the other 4, and even doing so would affect the unity of the upper echelons of the universe. Lu Shooting was recommending that it was better to look the other way and pretend the whole thing never happened. Autumn Erudite replied casually, I'm not someone looking to get into a fight with anyone, but someone who doesn't like it when people do things behind my back. Take that little fiend Xia Fei as an example. So long as he's loyal to me, then it doesn't really matter that he is fiend blood. Isn't he still perfectly fine? Lu Shooting nodded, saying in admiration, Sir naturally possesses extraordinary tolerance. Xia Fei is not only a descendant of the fiend race, but also has a relation to the 8th universe's Yang Wang and his family, with the Chu clan that protects God's Eden, with the sole familiars of the 4 Sky Devils, and even with Wang Dingtian's group. Even so, you continue to tolerate him. Such is the broadness of your mind. The Autumn Erudite laughed. This is the difference between hiding things from me and not hiding things from me. I naturally have the means of controlling Xia Fei. So long as his family is under my grip, I don't fear his disobedience. But during these past few years, there have been people interfering with my investigations, and that is something I cannot tolerate. No matter what, I must find out who this is and why they are trying to hide their actions from me. Lu Shooting nodded. So you have borrowed the knife that is Xiao Zetian. Autumn Erudite's eyes flashed with smugness as he said coolly, Up until now, this has been a rather good knife, and this fiend Xia Fei healed that stubborn problem of mine. What do I have to be unhappy about? Lu Shooting and Autumn Erudite both laughed. Gloom Harbor swooped down on a brown planet. An ancient city occupied half of the planet. The forces of the 29th place and the pursuit office gathered in the command deck. Everyone looked curiously out the window, speculating as to what this place was. There's no need to guess. This place is Britannia, an important base of the fiend race, and its most secret one. Xiao Zetian explained. Everyone gasped, and even the pursuit office warriors were surprised. Xia Fei curled his lip. As expected, this operation was connected to the fiend race. Otherwise, Xiao Zetian wouldn't have deliberately waited for Xia Fei to arrive before setting off. Looking around at this long-abandoned planet and its storied city, Xiao Zetian said, From what I have learned, Britannia is hiding a force, and these people might be traitors to the Annihilation universe. Our mission is to weed out these people of Britannia, even if we have to turn over everything. No cost is too great. Right now, Annihilator's hyperspace lock has already locked down Britannia. No one can leave this planet, and no communication device can communicate with anyone beyond this planet. Those enemies already know that we're coming and have hidden themselves in the ruins. The moment we enter Britannia, we will lose contact with headquarters. We will only be able to rely on ourselves. Headquarters has issued a death order. There's no leaving until we completely clean out the enemy. Thus, there's no backing out this time. Everyone was startled. It turned out that another department from Annihilation had already seized the planet. But in order to capture survivors, someone needed to first venture inside and do battle with the enemy. The 29th place and the pursuit office had been tasked to sweep through Britannia and clear out the enemy. Of course, this mission was extremely dangerous. After all, charging into enemy lines while keeping as many alive for interrogation added on many uncertainties. If it was just killing, they could simply destroy the planet. It appeared that this force was hiding some sort of secret, perhaps one that was even linked to the death of Xiao Zetian's wife, which would explain why Xiao Zetian seemed so angry. Once he was done thinking, Xia Fei joined the others in entering the shuttle and landing on the outskirts of Britannia. The 29th place had 5 squads, and the pursuit office had 3. Adding on Xiao Zetian's command team, there were 9 squads in total. They landed at 9 different points around the city and entered simultaneously from 9 different directions so as to completely clean out the former Fiend city. Xia Fei was in the command team, along with Xiao Zetian, Shane, and the others. Britannia was very much a city built in the style of the Fiend race. It was a place where the Fiends had secretly trained warriors. Just like Annihilation, the Fiend race had their own covert ops department, and all of its warriors had lived in this place, where they had experienced callous training and trials. Only after they had been through all the training could they enter the most mysterious department of the Fiend race. From this point forward, all communication devices would cease working, and everyone had to rely on their own ability to deal with any sudden developments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Zetian led the way, leading his small squad along a broad avenue into the ruined city. Each squad had a searcher. As they didn't have the support of any equipment, they had to rely entirely on the searchers to find the enemy. The speed they were moving was not an issue for Xia Fei, and they encountered no resistance along the way. After around 20 minutes, 8 squads met in the central plaza of the city. "Where's the 3rd squad?" Xiao Zetian asked in a whisper. The 3rd squad was led by Haolin, and they were coming from the southwest. "They should have met up with us here. Could something have happened to them?" Shane asked in shock. "Speed types, move out. Go to the southwest to link up with the 3rd squad," Xiao Zetian ordered grimly. Xia Fei received the order and sprinted off to the southwest in a blur of motion. Surprisingly, there were 2 other warriors besides him who specialized in speed, both from the pursuit office. But they were much slower than Xia Fei, only able to get up to 5 million meters per second. Xia Fei had no choice but to drop his speed to run alongside them. In front, 11 o'clock. "There's a sniper," the man on Xia Fei's right called out. The 2 warriors from the pursuit office split up, leaving Xia Fei in the middle as a target while they moved into the shadows. Xia Fei frowned. These 2 speed warriors were from the same office, so they knew how to work with one another. It seemed the 2 didn't take him seriously and had no plans on working with him. At that moment, a cold light lunged at his face. Xia Fei had been advancing at 5 million meters per second, and then he suddenly shot off, accelerating in a curved line. He instantly reached a speed of 30 million meters per second, dodging and attacking in the same breath. Bang! Xia Fei grabbed the sniper's head and slammed it to the ground, blasting open the gray paving stones. The man's head was instantly turned into paste. Xia Fei slapped the man's head into the ground, instantly turning it into paste. Their superiors had ordered them to take the enemy alive, but Xia Fei really couldn't find a reason to leave this man alive. There was more than just one enemy. They were planning to use their greater force to exterminate Haolin's 3rd squad. At this moment, Haolin's squad was already surrounded. With his ocular cognition, Xia Fei could clearly see that the enemy had first made a feint, baiting Haolin's team into hiding in the buildings to the sides, which was exactly where the enemy had laid their trap. Whoosh! Xia Fei leapt off the ground, crashing through the wall in front of him and charging into a 4-story building. Haolin's group was in this building, and the ambushers were on the 3rd and 4th floors. "Watch out!" Xia Fei roared. Like light, he appeared on the 4th floor, immediately killing one of the enemy with the fiendish blade Nirvana. Haolin's men heard Xia Fei's voice and scattered hastily. At this moment, the enemy charged up and began to battle with the men of the 29th place. Spurt! Spurt! With Xia Fei's nimble speed and accurate judgment, he killed his way from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and from the 4th floor to the roof. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 7 or 8 of the enemy, significantly reducing the pressure on Haolin's men. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ambushers saw that they had failed, so they began to run off into secret tunnels. It seemed they had been operating in this ruined city for many years and had secret passages everywhere, making it difficult to stop them. Several minutes later, the party joined up with Xiao Zetian at the central plaza. They had not captured anyone alive, bringing back only corpses. "We ran into an ambush. Fortunately, Xia Fei arrived in time and warned us, preventing a disaster, Howling reported to Xiao Zetian. As for the two speed-type warriors from the pursuit office, they felt their faces growing hot. They had been much slower than Xia Fei, and by the time they had arrived on the battlefield, the cleanup had already begun. Even more laughable was that they hadn't planned to work with Xia Fei because he had looked so young. Thus, they had left him in the middle of the road while they had thought of themselves and taken the back alleys. Any injuries? Xiao Zetian asked sternly. Wuzi and Sun Gua suffered light injuries, but it won't hinder their movements. Howling answered. Xiao Zetian wasn't particularly happy that his men had been the ones to be ambushed first, a scowl on his face. He squatted down and began to check the corpses. Howling explained, these were all suicide soldiers. Those who could run, ran, and those who couldn't cut their own throats. These guys managed to stop you? Xiao Zetian asked. Howling's squad had always been the one to protect the 29th place's flank, and Xiao Zetian was keenly aware of their strength. There were only 5 or 6 corpses here, and they didn't seem to have a very high rank. Xiao Zetian couldn't understand how such a small force was able to ambush a veteran squad like Howling's. Howling replied, these are the intact corpses. Xia Fei killed quite a few, but alas, the ones that died to him didn't leave behind any whole corpses. Saying that, Howling placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder in praise. Xia Fei added, it was an emergency, so there was no way to hold back, and I was a little heavy-handed. Chief, these people aren't simple. We only managed to kill a third of them. More of them managed to flee underground through secret tunnels, as if they had lived here for many years. Xiao Zetian's face darkened. I know. What comes next is our real challenge. We need to enter the underground city. The underground city. Everyone was stunned. After all, Britannia was a fiend race city, and they didn't know much about it. Correct. Britannia isn't most famous for what you see now, but for its underground city. It's built on an even more grandiose scale than what's on the surface, Xiao Zetian explained. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, but what about the surface? The enemy will be playing hide and seek with us. Xiao Zetian replied, you don't need to worry about that. As the vanguard, we only need to worry about charging forward. The Covert Operations Department will naturally send more troops to guard the city on the surface. Everyone nodded. There was a small detail that only Xia Fei had noticed. After Xiao Zetian had checked the corpses, he had seemingly relaxed, but at that moment, his eyes had glinted with resolve. This situation was like the announcement of a verdict. Before the announcement, one would always be uneasy, but once one found out the truth, one would relax. This was clearly the case for Xiao Zetian. Xia Fei had checked the corpses. Each person had a number on their wrist. 0. The giant triangular steel in the center of the plaza was blasted away, revealing a pitch-black entrance. It was like a deep well, a sinister air about it. The 9 squads jumped into the well in order, but it took quite some time for them to finally land. We're currently at the deepest part of the underground city. From here, we'll cut off the enemy's path of retreat and come at them from 2 sides. The enemy will either have to flee into the city or toward us. But remember, try your best to capture them alive. Xiao Zetian ordered them once again. It was no wonder Xiao Zetian had chosen the deepest entrance to enter. It was precisely so that they could come at the enemy from 2 sides and make it difficult for them to escape. The 9 squads split up again. Xia Fei continued to follow Xiao Zetian, but even though he was of the speed type, Xiao Zetian didn't let Xia Fei take the front, taking that position for himself instead. Xiao Zetian was formidable. As the most experienced and most powerful warrior of the 29th place, he calmly and coolly handled all the enemies they encountered. Xia Fei and the others didn't even have a chance to do anything. But Xia Fei found it strange how Xiao Zetian seemed to know where to go. At the start, they could still hear the sounds from the other squads, but soon, their surroundings grew silent, and as they traveled along the narrow path, they drew farther and farther away. Xia Fei couldn't help but think about his visit to the Fiend Race's temporary base. At the time, Xiao Zetian had also split up his men and then led Xia Fei to that Fiend Race seal. Was it the same case this time as well? Xiao Zetian moved faster and faster, and he began to pant, his face reddening. He didn't seem to care about any potential ambushes or traps, continuing to stride forward, his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Xiao Zetian raised his personal weapon, A pair of peak-grade knives. That is, the paired comet. Radix cried out in Xia Fei's mind. Xia Fei shuddered in shock. He had also sensed something unusual about the weapon. The 4 sky devils had left behind 4 treasures before leaving. Xia Fei had flying eagle plume. The medicinal cauldron prince's iron book had gone missing. And as for Forgotten Veil and Forgotten Trouble, they had been brothers, so the weapons they had left behind could be used separately or combined. That was none other than Xiao Zetian's paired comet. Xia Fei was astonished. How had the paired comet ended up in Xiao Zetian's hands? In any case, it was clear that Xiao Zetian didn't care. He had taken out the daggers left behind by the Sky Devils. It was probably his ultimate trump card. The atmosphere was oppressively solemn. The squad blindly followed Xiao Zetian, not knowing where they were going. They had no idea where the other 8 squads had gone. But Xiao Zetian didn't care in the slightest. Arriving at AT intersection, Xiao Zetian sniffed the air and then chose the left side. As he entered a broader corridor, his eyes turned red. I understand now, Xia Fei said grimly. There's an 80% chance that Xiao Zetian has sensed the person who killed his wife. As he gets closer, he's even started to forget his status and mission. Radix said in shock, it's possible. Look, Xiao Zetian is starting to gather spirit energy. The enemy might be right in front of us. As Radix spoke, a golden light shot toward them, moving with incredible speed. Splack. Xia Fei dodged to the side, but the warrior in front of him wasn't so lucky. It pierced straight through his heart. Such a powerful weapon. It was a flashing chain trident mace. After striking a lethal blow, the attacker immediately called back their weapon. Xiao Zetian stared at the trident mace and bellowed in fury. It's you. It really is you. Xiao Zetian charged forward, his eyes red with bloodlust. He raised the paired comet, not in a combat posture, but in a suicidal charge. The remaining warriors charged along with him, all except Shane, who hung back and said to Xia Fei, the chief is being too reckless. You're a speedster, so you need to hold the rear for us and make sure that we're not encircled. Xia Fei was startled, but then nodded in agreement. In the Skywings, Xia Fei had always been the one to charge ahead, but this was the 29th place, and there was nothing wrong with Shane's plan. The squad truly did need someone to watch the rear. Thus, Xia Fei helplessly brought up the rear, maintaining a distance of 10 body lengths from the rest and watching his surroundings warily. Rumble. An intense battle was taking place up ahead. Xiao Zetian was killing everyone in his path. There really was an ambush. Xia Fei behind you. Shane raised his weapon and shouted, joining Xiao Zetian at the front line. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and turned around. He had only run a few steps before he countered the warriors who had been coming up to encircle them. He was outside of Xiao Zetian's vision now, so Xia Fei decided to use everything he had. Whoosh. His speed broke 100 million. No one had seen 100 million meters per second ever since Sky Devil Paletooth had left. Xia Fei's sudden acceleration of speed had his opponents scared out of their wits. The 5-elemental peacock, blue, lashed out. Like 5 snakes, it grabbed the man closest to Xia Fei and bound him tight. Xia Fei swung his arm, slamming this man into the wall like he was a baseball. With a rumble, the wall instantly shattered. That warrior was smashed up so thoroughly that all he left behind was a bloodstain. These enemies were particularly powerful, and Xia Fei found them to be the perfect practice targets. He still needed to test the power of the new 5-elemental Peacock Blue in actual combat. Peacock Blue pierced through the head of the second foe, leaving 5 round holes behind. Peacock Blue penetrated through its enemy, and then the 5 blades of grass scissored in 5 different directions, dismembering him. The 4th had the worst fate. Xia Fei used Peacock Blue like a whip, ruthlessly slicing him into countless pieces. In the space of a second, blood drenched the floor. None of the enemies had been left intact. So powerful. Peacock Blue is incredibly powerful now, Xia Fei said to himself. Xia Fei sighed in wonder. The current Peacock Blue was basically omnipotent. It could be used however he wanted. He could smash like a hammer, stab like a sword, or lash like a whip. It was all possible. It could even capture enemies. With a simple extension and constriction, even the strongest enemy would be bound up tightly, and then Xia Fei could use countless methods to kill them. This truly was the dragon binding rope, a divine weapon that could even bind dragons. Puny humans weren't even worth mentioning. Xia Fei was engrossed in the killing, happily slaying away. With his incomparable speed, he was undefeatable, the enemy attacks not even able to touch him. Meanwhile, Xia Fei could kill whoever he wanted. The several dozen warriors who had been attempting an encirclement were completely wiped out, all of them pulverized. Tui, Xia Fei spat on the ground and turned to go after Xiao Zetian. But it was only then that he realized that his surroundings were utterly silent. The other members of the squad had all vanished. After Xia Fei had taken care of the ambushers in the rear, he turned around and realized that Xiao Zetian and all the other members of the command squad had vanished. Oh no! Xia Fei had a foreboding feeling. He accelerated along the underground city's roads. His mind was rapidly working. The conditions this time were very special. This was clearly a frontal charge mission, yet the 29th place, which had always performed investigations, had been mobilized. The Black Ops Division's 108th place and 29th place were responsible for internal investigations. Why had the 29th place been tasked with manning the front line? Were the other 100-plus places all useless? And there was also Xiao Zetian. Something had been off about him from the start. He had led them deep underground and then recklessly chased after that guy with the chain trident mace. Having a man with a grudge leading this offensive operation was foolish. Had the higher-ups not known about Xiao Zetian's mental state? Various shadows lingered in Xia Fei's mind, and the fallen corpses on the ground only confirmed his theories. Jiagan. Du Whooping. Xia Fei stopped and stared at the corpses. Those two were brothers from the 29th place. They were collapsed in pools of blood and could no longer speak. The third one. Did we really fall into a trap? Radix nervously said. Xia Fei hadn't spent long in the 29th place, but he was well aware that the 29th place possessed astounding strength. The battle had only been going on for a few minutes, but the command squad had already lost 3 officers. The other squads couldn't be in a much better state. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and charged ahead. Breath control. The passage suddenly opened, and he could now hear the furious roars of Xiao Zetian. Xia Tian came to a sudden stop and hid himself in the darkness. Xiao Zetian had just mentioned the fiend race. Xia Fei was very sensitive to this subject, so he decided to wait and see what happened. This was a former fiend training center. Spiky pillars supported a ceiling at least 100 meters up, and the total area was 20 square kilometers. There were many bodies on the ground, both of the enemy and of the 29th place. After a fierce battle, only Xiao Zetian and Shane were left of the 29th place. The last remaining member of the enemy force had been nailed to the wall by Xiao Zetian's paired comet, the blade penetrating through his shoulder blade. Tell me, even if me and my wife were investigating the fiend ruins, so what? Why did you have to kill us? Xiao Zetian roared, his eyes red. It was clear that Xiao Zetian was very agitated, his entire body trembling. It seemed like this was the person he had been chasing for so many years, the one who had killed his wife. Even in these dire straits, that man was full of scorn. Swallowing, he whispered, Xiao Zetian, do you know who I am? You're the one who killed my wife. The one who broke us up forever. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. Xiao Zetian bellowed back. Tisk. The man scornfully laughed. Reckless idiot. You were the strongest investigator of the Investigation Bureau. You really think I would have dared to ambush you if it wasn't the will of an apex? Your surname is Xiao, but it seems like you've wasted all these years. Even now, you can't see the truth of the situation. Xiao Zetian shuddered in shock. He knew that someone from the Annihilation universe must have been behind the ambush of his wife and subordinates. But this was the first time Xiao Zetian was hearing that this ambush had been carried out on the orders of an apex. An apex? One of the 5 ancient apexes? Xiao Zetian's teeth trembled. He didn't understand. Why would the 5 ancient apexes want to move against him? Xiao Zetian suppressed his rage and demanded, Who are you? And whose orders are you carrying out? The Black Ops Division's 0 place, codenamed Death's Bird. I'm their chief, Yading, the man declared coldly. Xiao Zetian shuddered, and the hidden Xia Fei was also flabbergasted. The Black Ops Division had a 0 place? So there were 109 places in all. But why had he never heard of it? And it was the Black Ops Division that had killed their fellow colleague's wife? Xia Fei was baffled. Xiao Zetian's face was pale, but behind him, Shane didn't seem all that surprised. Why? Tell me why? Xiao Zetian was on the verge of going insane. Was this the result of his many years of pursuit? Yating had very matter-of-factly told the truth, as if he had felt no psychological burden. Xiao Zetian found this impossible to accept. It's very simple. You couldn't be allowed to keep investigating, for if you did, you would find out the truth and make all of Annihilation quake. Yating declared coldly. What if I told you that the fiend race never betrayed Annihilation? What would you think? Yating added in a sinister tone. What if I told you that that battle had been a conspiracy from the start? Would you be able to accept it? Would all of Annihilation be able to accept it? Yating raised his voice. And what if I told you that the fiend race had been sent on a suicide mission? They went to the rear of the Mega Dragon to flank them, but the bosses of the Heroes Alliance used a sealing spell that locked up the fiend race and the Mega Dragons together in the 7th universe. It was all to completely remove the fiend race. Would you believe me? Yating roared. Boom. Xiao Zetian felt like his brain was about to explode. As for Xia Fei, he felt like his blood was starting to flow in reverse. Heavens! For there to be such a conspiracy. The strongest race in the universe, the fiend race, had been sold out by the Heroes Alliance. The strongest force in the universe, the Devil Shadow Dragoons, had been sealed up by the so-called Heroes Alliance in the 7th universe with their sworn foes, the Mega Dragons. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Xia Fei had heard of many despicable and shameless things before, but this went below the bottom line of any sapient life form. Such a wicked plot. Sealing up the fiend race with their sworn foes in the 7th universe so that the fiend race would have no choice but to fight with the dragons to the death. Xia Fei felt like he was suffocating. The flames of anger grew hotter and hotter, and he felt like he was about to explode. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had been such a nice old man, but because of an annihilator, he had been left abandoned in the sea of stars. Whenever his relatives were brought up, Xia Guqing would always appear very sad. How could he not be sad? But if Xia Guqing knew that his relatives had been callously entrapped by Annihilator, he would have been in the mood to slaughter gods. I don't believe it. I don't. Xiao Zetian backed away, holding his head. This blow was just too great. His convictions as a warrior had been shattered in an instant, all of the principles he had held to be true turning out to be blatant lies. This universe was nothing more than a universe of conspiracy and profit. Even the betrayal of the fiend race had been fake. Was there anything in this universe that was real? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. The Heroes Alliance removed their stubborn foe, the fiend race, and had them fight to the death with the dragon race, and it even dealt a blow to the other small races as well. Let me be frank with you. In that battle, not a single one of the big shots from the humans or blue bloods died. The ones who died all belonged to the Devil Shadow Dragoons and Dark Moon Dragoons. Without the meticulous planning of the old heroes, do you really think the humans and blue bloods would have ended up in such a dominant position like this? I've looked through the historical records, and in that era, the strongest forces were the Devil Shadow Dragoons and Dark Moon Dragoons. Only after they were killed off were the humans and blue bloods able to thrive. Yating continued to talk, each word hammering into Xia Fei's heart like a nail. How shameless did you have to be to think of such a deranged plan? Xia Fei had once received the mental information from that three-eyed fiend race elder. Even until the last moment, he had firmly believed that his death would win a place for all sapient races to thrive. He would never have imagined that he had been sold out. The fiend race had been sold out. Everyone except the humans and blue bloods had been sold out. Justice? It was all nonsense. Heroes? Nothing more than craven scoundrels. Xia Fei's entire body was trembling, and he found it almost impossible to control his rage. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. Shane suddenly moved up and stabbed a silver dagger through Xiao Zetian's heart. Plush! It was an extremely heavy sound, and blood gushed from the wound like a sword. You! Xiao Zetian covered his chest and spoke, his face ghastly pale. Apologies, but you know too much now, Shane said coldly, sheathing his dagger. Shane had been Xiao Zetian's most cherished subordinate. When Xia Fei first joined the Black Ops division, Xiao Zetian had assigned Shane to keep an eye on Xia Fei because Shane was the subordinate he trusted the most. But the man Xiao Zetian had been willing to entrust his back to had utterly betrayed him, had even dealt him the killing blow. Xiao Zetian stumbled back. What didn't hurt the most was the wound on his body, but the pain from his heart, which had thrown him into utter despair. Everything he had believed in was fake. Even his most trusted subordinate was an enemy. What sort of world was this? Thump. Utterly disheartened, Xiao Zetian fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as his eyes stared vacantly at the sky. Even Yading of the Zero Place didn't expect Shane to suddenly kill Xiao Zetian, and was eyeing him suspiciously. You talk too much. I'm the spy from Zero Place that was placed at Xiao Zetian's side. I will report what you have said to our superiors, Shane said to Yading coldly. Hurry and gather your men and clear out those idiots from the 29th place. I need to go and see where that kid Xia Fei ran off to. Shane turned and walked away, but found a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at him from the entrance. Was everything you said true? Xia Fei asked grimly. His head was lowered like a wild beast about to erupt. His voice was raspy, and his hair was standing up. Shane was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. I didn't think you were nearby. We got along pretty well, so I was planning to spare your life. A pity. Xia Fei's face was ashen as he raised his head and said darkly, You think you can kill me? Shane was just about to reply when Xia Fei abruptly lunged. He was traveling more than 100 million meters per second, a third of light speed. Boom. Nobody knew how Xia Fei had done it, not even Shane. The pinned-down Yading had been turned into a pile of meat paste by Xia Fei's infuriated fist and fastest speed. At the peak of the law of primal chaos, one punch was enough to pulverize the man. Shane paled in shock. That was the head of the Black Ops Division Zero Place. But he couldn't even take one punch from Xia Fei? That was the power of absolute rage. Fiend energy had the ability to boost combat power to the absolute limit. Today, Xia Fei's fury had reached the apex, and his fiend energy had risen to the apex of the apex. When Xia Fei was very angry, the consequences were grave. All he wanted to do right now was kill everyone. Xia Fei pulled the paired comet out of the wall, gripping it in his hand. Today, all of you will die. Xia Fei raised his arm and pointed at Shane. There are many clans in the universe skilled at killing others, and the Skywing clan's expertise was in killing people above their level. So long as they were fast enough, they could exceed anyone. Xia Fei had taken Yading's life with one strike precisely because he was absurdly fast. There was no one faster than Xia Fei in this universe. Who cared about levels? Speed types existed to ignore them all. Xia Fei turned his head, his eyes still spewing flame. He had been driven to madness by his rage, absolute insanity. His inner demon exploded. The broken wings unfurled from his back like sharp blades. You think you can kill me? Xia Fei said to Shane darkly. If you want to kill me, you had best call out one of the 5 ancient apexes. Today, I'll be killing all of you. The dignity of the Skywings would not be blasphemed. The dignity of the Fiend race could not be trampled on. To think the Hero Alliance would seal up the Fiend race's Devil Shadow Dragoons with the Dragon race, and then turned around to exterminate the Fiend race. Such methods were truly cruel and shameless. Why are you this fast? Shane backed away as he shouted in alarm. Xia Fei had been at 30 million meters per second when he first joined the 29th place. After 1 month, his speed had broken 100 million. This was explosive growth. Shane could never have imagined that Xia Fei would today possess the universe's fastest speed. Shane was afraid. He was facing the speed maniac with the fastest speed in the universe, and he alone truly wasn't enough to kill him. Apologies. I don't want to reply to your question, because I only want to kill you. Xia Fei roared and shot forward like an arrow. The fiendish blade Nirvana swept out, chopping at Shane's waist. Swing. This attack hit nothing but an afterimage. It turned out that Shane had used a high-ranked instant movement technique. He wanted to leave, but Xia Fei was even faster than his instant movement technique. Even if only a shadow was left, his target couldn't even think of escaping. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://bit.ly/3innocentqtar to support us. Thump. Shane, who still ended up being chopped in half, collapsed on the streets of Britannia. The devouring power of the Nirvana had left more than half of his body shriveled up, and with a gust of wind, it turned into dust. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several dark figures instantly gathered around Shane's corpse. They saw that Shane had gripped objects in his left and right hand before dying. When these people opened up his left hand and saw what was in it, they paled in shock. Wind Shadow. He used the Wind Shadow soul transmission device, but he still couldn't escape? Heavens! He must have been killed by a speed type, one with transcendent speed. A warrior exclaimed in shock. Wind Shadow was a soul transmission device. Unlike ordinary soul weapons, energy was placed in it beforehand. Shane only needed to press a button to activate the instant movement technique. Compared to ordinary spatial instant movement techniques, Wind Shadow's transmission speed was 10 times faster. It appeared that he had taken precautions against the speed type Xia Fei a long time ago. But not even in his dreams could Shane have imagined that Xia Fei had shattered the limits of speed. Even using the transcendent soul transmission device Wind Shadow, he still hadn't been able to escape. Another person opened up Shane's other hand. Inside it was a clenched fist made from metal. This was none other than the symbol of the 5 ancient apexes. It represented their sincere cooperation, like that of a clenched fist punching. Oh no, he's a man of the 5 ancient apexes. Hurry and send this thing over. Someone immediately left Britannia to deliver the news to the 5 ancient apexes of annihilation. After killing Shane and Yading, Xia Fei put away the paired comet and went to Xiao Zetian's side. The soul dagger had gone through his heart. It was a soul wound. Even though Xiao Zetian had a peak annihilator's cultivation, there was no saving him. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Go, and never come back. Xiao Zetian looked at Xia Fei and struggled to say, Old Yi is autumn erudite. Xiao Zetian's head dropped to the side, and he stopped breathing. But his hand kept a tight hold of Xia Fei's hand, passing his spatial ring on to Xia Fei. The back of Xiao Zetian's ring had a picture of his wife, a woman with an elegant figure and heroic posture. Radix sighed. How could it turn out like this? How? All these guys deserve death. Sometimes, the truth was exceptionally cruel. Radix was already incoherent. He could not accept the cruelty of the situation. Even when faced with the threat of the dragons, the big shots of Annihilator had still schemed against each other. Xia Fei reached out and closed Xiao Zetian's eyes. This pitiful man had been passionate and righteous, trying his best to avenge his wife. But in the end, he had found that his enemy was right next to him. It was truly a great irony. Let's hurry and get out of here. To the 8th universe, Radix said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei shook his head. We can't leave. If we leave, we'll burden many people. Xia Fei let out Little Goldie, and after telling him some things and placing something in Little Goldie's mouth, Little Goldie grimly opened up a passage to dark space and departed swiftly. Radix was ghastly pale, saying to Xia Fei uneasily, Are you really going to do this? Xia Fei nodded. You must trust in my judgment. This is the only thing we can do. You're gambling with your own life? Radix bellowed. In a quiet bamboo forest, Autumn Erudite was waiting to hear from Xiao Zetian. Lu Shooting was keeping him company. A servant nervously entered the room, not even having time to announce himself. He nervously said, Old Yi, there are guests. Autumn Erudite was rather annoyed, casually saying, What are you so panicked for? Who's come? The five ancient apexes. Autumn Erudite and Lu Shooting were both surprised. Lu Shooting so surprised that he stood up. Speak clearly. Is it Vandas, Xia, Gregory, or Thunder? Autumn Erudite said, trying to stay calm. All of them. The servant frantically said. The 5 ancient apexes had all gathered. This was a scene he had never seen in his entire life. All of them. Even Autumn Erudite was standing up now, clearly very uneasy. Managing a smile, Autumn Erudite waved his hand and said, Since they're here, let them in. As he spoke, 4 people appeared in Autumn Erudite's little wooden house. They were none other than the other 4 members of the 5 ancient apexes, the strongest existences in all of annihilation. Autumn Erudite smiled. Sitting back down, he raised a hand and said, Please sit. What wind has blown all of you over in my direction? Our last meeting was ages ago, no? I thought you had forgotten all about me. Vandas, the leader of the 4, said, Send away all your people. What we have to say to you is very important. Autumn Erudite frowned, but seeing how resolved the other 4 were, he waved his hand and whispered, All of you withdraw 800 kilometers. Yes. Autumn Erudite's men received the order and left. Vandas glared at Lu Shooting and Autumn Erudite had no choice but to send his strategist away as well. Autumn Erudite shrugged and said politely, "Can you sit now?" All of them sat down, nasty grimaces on their faces. Vandes turned a screen on and said, "You don't need to ask why we came. Just watch this first." Curious, Autumn Erudite stared at the screen. This was a combat video which displayed the events in Britannia from Shane's point of view. When Yading spoke the truth, Autumn Erudite felt like he was about to explode. How? There were still survivors from the Heroes Alliance, besides the 5 of them. Finally, the video that left the Autumn Erudite horrified came to an end, and Shane's cloven body collapsed onto the street. Autumn Erudite, I'll be honest with you. It was I who ordered Xiozetian to be killed. If you hadn't appeared and protected him, this incident wouldn't have happened, Vandes said grimly. The Autumn Erudite dropped his head. Pinching his thigh, he said in a trembling voice, "Was Yading telling the truth?" "Correct. In order to entrap the fiend race, we developed the plan to divide the universe into 9 parts. Must I have Lord Azure Moon come here and personally explain things to you?" Vandes said. Autumn Erudite instantly looked much older. Azure Moon had been the leader of the Holy Light Dragoons at the time, the #1 hero of the universe. He was still alive? Autumn Erudite sighed. This news had completely overturned everything he knew, and he didn't know what to say. Autumn Erudite looked out the window and said weakly, "Was killing all those people really worth it?" "Worth it. Far too worth it," Thundercry proclaimed loudly. "Without that sacrifice, how could we humans and blue bloods have enjoyed eons of prosperity? Did you forget about the situation back then? Did you forget about how arrogant those fiend scoundrels were? Of the 4 great Dragoon legions, the Devil Shadow Dragoons had never lost once. And after that, even the Dark Moon Dragoons, which were made up of minor races, wanted to suppress our holy light. How could we bear it?" Autumn Erudite glanced at Thundercry. "So you knew about this as well? After all this time, all of you knew? Only I, Yi Zhiqiu, was left in the dark." Good. Thunder felt somewhat guilty. Back then, he had been Autumn Erudite's colleague in the logistics department and his subordinate. "You can't blame us for this. No one made you such a do-gooder. Moreover, your Yi clan had a marriage alliance with the fiend race, so we had to hide it from you," Thundercry explained. Autumn Erudite felt his heart growing cold. He felt like he had been an idiot all these years. All this time, he had been desperately trying to find out why the fiend race had suddenly betrayed the alliance. But he had been a fool, investigating something that everyone else already knew. "So, what did you come here today for? Did you come to laugh at me?" Autumn Erudite said coldly. Vandes frowned. "Old Yi, we didn't mean that at all. It was Lord Azure Moon who asked us to come and persuade you. Xiozetian was your proud disciple, but alas, he's dead now, and there's no salvaging this situation. But that Xia Fei is still alive, and he's your man. Lord Azure Moon said that he has been observing you for a long time and knew that you were not of one mind with the fiend race, so he wants you to rejoin the party. Of course, that is only if you are willing." The Autumn Erudite scoffed. He understood that they wanted him to prove his loyalty. Xia Fei was his man, so if Autumn Erudite killed him personally, he would prove that he could be trusted. But if Autumn Erudite wasn't willing, he would be killed on the spot. This was the Annihilation universe. For their own benefit, the Holy Light and Destiny Dragoons had gambled with the fate of the entire universe. Friendship? Affection? Such things had never existed in Annihilation. Thunder grew somewhat frantic. As an old subordinate of Autumn Erudite, he still felt very bad for hiding this matter from the Autumn Erudite for so many years. Thundercry feared that Autumn Erudite would read the situation incorrectly and oppose Azure Moon, so he hastily said, "Xia Fei is currently trapped in Britannia and can't leave, nor can he send out any messages. His death is inevitable. Since you were the one who brought him to Annihilation, personally sending him off is a decent end. This kid Xia Fei has now become a walking disaster. No one expected him to break the 100 million meter per second threshold. Ordinary warriors can't do anything to him, so one of us 5 has to go, and I feel like you are the ideal choice." Broke 100 million. Autumn Erudite was surprised, and his eyes glinted with a subtle light. Autumn Erudite felt only sorrow when it came to his former comrades. With his ability, it hadn't made sense for him to be stationed in the rear to manage the logistics department, and there was also Thunder. It was only today that the autumn erudite learned that Thunder had been together with him not because the logistics department needed manpower, but because Thunder was keeping an eye on him. What an enormous conspiracy. If autumn erudite had been on the front line, he would have easily detected that something was off, that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had been sold out and the Dark Moon Dragoons had all died. But the Holy Light Dragoons and Destiny Dragoons were almost completely unharmed. Originally, they had agreed that the Fiend race would move together with the Yggdragon's Yang clan, but at the last moment, the Yang clan had some sort of family emergency and had to go back. For this reason, the autumn erudite loathed the Yang clan, but now, it appeared that this had all been part of Azure Moon's plot. The autumn erudite's heart was in chaos. He closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Autumn erudite, Lord Azure Moon has already said that he still trusts you. So long as you are willing to personally take care of Xia Fei, Lord Azure Moon will agree to let you back in. Thunder said to the autumn erudite loudly, still holding some kind intentions toward him. Trust? Autumn erudite's heart twitched when he heard these words. The most despicable and shameless guy in the universe wanted to talk about trust with him? If he had known that this day would come, he would have rather died all the way back then. Vandas sternly said, Xia Fei knows too much, so he must die. We can still control him for now, so we've let him live, but if you're not willing to do it, one of us will have to go. Autumn erudite was startled. Vandas was right. Xia Fei was still alive because they wanted to see him kill Xia Fei with their own eyes. Otherwise, they just needed to destroy Britannia. One little Xia Fei wasn't deserving of the attention of these big shots. I want to see Azure Moon, the autumn erudite stated. Killing Xia Fei is Lord Azure Moon's only condition, Vandas replied. 72 hours after Xia Fei entered the well in Britannia, the vast central plaza on the surface. Boom! With a mighty crash, a huge fissure opened up, and Xia Fei pursued a dark figure as they jumped out. He was very fast, faster than all other speed warriors. A rainbow burst of light enveloped that fleeing warrior tightly, and then Xia Fei arrived and clove his foe in twain with the fiendish blade Nirvana. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j to support us. Like a stone that had been kicked to pieces, the drained warrior turned into dust and scattered in the wind. The fighting had been going on for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, the 29th place had been annihilated. Zero Office had been annihilated. Countless hidden warriors were now buried in the underground city of Britannia. A person in dire straits would often unleash unbelievable strength. In 3 days, Xia Fei had killed all his enemies, seizing all their energy. He was killing and cultivating crazily at the same time. Xia Fei's complexion was somewhat pale, and popping sounds like growing bamboo could be heard from his body. They were from the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. Spirit power had been infused into Xia Fei's body, stimulating every cell, driving them to crazily split apart and grow. The chilled ligament Ghost Valley was a kind of insane body cultivation method, and also an extremely effective one. Xia Fei was getting faster and faster. With his transcendent speed, he had all the initiative, even against opponents who were stronger than him. After breaking through the first rank of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, Xia Fei strode toward the second, but Xia Fei did not know how much time he had left. Britannia has no more people, Radix said grimly. This might be the signal for the general assault. It's possible, but no matter what, we have to hold out until the final moment, Xia Fei said, his eyes determined. Xia Fei had to stay here. The Annihilators thought that it had imprisoned Xia Fei, preventing the news from spreading, but they had forgotten about Little Goldie. As the king of dark space, Little Goldie was an extremely important ace for Xia Fei. In the most perilous of moments, Little Goldie could deliver messages for Xia Fei, and Xia Fei needed to stay here and delay the enemy. Look, Radix suddenly pointed at the sky in shock. 5 comets descended, landing right across from Xia Fei. Bang, 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 bang. 5 booms, 5 people, and 5 deep craters. Xia Fei's heart suddenly constricted. These 5 people had extraordinary strength. They were most likely the 5 ancient apexes from the Annihilation universe. They were here. The legendary 5 ancient apexes were finally here. Xia Fei looked at one of them and said, "It's you?" Coughing resounded through the empty plaza. Autumn Erudite was hunched over. It was clear that he was very weak. He wasn't physically weak, but instead mentally frail to the extreme. Autumn Erudite looked at Xia Fei and replied, "Yes, I am Jiqiu, the Autumn Erudite. My surname is Yi." On the side, Vandez said, "Don't waste time chattering. Kill him. Lord Azure Moon is waiting." Autumn Erudite glared at Vandez, his gaze sharpening. "I don't need you to tell me what to do." Vandez was furious and prepared to argue with Autumn Erudite, but Thunder pulled him back. "Old Yi has already agreed. We just need to watch." Vandez grunted and turned away. Xia Fei couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep drag from it, and blew a smoke ring. "What are you chuckling about?" Autumn Erudite asked. "I'm laughing at this idiot Xiao Zetian and how he trusted you. I might as well report to you that the 29th place and 0 office of the Black Ops Division battled in the underground city, and they've both been wiped out. I'm the only one who knows what's going on. If you kill me, no one will know. 5 ancient apexes? More like the 5 scoundrels," Xiao Laosher said callously, his tone harsh. Autumn Erudite's body swayed at these words, and his face turned even whiter. He whispered, "I've let you down, let down all of the 29th place." Xia Fei sneered, "My brothers of the 29th place won't have died in vain. I've already exterminated the 0 office, burying them along with my brothers." Autumn Erudite, "What you've truly let down is the universe. This is a debt you will never be able to repay." The Autumn Erudite gnashed his teeth. Xia Fei's harsh words aged him greatly, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. "Don't let him lead you astray. Xia Fei is a remnant of the fiend race. You need to kill him. Offer his head to Lord Azure Moon." Vanda spat out. Autumn Erudite let out a long sigh. He took a few steps towards Xia Fei and said, "My apologies. Today, I must take your life. Originally, since you were the last descendant of the fiend race, I planned to help you out, but in the end, I only ended up hurting you." Xia Fei erupted in laughter. Taking out the Fiend King's scepter and fiend lock, he sternly said, "First, my head in exchange for one of the 5 ancient apexes is worth it. Second, in the past, I didn't think that there was anything special about the fiends, but today, I'm very proud of them." Everyone looked weirdly at him, and then they looked at Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite waved his hand and said, "All of you, stand aside. This is a matter between me and Xia Fei." Vandez and the others grimaced, but they retreated about a dozen kilometers, leaving the entire plaza for Xia Fei and the Autumn Erudite. The Autumn Erudite extended his right hand to Xia Fei, gesturing at him to come over. "I heard you broke 100 million meters per second. Can you let this old man experience it?" "All right." Xia Fei pressed his body to the ground and charged. A cold light shot forth. Autumn Erudite lightly pushed out with his palm. The air became like an ocean, pushing Xia Fei back. This move didn't have much lethality, but it dropped Xia Fei's speed. As Peacock Blue shot out from Xia Fei's right arm, Autumn Erudite had already moved several steps to the side, just enough to dodge Xia Fei's attack. There are not many methods that can be used to fight back against speed, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Remember, speed is powerful because of its invincible offensive might. Offense is the only path speed types can embark on. As Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite clashed, a voice rang out in Xia Fei's ear. "Just now, I condensed the energy in the air. It's not hard to undo this move, but you first have to understand when I started to spread out my energy." Xia Fei was stunned. Autumn Erudite was clearly using a secret method to speak to him, but Xia Fei didn't understand why he was doing this. "Don't stand around. Keep attacking me. Use your speed to create distance, and then charge," Autumn Erudite said. "Vandez and the others are watching. You don't have much time." Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite were fighting, but strangely, the Autumn Erudite didn't seem to want to kill Xia Fei. Rather, it was like he was giving Xia Fei a final lesson. The people of Annihilation have been crazily thinking of ways to exterminate the fiend race, and they've studied even the broken wing Sky Devil, Paletooth, countless times. You are the attacker and I am the defender, so things will be different from my point of view. You simply need to understand my mindset, and once you do, killing me will be easy. I don't know what you're planning, but from studying the data, I know that if this was Paletooth, If he encountered this sort of spatial condensation ability, he would first cut away at the perimeter of the air that I control. Autumn Erudite spoke rapidly, not daring to waste even a second. In the distance, Vandes, Xia, Gregory, and Thunder observed the battle between the Autumn Erudite and Xia Fei. Vandes spat on the ground and darkly said, "What's the Autumn Erudite wasting time for? Why doesn't he use his secret art, absolute atrophy?" Thunder said, "Absolute atrophy is the Autumn Erudite's strongest secret art. He would probably feel ashamed if he had to use his ultimate move on only Xia Fei. Then he wouldn't be pushed back like this. I hate speed warriors. Xia Fei has already broken the limit, so he'll be fighting for a long time if he doesn't use the secret art," Xia said coldly. Gregory frowned and asked, "Perhaps Autumn Erudite really has gotten old and can no longer be given any important tasks." Thunder was furious. "All of you understand how strong the Autumn Erudite really is. Moreover, it was Lord Azure Moon who decided to welcome the Autumn Erudite back into the fold. Are you questioning his decision?" "We would not dare," Vandes coldly remarked. "We will naturally comply with Lord Azure Moon's words, but there must be a limit. 10 minutes. If Autumn Erudite doesn't end this battle in 10 minutes, we will personally take action." Thunder suppressed his rage and just grunted coldly. In this group of 4, it was only Thunder who still remembered the friendship they once shared and supported Autumn Erudite. The others wanted nothing more than for Autumn Erudite and Xia Fei to die together. People were sometimes very difficult to divide into good and bad. Take Autumn Erudite, for instance. The annihilation of the 29th place was inextricably linked to him, but he had also helped Xia Fei to a very large degree. As one of the 5 ancient apexes, Autumn Erudite had penetrating insight, and everything he was telling Xia Fei concerned the weaknesses of supreme experts. Those at the level of the 5 ancient apexes could harness unimaginable energy. Every strike was like celestial lightning descending upon the earth. But there were side effects to harnessing too much energy. It would make a warrior's offensive tempo slow, and there would be a gap between each attack. Of course, for other warriors, such a gap would be useless. Even if they could notice this gap, they wouldn't be fast enough to exploit it. But Xia Fei was different. He was currently the fastest existence in the universe. Faster than Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing, and even faster than Broken Wing Sky Devil Paletith's sole familiar, Wing. Speed was supreme. So long as Xia Fei was fast enough, he might not even lose to one of the 5 ancient apexes. Time was the greatest enemy of Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite. The remaining 4 apexes had only given them 10 minutes. Trying to increase his combat power to the level where he could deal with Thunder, Vandes, and these other old monsters in 10 minutes required both effort and comprehension. Gradually, the 4 apexes grew impatient. Autumn Erudite and Xia Fei had exchanged several thousand blows, but there was still no result. They hadn't even injured each other. This was like a play, and while what was happening on the stage was very exciting, it was all fake. "No, this is all wrong," Vandes darkly said. "Even if the Autumn Erudite has been away from the battlefield for too long, he shouldn't be wasting this much time on Xia Fei." The other 3 all expressed confusion. Even Thunder, who had been protecting the Autumn Erudite, had a gloomy face. It was clear that he also noticed that the Autumn Erudite's motives were not entirely pure. "No, I have to go over and take a look," Vandes shouted. The 4 apexes began to approach slowly, their faces grim as they stared at Xia Fei and the Autumn Erudite. "There's no time," the Autumn Erudite sternly said. "Use your speed to send me back." Autumn Erudite intentionally revealed a weakness to Xia Fei. As for Xia Fei, whether it was physically or mentally, he possessed heaven-defying speed. He suddenly exploded forward. Bang! A punch slammed into Autumn Erudite's belly, sending him flying. Whoosh! Thunder immediately jumped out and grabbed Autumn Erudite out of the air, placing him on the ground. "Old Yi, what happened?" Thunder said in shock. At this level of cultivation, everyone had extremely sharp eyes. Autumn Erudite had clearly been distracted there, allowing Xia Fei to seize the weakness and get in a punch to the belly. Secretly, the other apexes had thoughts of killing Autumn Erudite. It was clear that they felt that Autumn Erudite was intentionally losing to Xia Fei. Autumn Erudite was ready for this. He struggled to his feet and looked up helplessly at the sky. All these events have had far too great of an impact on me. Even now, I still can't believe that my brothers would deceive me for so many years. Thunder went red in the face, and the killing intent from the other three lessened. Battle, especially against speed warriors, required focus, and Autumn Erudite's excuse was quite believable. Of course, if he had said that he was no match for Xia Fei, the others would have immediately turned on him. After saying this, Autumn Erudite inwardly grew anxious. There had been a very obvious opening just now. If Xia Fei had seized this chance where the four apexes were distracted to attack, they could have worked together to kill one of them. But Xia Fei didn't do such a thing. He was staring in disbelief at his fist, as if he had comprehended him something. At that moment, Xia Fei had received some sort of enlightenment. Autumn Erudite had been passing on a single concept to Xia Fei this entire time. He had to strike quickly, faster than ever before. Everyone knew that speed couldn't hit its maximum limit from the very start. There was a process of acceleration before that. This was why Xia Fei preferred oblique acceleration. Sprinting in a curved line allowed him to accelerate very quickly. But at that moment, Xia Fei felt something very different. These changes came from the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. After what could be called a freakish physical stimulation and reinforcement, Xia Geng's body was tougher than before, able to endure greater pressures. And crucially, it seemed like spirit energy was acting as an accelerator. Speed relied on physical cultivation, and spirit energy was mental energy, so the two should have been unrelated. But Xia Fei had just discovered that when his body was brimming with spirit energy, and then he accelerated, his entire body felt like it had ignited. "Xia Fei, what are you doing?" Radix called out. Xia Fei raised his head, his eyes inconceivably bright. "I think I've discovered a secret." "What secret?" "The chilled ligament Ghost Valley doesn't strengthen only the body." At this moment, the five ancient apexes had already surrounded Xia Fei. The Autumn Erudite was secretly very concerned. He and Xia Fei were far weaker than their foes, and they had just missed out on an excellent opportunity. This made the battle very difficult. Vandes looked at Xia Fei in disdain. "The fiends have no right to continue living in this universe. Today, my old brothers and I will send you on your way. Xia Fei, you should feel fortunate to die at our hands. You have to understand that your ancestors died under the demonic talons of the Megadragon race. Not only were their bodies pulverized, even their souls were violated. The dragon race has the ability to make puppets from the bodies of sapient life forms. Alas, the fiend race are not among them. I speculate that the fiends must have been used by the dragon race in experiments and were violated over and over." Ha ha ha. There was an explosion of laughter. They seemed to be very proud of the fact that they had sold out the fiend race. Thunder glanced at the Autumn Erudite and said, "Out of respect for the Autumn Erudite, I will leave your corpse intact." He had barely finished speaking when Xia Fei suddenly attacked. He wasn't going to wait for death, instead rushing at Gregorii, the weakest of the five ancient apexes. It was a fierce charge, as if Xia Fei had been set aflame. In addition to the fiend energy and the broken wings, he also began to unleash a ghostly green flame. As if he was riding a lightning bolt, Xia Fei shot forward. Bang! Gregorii hadn't expected Xia Fei's attack to come that fast. He extended his fists to block and instantly clashed with Xia Fei's fist, which was infused with the power of the law of primal chaos. There was a burst of crackling. Whoosh! The others reacted rather quickly, immediately accelerating so that they could surround Xia Fei. But after making this attack, Xia Fei had already retreated back to his original position. It was the exact same position, as if he had never even moved. Everyone was stunned. Xia Fei had attacked and returned with absurd speed. Like a bouncy ball, he had shot out and came back. Gregory howled. Being taken by surprise by Xia Fei was utterly humiliating. Ode to Heaven. The white horse is king. The twin deer tread upon green snow. Vandes took out a scroll and began to read loudly from it. With a whoosh of energy, the scroll unfurled. Vandes' right hand brushed lightly across the scroll, and 3 streams of energy emerged and transformed into 3 monsters. This was the ultimate technique that Vandes was so proud of, applying his will and control to energy. The exotic beasts created from this energy were even more formidable than mythical beasts and holy beasts. At Vandes' cultivation, He could control 3 energy beasts at once. One was a white horse, and the other 2 were one-horned deers with green hides. Just as the energy beasts were about to take form, Xia Fei suddenly attacked again. He was traveling at more than 100 million meters per second. Even more frightening was that Xia Fei didn't need to accelerate. He was at maximum speed from the first step. Just like before, Xia Fei's body blazed with a crackling green flame. It pushed forward like a rocket, providing him with extra propulsion. Critical strike. Xia Fei had even given this short-distance rocket attack a name. Bang! This punch slammed into Vanda's scroll, instantly obliterating it. After thwarting his enemy, Xia Fei fell back. His critical strike was fast enough, an insane speed. And it wasn't because Xia Fei was unwilling to use this combat technique to kill his enemies. Rather, it was because Xia Fei had only just discovered the secret of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, so each strike was very light and couldn't deal lethal damage. Vandes was flabbergasted, as was everyone else. Vandes threw down the destroyed scroll and roared, "With me." In truth, the scroll was just an act Vandes put on. By taking out the scroll and then creating the energy beasts, others would be mystified and awed. Alas, Xia Fei didn't give him the chance to flaunt his power. With one punch, he had destroyed Vandes' important prop. The 5 ancient apexes had surrounded Xia Fei, and so their power was many times greater than if they had been fighting individually. Autumn Erudite saw how bad the situation was, so he turned and lunged at the Xia. Autumn Erudite understood the special attributes of each of them. Xia was also known as the Lurker of the Dark Night. He would normally not say anything, but his methods were the most insidious. He was skilled at sneaking around and striking from the shadows. In open battle, speed types had the advantage, but masters of stealth like the Xia could ambush their targets at any time. Thus, Autumn Erudite decided to deal with this silent old monster first. Autumn Erudite, have you gone crazy? Thunder saw Autumn Erudite beginning to fight with the Xia and cried out in shock. You don't need to ask. Autumn Erudite is a traitor. Kill the 2 of them. They will die without a grave today. Vandes bellowed. Vandes, Gregorii, and Thunder encircled Xia Fei. Iron Fur Slash. Thunder roared. He took out a giant soul weapon, which looked a little like an iron fir tree. It was more than 100 meters long. Thunder raised this tree-like weapon savagely, and then he began swinging it crazily at Xia Fei, stirring up a storm. But attacking a speed warrior like Xia Fei wasn't easy, and that wasn't even considering that Xia Fei had achieved a whole new level of speed. He just needed to move, and he would create a series of explosions with his motion, akin to firecrackers. With this explosive speed, he was able to shoot all around the plaza. He could appear on the left, and then on the right. Bang, 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 bang. Xia Fei was randomly bouncing all around, like a ball in a box, and he was getting faster and faster. Xia Fei frequently collided into Vandes and the others, but as Xia Fei had only just begun to use the critical strike, all he had was speed. He was sorely lacking in strength, so the collisions dealt were not lethal. Vandes waved his hand and said, "Ignore his speed. It's all flash and no substance. There's no offensive power to them." His meaning was very clear. They needed to take Xia Fei's attack and use the chance to counterattack. After all, Xia Fei's killing power had plunged when he became that fast. That was exactly what Xia Fei wanted to see. Upon hearing Vandes' words, Xia Fei took out the Fiendish Blade Nirvana and Fiend King Scepter from his spatial ring. The air began to howl as, Fiendish Blade Nirvana and Fiend King Scepter in hand, Xia Fei began to accelerate again. The enemy was no longer dealing with his fist, but with the lethal Fiend Blade and the Fiend Lock. Rumble. Xia Fei locked onto Vandes, the strongest of the 5 ancient apexes, and also the hardliner with the loudest voice. Vandes could vaguely make out 2 dark objects in Xia Fei's hands. While Vandes had been the most brazen with his words, he did not dare to underestimate Xia Fei. In actuality, no one had ever dared to underestimate a speed warrior. The 29th place had been annihilated, but Xia Fei was still alive. That was proof of just how powerful speed types were. Even against the 5 ancient apexes, Xia Fei showed no fear. With his transcendent speed, nobody could stop him. Vandes thrust his hands out with a bang, a white ball, like a cloud, gathering in his palms. Vanda's ultimate skill was energy control. He could make energy do anything he commanded. If he had no weapon, he could make one from energy. He could even use energy to create life forms that could move. That was just how powerful his energy control was. This was a ball of the purest energy. Any being would find it difficult to break through its wall of spirit energy. However, Vandas had gotten the wrong idea. Xia Fei was someone who took hold of an advantage when he saw it. Cutting down Vandas would naturally be great, but if he couldn't do that, absorbing some energy was perfectly fine. Swoosh. Nirvana swept across the energy that Vandas had laid down, devouring it crazily. It left part of the energy for itself, and another part it offered to its master, Xia Fei. Huh. Vandas was stunned. He quickly jumped to the side and shouted, "Take formation." Whoosh. Vandas, Xia, Gregory, and Thunder assembled into a square formation. They seemed to be intending to use an area attack so that they could take down Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite together. Nirvana had already finished absorbing Vanda's energy. Xia Fei licked his lips, his eyes erupting with light. After killing and extracting energy for 3 whole days, Xia Fei had emerged from those countless battles incredibly strong. His energy reserves had returned to 1 million units. Be careful. They didn't want to break the seal around Britannia, so they hadn't been using their real strength before this. Autumn Erudite whispered to Xia Fei. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j to support us. The 5 ancient apexes couldn't be that weak. It was just that Vandas and company were worried that Xia Fei would run off if the seal was broken. At their level of power, a slight overexertion could sunder the earth. There was no way that seal could hold against the attacks of the 5 ancient apexes. Take them down in one blow. Vandas shouted. What if we end up breaking the seal? Gregory exclaimed worriedly. He didn't want to see Xia Fei run away. After all, this was someone who could travel at more than 100 million meters per second. Once Xia Fei entered the larger stage that was the universe, it would be very difficult to capture him. Forget about it. Do you not fear Lord Azure Moon's wrath? Vandas rebuked him. The other apexes all froze. Vandas was right. Xia Fei escaping the seal was scary, but Azure Moon was even scarier. Azure Moon, Mu Tianbai. These two were respectively the commanders of the human race's Holy Light Dragoons and the Blue Blood race's Destiny Dragoons. In terms of ruthlessness, who was more ruthless than those two? The once supreme Devil Shadow Dragoons and the Dark Moon Dragoons who had once surpassed Holy Light and Destiny had ultimately been unable to escape the scheming of Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai. Even if the 4 apexes had to die, they were unwilling to face the wrath of those 2 old monsters. Whoosh. The aura of the 4 apexes instantly began to rise. Energy waves pulsed through the air, stirring up a storm. The winds blew so fiercely that it was difficult to stand. Get ready. They're about to attack. You have to leave the moment you see a chance. We're no match for them. Autumn Erudite whispered, his brow deeply furrowed. Xia Fei was startled. Energy was everything to a warrior. Xia Fei didn't know how much energy existences on the level of the 5 ancient apexes could have, but from the current situation, it was probably a terrifying number. What's the key to dealing with speed? Vandas asked loudly. Control. The other 3 loudly replied. Thunder was the first to make a move. He spread out his arms and then brought them together. Like a giant stirring up the seas, the entire planet instantly fell into turmoil. All of Britannia and its buildings instantly collapsed. Autumn Erudite, you've let me down. Rather than watching you become a traitor, it would be better if you died at my hand. Thunder shouted. Thunder had ceased to have any affection for Autumn Erudite. All he had was seething rage. He had treated Autumn Erudite like a brother, but Autumn Erudite had chosen to stand on Xia Fei's side. Xia Fei was of the fiend race, an eternal foe. At the same time, Xia disappeared from Xia Fei's vision, while Vandas and Gregory appeared to his left and right. These were truly comrades in arms who had worked together for many years. Once they started moving, they had everything. Energy control, sneak attacks, and flanking maneuvers. 1,000 leaves fall, and all things wither. Autumn Erudite shouted as his face turned cold. He assumed a strange posture, one hand pointing at the sky and the other hand pointing at the earth. In a flash, it felt like all life had been sucked away, and this ruined city became even emptier. It wasn't just Britannia. The entire planet seemed to be stripped of life. It stopped turning. Autumn Erudite. He was so powerful. With one move, he had made a planet stop cold. The earth cracked and fissured. Technique? When it came to this level of attack, what did technique matter? These were all moves that could massacre lives. One move could take tens of thousands of lives. Take an entire star system's life. Experts who had no inhibitions were true devils, a nightmare for the entire universe. Such vast power, incomparably vast power rumbling all around them. As Autumn Erudite's face turned paler and paler, Thunder's face grew darker and darker, and the entire planet began to crack apart. The legends said that the strong were said to be able to destroy stars with one strike, but that was to demean their existence, for this contest was only just beginning. Britannia was finished, as was the entire planet. Countless pieces of stone flew into the air as the entire planet shattered, becoming a meteor shower that blotted out the sky. Whoosh! As the world collapsed, Xia Fei's body erupted with fiendish flames. Xia Fei exploded forward like thunder, slamming into a dark silhouette that had been rapidly approaching his back. Not daring to leave any room for error, Xia Fei struck with all his power, using 200% of the power of the law of primal chaos. This dark silhouette approaching him from behind was Xia, the expert who excelled at sneak attacks. Nirvana, Peacock Blue, the Fiend King's Scepter, Furball, the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei used everything at his disposal. Everything was thrown at Xia. Bang, 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 bang. The clamor of battle was deafening, but this all-out battle was completely drowned out by the clashing energies of Autumn Erudite and Thunder. Autumn Erudite knew how powerful his opponent was, so he used everything he had. Not only did he have to hold out against Thunder, but also Vandez and Gregory. Black Snake Dance. Lightning Slash. Vandez and Gregory moved to Autumn Erudite's sides and attacked in unison. Vandez's skill lay in energy creations and energy control. In his hands, formidable spirit energy became like modeling clay. He could shape it into anything he wanted. As for Gregory, his ultimate technique was much simpler. He could release an energy blade, a void blade that was even larger than a planet. Whoosh! The forming black snake was larger than a planet, as was the lightning slash. It was like giants were battling. Their attacks outsized planets. Papa. Warships that had been hidden throughout the area began to appear. The shockwaves created by the clash between the 5 ancient apexes were too frightening, forcing these warships out of stealth and driving them into each other. And then they bounced off the walled space of the universe like bullets. 2 warships crashed into each other in a blinding and deafening explosion, only adding to the tension of the battle. The potential of sapient life forms had no upper limit. In the first exchange of this battle, the star system in which Britannia existed had been annihilated. Wherever the fiend blade points, gods and demons will be slaughtered. Xia Fei shouted the slogan of the Skywing clan as he battled against Xia, unleashing countless fierce attacks at him. The power of critical strike was frightening. It allowed Xia Fei to move at more than 100 million meters per second from the very start. Speed at this level was the ultimate manifestation of brute strength. This was critical strike. The usage of spirit energy to stimulate the body into reaching the very limits of speed. Xia Fei was making so many attacks that even he didn't have time to keep track. All he needed to do was attack as fiercely as he could. If one punch wouldn't do, then he would make 10,000. And if 10,000 didn't kill, he would make 1 million. And 1 million wasn't enough. He would send in Peacock Blue, Nirvana, Furball, and all of his other violent little helpers, getting 1 million punches from each. In short, Xia Fei was going all out. He was showing no mercy, relying on his faster speed to take Xia's life. Behind him, Autumn Erudite was engaged in a grandiose battle, but Xia Fei didn't care. His target was only the man in front of him. He sought to kill only this man. Crazy. The 5 ancient apexes had gone crazy. Xia Fei had also gone mad. Drain it all. Autumn Erudite snarled fiercely. His ability was to drain life. The fiendish blade Nirvana also drained life, taking the lives of others to strengthen itself. The more it drained, the stronger it became. But Autumn Erudite's technique was one of frenzied cancellation. He used his own energy to cancel out the energy of others. The more he canceled out, the weaker he became. Vanda's black snake withered while Gregory's space-shattering blade of energy weakened. The Autumn Erudite was using his own life force to cancel out this energy. At the same time, he was canceling out the energy of 3 super experts. Let alone the seal. In the face of this battle, even this star system had ceased to exist. This was what it truly meant to be strong. A fight between normal people might end up hurting bystanders, but a clash between the 5 ancient apexes could destroy worlds. It was impossible to describe in words the power and horror of this scene. After all, in the first exchange, an entire star system had been annihilated. Whoosh, whoosh. Vandes, Gregory, and Thunder bent over and panted for breath. In the distance, Autumn Erudite had a nasty scowl. His clothes were in tatters, revealing his copper-colored skin and muscles. Such a healthy body was rather incongruous with his old and wrinkled face. Ha. Autumn Erudite made a weird laugh. You didn't expect this, did you? You couldn't defeat me in the past, and you still can't do it now. Xia Fei has already cured my illness. Autumn Erudite turned to look at Xia Fei. Despite his bold words, Autumn Erudite actually knew that he was trading his life for time, and there wasn't much time left. In distant space, it appeared like someone was setting off fireworks. Amid flashes and explosions, Xia Fei was still attacking Xia. Using his unreasonable and frenzied attacks, he had brought the fight out of the star system, and he showed no signs of stopping. With a rumble, the final punch landed. This fist was packed with the power of the law of primal chaos as it finally broke through Xia's defense, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. This was Xia Fei's famous mad dog tactic. He just kept fighting and fighting and fighting until he had punched through his enemy. The fiendish blade Nirvana tumbled through the air and clove through Xia of the 5 ancient apexes. His life was stolen away, his body darkening and then crumbling to pieces. This was the power of the fiendish blade. It was the most vicious vampire, sucking away the blood of everyone it struck, whether god or demon. It wanted their lives. As Xia's body returned to the dust, the survivors were left in disbelief. Xia Fei, who had only 2 soul marks, had kicked one of the strongest experts of annihilation out of the star system and then used the insidious fiendish blade to suck him dry. He was a god from the annihilation universe, and yet he had died such a miserable death. Critical strike. Xia Fei roared, and his body once more erupted with those ghostly flames. He shot out, returning from the perimeter of the star system back to Autumn Erudite's side. Broken wings, fiendish energy, and ghostly flames made for a very eye-catching figure. He didn't seem human at all. He was a pure demon, particularly that critical strike. There was no need for any speeding up. He could instantly start moving at 100 million meters per second, shooting over like a cannonball, exhibiting the power of speed to the maximum. Even the 5 ancient apexes couldn't dodge. There was also Nirvana, the immemorial mystical armament, Holy Beast Shatterstar, and the Fiend King Scepter. This group of formidable weapons served as Xia Fei's hidden aces. Autumn Erudite smiled very sincerely at Xia Fei as his voice sounded in Xia Fei's ear. I used up all of my strength in the last attack. I won't be able to last for very long. Xia Fei didn't reply. He could already tell that Autumn Erudite had sustained very severe internal injuries. Thunder and Vandes looked strangely at Xia Fei. Suddenly, the 3 of them backed away quickly, staring hard at Xia Fei's Nirvana. The fiendish blade was now cloaked in a thick cloud of black energy, as if it had been pulled out from some swamp of the underworld. This black fog was like fat, so thick that it was on the verge of dripping from the blade. Clang, clang, clang. The universe resounded with the intense ringing of metal, and in the middle of the cacophony, Nirvana began to transform. Nirvana was changing. It wasn't getting any larger, but its 8 snowflake blades were turning into 10. 10 blades. A 10-bladed weapon. The bizarrely shaped blades extended in a circle from Nirvana's main body. A ruthless energy spread out, and Nirvana lost its last bit of light, turning blacker and blacker until it had fused with the darkness of the universe. This was the 10-edged fiendish blade. It had evolved. After absorbing the life of an ancient apex, It had received a massive stimulant and began to grow rapidly. In numerology, 10 was perfection, and the two hands had 10 fingers. Could this be the ultimate form of the fiendish blade Nirvana? It appeared that after Furball had reached the apex and Peacock Blue had been fused into its complete form, Nirvana didn't want to be left behind and had finally revealed its ultimate power. This was a sign that Xia Fei had become extremely strong. Although there had been a number of other factors and coincidences involved in the killing of Xia, he was dead regardless. Xia Fei already had the ability to kill gods, the strongest warriors of this universe. The Fiend Blade's evolution was not beyond reason, completely in line with its sinister and insane nature, but it had left Vandes and the others utterly stunned. The fiendish Xia Fei and his innumerable fiendish weapons. What sort of existence was this? People with sharp eyes might have already realized that there was no one normal under Xia Fei's command, and that included Xia Fei himself. He had taken a path of growth that no one else had walked before. Express delivery driver, librarian, and last Devil Shadow Dragoon. Now he was a godslayer. As a member of the ancient fiend race, he had slain a god of the human race. On the other side, Vandes shook his head and smiled bitterly. I really didn't think that this battle would be so difficult. Nor did I think that Xia, who even survived that final battle against the dragon race, would die here. Too humiliating. Far too humiliating. Vandes roared in fury. The other two scowled with him. It was one thing for the three of them together to not be able to take down Autumn Erudite. After all, the Autumn Erudite was very powerful, and his absolute atrophy ultimate skill had a long and ancient legacy. But there was no excuse for Xia being slain by Xia Fei. To put it bluntly, Xia was an assassin, the ancestor of all assassins. Xia Fei originated from an assassin school, and he had killed the grand ancestor of his lineage. This outcome was earth-shaking. Vandes clenched his teeth and swung his arm down. The seal has been broken. We can't let Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite escape. Whoosh! Countless warships appeared in space, and they quickly began to converge. It turned out that the Black Ops division had several layers of defense around Britannia, far more people than Xia Fei had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei and Autumn Erudite were tightly surrounded. Come with me. Xia Fei grabbed Autumn Erudite so that they could quickly escape. The Autumn Erudite bitterly grimly. I can't go. Absolute atrophy had made my body extremely fragile. High speeds will make me fall apart. Xia Fei was stunned. Everything had its price. And while Autumn Erudite had seemingly been able to hold out against the attacks of Vandes, Gregory, and Thunder, he had paid an enormous price for it. Their enemies had surrounded them. There were warriors constantly jumping out from the warships and joining the ranks. As the saying went, 2 fists found it hard to go against 4 hands. Dealing with this number of enemies would be truly difficult. There was no problem with Xia Fei leaving the battlefield. After all, he had a heaven-defying speed. But that meant that Xia Fei would have to give up on the Autumn Erudite, which he didn't want to. Forget about me. Go. Autumn Erudite roared and pushed Xia Fei away, upon which he once more assumed that strange posture. It was clear that he planned to use his last bit of strength to suppress all the warriors here. Absolute atrophy made all things wither and shrivel up. Autumn Erudite's eyes turned red like those of an enraged bull. After being deceived for so many years, Autumn Erudite was already dead inside. He was determined to have a final settling of accounts with these traitors. Vandes waved his hand and urgently ordered the fighters, attack! Attack! Don't let that old scoundrel Autumn Erudite use his ultimate move. Whoosh! Countless lights flashed, all of them lethal long-range attacks. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and unleashed his Fiend King Scepter. Infused with 1 million units of energy, the scepter flailed wildly in the air, neutralizing all those long-range attacks and creating constant explosions in space. Alas, Xia Fei's defense was not exactly watertight, and it was impossible for him to stop the simultaneous attacks of so many people. There was no time. Xia Fei had to make a choice, stay or leave. Suddenly, a passage to dark space opened, and a mighty dragon flew out with a roar. Its wings unfurled to a span of 800 kilometers. Its roar sundered the heavens. Yangguang, king of the Yggdragons, had arrived. His vast dragon wings danced like thunder, creating cosmic tornadoes that tore through the surroundings. Those encircling warriors were all swept up and sent to the heavens. The Skywing's business. Unconcerned people should scram. The second wave emerged from dark space, the Skywing Wolf Pack. The speed maniacs instantly joined the fray, slaying everyone they met. At times, they moved separately, and at times, they joined together. Any warrior the wolf pack surrounded, no matter how high their rank was, would die. Such a high-speed formation's every attack had peerless strength. And there was a third wave. Myriad beasts thundered into the sea of stars. Under Yangwang's leadership, the innumerable mythical beasts of the Eighth Universe had entered the battlefield. Numbers? No one could compare to the numbers of beast kind. They were like a sea, boundless and endless. In the space of a few seconds, Vanda's forces had gone from holding the initiative to being on the defensive. The combined power of the Igdagons, the Skywings, and the mythical beasts was just too fierce and too brutal, too numerous. Crunch, crunch. Several mythical beasts circled around and opened their mouths wide, instantly tearing a warrior into chunks. Similar incidents took place all across the system. An enormous rhino even overturned an enemy warship. Withdraw. Retreat. Vanda's face was dark as he gave out the orders. Alas, his forces were in a complete rout. They were facing the unreasonable Igdragons, the unreasonable Skywing clan, and an unreasonable mythical beast horde. Only a minority of them were able to escape. The vast majority were ruthlessly torn apart. In the chaos, Little Goldie and Su Luanbu appeared next to Xia Fei with a whoosh. Little Goldie rushed into Xia Fei's embrace, panting for breath. During the last 3 days, Little Goldie had been running around for all he was worth. Finally, at the very last moment, he had brought the reinforcements from the Eighth Universe. Xia Fei petted Little Goldie. This little guy didn't know how to talk, and he only dumbly stared at Xia Fei, not willing to move in the slightest. It was clear that Little Goldie had used up all his strength in order to deliver the message to Yangwang. Su Luanbu grabbed Autumn Erudite and threw him on his shoulder, saying, "Let's go. God's Eden is ready to leave at any time. Your precious wife is waiting for you there." Xia Fei nodded, asking, "What about your master?" Pointing at the sea of stars, his eyes twinkling, Su Luanbu said, "He's carrying out the second phase of your plan, together with Lady Han Xiao and the 4 soul familiars." The Annihilation Universe, the planet Guffrin. Very few people knew of Guffrin's existence, and even fewer knew that this was where the 3 great warehouses of the fiend race were located. At this moment, this peaceful and mostly unknown planet was being turned upside down. Chu Jingfeng, Han Xiao, and the 4 fiend race soul familiars were massacring their way through the planet. Lady Han Xiao waved her hand and ordered coldly, "Kill them all. No survivors." Han Xiao was always smiling, and people thought her personality was meek and inconspicuous. Only Yangwang understood how formidable his wife was. When Lady Han Xiao stopped smiling, the enemy would already have 1 foot in the grave. When Han Xiao unleashed her power, Chu Jingfeng and the 4 soul familiars were awed. This mother dragon was truly something else. When she went crazy, the earth was littered with bodies. Chu Jingfeng and the 4 soul familiars didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Following Han Xiao's orders, they kept their heads down and just killed. With rumbles of power, the 3 warehouses were busted open, one after another. Smiles stomped on the head of an enemy, sending blood and brains flying. "Take away everything inside the 3 warehouses," Lady Han Xiao ordered. Xia Fei's plans had always been crazy and meticulous. The first phase involved Xia Fei holding down the 5 ancient apexes, while Little Goldie delivered his secret message and led the Skywings and Law Realm forces to assist him. This was the second phase, stealing all the treasures in the 3 great fiend race warehouses. In Xia Fei's mind, a counterattack had to be a counterattack to the end, a most thorough and complete counterattack. This is an important area of the Annihilation Universe. All intruders are to be executed. An Annihilator expert saw that the fiend race warehouses had been broken open, and he immediately led a force to intercept the attackers, roaring at Lady Han Xiao. Plush, plush. Lady Han Xiao revealed her true body, and those warriors all went crazy. They didn't know the distinction between the Yggdragons and dragons. They really thought that the dragons had staged a counterattack on Annihilation. As for that impressive war god, Han Xiao had torn him to shreds. Then she spat the remains on the ground in a pile of meat paste. What important area of the Annihilation universe? The belongings of the 3 warehouses of the fiend race never belonged to them. Han Xiao hissed viciously. The surviving warriors immediately ran for their lives. Dragons were simply far too terrifying. The intense dragon Qi left everyone uneasy and made their legs tremble. In the face of this savage mother dragon, all of them fled desperately. Chu Jingfeng swallowed. He had never imagined that the genial Lady Han Xiao would have such a savage side. What are you standing around for? Go and keep an eye on the 4 soul familiars. Don't let them pull any tricks. Han Xiao snarled at Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng was startled, and cold sweat drenched his back. He hastened off to Warehouse 1 to take inventory and stow the items in his spatial ring. In truth, Han Xiao had overestimated the boldness of the 4 soul familiars. The savage and fiendish mother dragon was extremely intimidating. The 4 soul familiars didn't dare to try and defy this crazy woman. The 3 warehouses were soon emptied. Han Xiao glanced at the empty buildings and then ordered loudly, "Let's go." With a whoosh, her wings unfurled, each one 400 kilometers long. Han Xiao led Chu Jingfeng and the 4 soul familiars back to the 8th universe. The Shattered Star System of Britannia. This was Yang Ji's first time taking part in a battle of this scale, and he was very excited. He majestically led a group of mythical beasts to Xia Fei's side and said, "My dad said that you're going to leave with us to a very fun place, but he didn't tell me exactly where. Could you maybe secretly tell me?" Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://bom.so/sbgmia, to support us. Xia Fei smiled. "I don't think it's a fun place at all. Clean up the battlefield. Let's get ready to withdraw." Yang Ji nodded. "It's fine if you don't say anything. It keeps the excitement of adventure. In any case, I'll find out soon enough." "Haha, I'm finally going on an adventure." Yang Ji happily shouted, and then he let out a roar. Although it wasn't as deep and majestic as his father's roar, it was enough to intimidate the other mythical beasts. The beasts began to shuffle back and enter dark space. Xia Guqing led the Skywings to Xia Fei's side. The Grand Ancestor said nothing, only patting Xia Fei on the shoulder before departing. "Huh." Xia Guanghai smiled at Xia Fei and said, "The Grand Ancestor has it hard. After holding that secret for so many years, it was finally exposed. Let him be alone for a while. Right? It's a good thing you drafted that retreat plan ahead of time. All of your people have been evacuated." Xia Fei joined everyone in entering dark space. Inside was a whole row of giant mythical beast eagles, lined up like battleships, each with a wingspan greater than 100 kilometers. Such majesty. "We were able to get here so quickly entirely because of these great pungs under Yang Wang's command," Su Luanbu told Xia Fei. Fiend race, mythical beasts, Yggdragons, humans. The bizarre army rumbled off into dark space. Their destination, the 8th universe. The 2 groups returned to the 8th universe at almost the same time. They had encountered few obstructions on the journey back. Lady Han Xiao had her usual smile as she led Xia Fei to see the treasures stolen from the 3 great warehouses. On the side, Chu Jingfeng was pestering Yang Wang with questions about how Yang Wang had managed to survive having such a fierce wife. "Very good. Keep all these things here. They will be very useful." Xia Fei and Lady Han Xiao turned to go back to the main hall, but the 4 soul familiars barred Xia Fei's path. "We've done as we agreed, but you must give us the Iron Book," Wing said sternly. Xia Fei replied, "I've always kept my word." "As if," Gale retorted. Xia Fei chuckled and asked, "Then do you guys have a better plan? If you could find the medicinal Cauldron Prince's Iron Book, would you have agreed to my conditions? Moreover, even if you have the Iron Book, it's useless without the Jade Dragon Frost. Thus, I advise all of you to quietly wait here. I will fulfill your desires." The 4 soul familiars were rendered speechless. The reality was very clear. They had neither the Iron Book nor the Jade Dragon Frost. They really didn't have any option except working with Xia Fei. In the main hall of Yang Wang's palace, many people had gathered. The Sky Wings, the Aurorians, the Law Realm leaders, the 4 soul familiars, Chu Jingfeng, the mythical beasts, and so on. It was a very chaotic scene. Xia Fei told Yang Guang to organize his own subordinates, asked Chu Jingfeng to treat Autumn Erudite, and then he went off alone to God's Eden. Avril was looking curiously around the mystical garden, little Yu at her side. The two of them were seated on a rock underneath a tree when Xia Fei arrived. Little Yu tactfully chose to leave. My apologies. I really couldn't leave you at home. That would leave me very uneasy. But it will also be very dangerous if you follow me to my next destination. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he spoke. Avril smiled casually. There's no need to apologize. I will go wherever you go. Xia Fei asked, how are Charlie and the others doing? Avril replied, according to the shelter plan, they've gone to the mech race's hidden dimension. They shouldn't run into any problems. The shelter plan was a contingency that Xia Fei had drafted many years ago so that his people could withdraw if any sort of major incident were to occur. But Xia Fei hadn't expected a day that the shelter plan would need to be implemented would actually come. It had to be understood that this plan involved countless people, with even the Earth being pulled into the mech race's hidden space. Chen Dong, Moon Song, Charlie, Wulong, and everyone else related to Xia Fei had disappeared from the universe and would stay that way until Xia Fei announced that the alert had been lifted. So long as the alert remained in place, they would not leave the hidden space until they died of old age. At this time, Yang Wang began to arrange for people to board God's Eden. God's Eden was enormous, and only a small portion of it was being used. There was still a large region that could be used to station troops. Avril was stunned at the grandiose sight of a vast horde of mythical beasts flooding into God's Eden. Then there were the Yggdragons. Although they could take human form like Yang Wang, they were very clumsy, like giants. Chu Jingfeng and Su Wanbu kept a close eye on them for fear that they would trample the plants. The eighth universe was home to an enormous number of beasts, far more than God's Eden could hold. Thus, Yang Wang only brought his people and his most powerful and highest-ranked mythical beasts. Those savage fellows all gathered together were truly quite intimidating. Avril couldn't help but make a face at Xia Fei, whispering, "It seems like you're up to something pretty big." Xia Fei nodded. If I succeed, I'll turn the entire universe upside down." Avril's eyes brightened, for Xia Fei was once more exuding his extremely serious aura. Whenever Xia Fei got serious, his aura would undergo a massive change, which Avril loved about him. She looked at Xia Fei with a burning gaze, her heart beating faster and faster. Turn the universe upside down, Avril nervously thought to herself. She knew that she had married an unusual fellow who often did unconventional things, but he was being absurdly unconventional this time. A man who said something as treasonous as turning the universe upside down might not be a good man, but he was definitely a crazy man. Xia Fei left Avril and Little Yu in the garden and ran over to help Yang Wang and the others organize the troops. Fortunately, while Yang Wang's subordinates were beasts, they were very obedient. If they were given a designated location, they would remain there and not mess around. Oro, the Sky Wings, and the Aurorians were stationed in another region. Temporary buildings were quickly erected for them to live in. Xia Fei's sudden move to call out everyone he trusted had drawn no objections from these people, only more trust. They believed that Xia Fei would not do such a thing for no reason, but all of them speculated as to their destination and discussed why Xia Fei had gathered such a great force. After some thought, Xia Fei walked up to Oro and said, "The Skywings and Aurorians are my family. There's no way they can stay where they were, as Annihilation would target them. The same isn't true for you guys. Annihilation might not seek you out to cause trouble." Oro glared as he shouted, "Kid, what are you saying? Are you shunning this, Oro? There's no need to talk. Wherever you go, I go. Trying to drive me away? Don't even think about it." Oro's voice was rather loud, and he drew a lot of laughter from the people nearby. Xia Guqing, his back to Xia Fei, shot him a glance, telling him that he shouldn't worry about Oro. In the Law Realm, the Lionheart race was on best terms with the Skywing clan. If they didn't bring along Oro's people, there was a high chance of them being purged. Xia Fei exhaled in relief and scanned the area. He had mustered all the combat power he could. He had assembled all of the power that he could trust. Old brothers and new comrades in arms. He had truly pulled out everything. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. Turning around, Xia Fei strode toward the very front of God's Eden. He swung his right arm, planting peacock blue in God's Eden and linking with the control system. With a shudder and rumble, the enormous God's Eden, the supercarrier created by the 4 sky devils, was setting off. God's Eden moved extremely fast. In just 20 hours, it had arrived at its destination. This was a cosmic gate, pitch black and bottomless, like a fathomless abyss. Xia Fei stopped the ship and turned around. At this moment, everyone had gathered at Xia Fei's side to hear his plan. Besides Yang Wang, Xia Guqing, and Chu Jingfeng, nobody knew where they were going or what they were doing. His eyes grim, Xia Fei swallowed and scanned the crowd. In a deep voice, he said, "First of all, I must tell everyone this fact. My Skywing clan are descendants of the fiend race." Everyone paled. No one had expected Xia Fei's opening words to be so provocative. "Our Skywing clan is actually a descendant of the fiend race." Xia Fei stood at the highest point of God's Eden as he spoke. "Yes, the one you know about, the fiend race that betrayed the Annihilation universe, the fiend race that was wiped out forever from the universe." His words were a considerable shock. Of course, this didn't mean that everyone would start hating Xia Fei once they learned about who the Skywings really were. Rather, they were shocked that the Skywing clan had such a complicated history. After a pause, Xia Fei went on. "But the truth is often not what most people know. I recently learned that the fiend race did not betray Annihilation. Rather, it was the so-called powerful beings of Annihilation who betrayed our ancestors. The universe was fractured into 9 regions, and the fiend race's Devil Shadow Dragoons were sealed together by Annihilation's experts into the universe of dragons. While those so-called experts were sipping tea in their homes, the fiends were all alone in the dragon universe, fighting to the death with the mega dragons. This was the plot of the Annihilators. The most shameless betrayal. Everything was in an uproar. This was the first time the vast majority of them had heard this news, and it was just too shocking. They were stunned by the despicable methods of Annihilation and stunned by the tragic situation of the fiend race. Screw them. Those scoundrels deserved death. Oro bellowed furiously. The others were in no better state. Xia Fei called these guys his brothers precisely because, while they acted strangely, they were all true men. Xia Fei had never evaluated people based on their background or race. Little Goldie and Furball were beasts, but Xia Fei still considered them his brothers. What he hated the most were those people who talked about justice but acted like criminals. "Impossible. Xia Fei, you're lying," a girl suddenly shouted, her voice filled with rage. Everyone looked up. Fuqian and Ulan were escorting Xiao Yi and Xiao Qian over. They were Xiao Zetian's only surviving family, and Xia Fei had determined that there was no place in Annihilation that could shelter them. Thus, he had Fuqian go and get them. As for Ulan, he was Fuqian's good brother that he could never abandon, and Fuqian had probably asked him to come. Xiao Yi, her face swollen and red, came up to Xia Fei and angrily said, "I don't believe you. The 5 ancient apexes are the most respected people in the universe. How could they sell out the fiend race and put the entire universe in extreme danger?" Xia Fei shook his head. "Child, you are too pure." Xiao Yi grew even angrier. Someone acting like her elder despite being only a few years older was truly an unpleasant situation. Waving his hand, Xia Fei moved half a step to the side, inviting out Autumn Erudite, one of the 5 ancient apexes. Autumn Erudite stroked Xiao Yi's head, his mind in a very complicated emotional state. Xiao Zetian had died because of him, and the 29th place had been wiped out. All of this left Autumn Erudite's heart greatly pained, so he felt great pity toward Xiao Yi. "Child, do you know who I am?" Autumn Erudite asked. Xiao Yi shook her head and looked at the Autumn Erudite questioningly. The old man possessed an extraordinary aura, but she didn't understand where this aura came from. Raising his head, Autumn Erudite let out a long sigh. He said grimly, "As you have brought up the 5 ancient apexes, I must confess that I was once one of the 5 ancient apexes. My surname is Yi, and all of you know me as Autumn Erudite." There was a unified gasp from those there. Everyone was in an uproar. One of the 5 ancient apexes was in God's Eden. This was unbelievable. Moreover, Autumn Erudite was the most famous of the 5 ancient apexes, possessing a noble status and shocking combat power. Gazing into the sea of stars, Yi Zhiqiu spoke in a pained and raspy voice. Everything Xia Fei said is true. Back then, Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai colluded together and made sure that the Fiend race and Dark Moon Dragoons took all the misery. After saying this, Autumn Erudite was clearly no longer able to repress his emotions. He dropped his head and sat down on the side, his eyes full of sorrow. Xiaoyi found it impossible to believe her ears. Since even Autumn Erudite had said it was true, then it seemed that the truth really was as Xia Fei had described. A group of seemingly dignified experts had deceived the entire universe. Xia Fei had been planning to tell Xiaoyi about what had happened to Xiao Zetian, but he felt like telling her now was too cruel, so he restrained himself. Fiend race or no fiend race, I don't care. But I'm sick of the faces of those old scoundrels. Xia Fei, tell us what to do. Our Lionheart race will heed your orders. If you want people, we'll give you people. If you want our lives, we'll give you them. Oro proclaimed loudly, displaying his brainless attitude. Whoa, the whole of God's Eden was riled up. Even the two zombies were clenching their fists in indignant rage. An enormous bellow resounded through the universe, instantly silencing God's Eden. You are seeking death. The voice was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. Autumn Erudite immediately stood up when he heard this voice, his face turning pale. Two divine armies appeared. One was made of humans, and the other was made of blue bloods. Giant banners waved in the universe. These were none other than the Stormcloud banner of the Destiny Dragoons and the Rising Sun banner of the Holy Light Dragoons. The Dragoons. They were the ancient Dragoon armies. Each army had one person standing in front of them, one wearing black armor and the other wearing blue armor. They proudly stood there, exuding intimidating auras. Yi Zhiqiu grit his teeth and said, It's Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai. Xia Fei was startled. Azure Moon was the lord of the Holy Light Dragoons, and Mu Tianbai was the lord of the Destiny Dragoons. If the five ancient apexes were the gods of Annihilator, these two were the super gods of Annihilator. It was they who had sold out the Fiend race and purged the Dark Moon Dragoons. Unexpectedly, they had chased his forces all the way here. Trying to leave? It's not that easy. Azure Moon said loudly. The Annihilation universe is ours. I might as well tell you that I've already intercepted all the signals you send out to the rest of the universe. Back then, I joined with my brothers to exterminate the #1 Devil Shadow Dragoons, and we can exterminate little small fry like you. Chu Jingfeng groaned inwardly. He had his own channels in the Annihilation universe, and he had already sent out messages containing the truth, but Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai had intercepted them all. This meant that the warriors of the Annihilation were still in the dark, and no one knew about what had happened in the past. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! The two Dragoon forces roared in unison, their cries shaking the universe. Truly, these were the elites of the former Heroes Alliance. The finest of the finest from these two forces had been assembled. Each one was in existence on par with the five ancient apexes. Azure Moon raised his sword and pointed at the distant God's Eden. It appeared that he was about to give the order to charge. The two Dragoon forces were far too powerful. While Xia Fei had the likes of Yang Guang, Chu Jingfeng, and Autumn Erudite on his side, in terms of pure strength, his side was definitely much weaker than the two Dragoon forces. After all, these were all hidden experts. These thousands of Dragoons were each as strong as Autumn Erudite. The thought of clashing with this kind of army filled one with despair. There was zero chance of victory. Grief and sorrow filled God's Eden, particularly among the mythical beasts with their innate senses. They dropped their heads and wailed in despair. At this moment, Xia Fei stepped forward and let out a strange laugh, mixed with cunning and madness. It was as if Xia Fei had anticipated this situation. Peacock Blue trembled, and then God's Eden began to accelerate toward the abyss below. While the garden was vast, it was incredibly fast, the round saucer plunging rapidly. Whoosh! Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai moved in unison, accelerating toward the God's Eden while long-range attacks streaked out like comets. Goodbye. Xia Fei's furious roar resounded through the universe. The abyss below was a cosmic gate. Normally, a cosmic gate had a boundary, a seal, but for some reason, God's Eden passed through the gate like a stone sinking into water, leaving its pursuers far behind. The mystical garden made by the four sky devils had saved them all at this crucial moment. The boundary essentially didn't exist to God's Eden. The two dragoon forces had no choice but to stop and could only helplessly watch as Xia Fei and the others disappeared. Whoosh! God's Eden entered an unfamiliar region of space. Xia Fei's group had left Annihilator and entered a whole new universe's space. In the distance, a giant eye-dominated space, looking over all beings. It was simply impossible to describe the eeriness and grandeur of that eye in words. This single eye occupied more than half of the star region. Everyone was stunned by the sight, and the mythical beasts wailed bitterly, unwilling to look directly at the penetrating eye. Xia Fei, what is this place? Xia Guqing asked in wonder. Yang Guang answered grimly. The ninth universe, the smallest and most mysterious of the 9 great universes. That eye is called the Eye of Primal Chaos. Everyone naturally trusted in Sunlight's words, but nobody understood what the Eye of Primal Chaos was or why it was there. Xia Fei had God's Eden advance, his expression brimming with excitement and tension. He loudly said, "Now that we're here, I can tell everyone the plan. We're heading to the 7th universe, the universe of dragons, where the mega-dragons live. The territory of dragons." Xia Fei, you've really gone crazy. Oro bellowed. Even though he was used to Xia Fei's unconventional manner, this was far crazier than Oro had expected. Going to the universe of dragons was simply unimaginable. No, I haven't gone crazy, Xia Fei grimly said. I've already received word that the fiends did not perish in the 7th universe, and they are still battling with the mega-dragons. Their battle has persisted for countless eons. The battle is still red-hot. Su Luanbu said in shock. Is that why you had Lady Smile plunder the fiend race's 3 warehouses? Correct. This is my plan, Xia Fei declared loudly. We'll deliver the weapons we plundered to the universe of dragons. We'll join up with the last of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and then come back from the universe of dragons to annihilation. And then, everyone said, utterly shocked. Revenge. A frenzied revenge. I want those scoundrels to know what it means to avenge every wrong. Xia Fei proclaimed coldly, an icy light in his eyes. The fiend race had not perished. The Devil Shadow Dragoons still stubbornly lived on. Even while they were jailed in the universe of dragons and had battled with the mega-dragons for eons, the banner of the Devil Shadow Dragoons still stood tall. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were really something else. What sort of formidable existence were they? Hurrah! Hurrah! After Xia Fei had announced that fact, God's Eden resounded with frenzied cheers. Even the unreasoning beasts were infected by the air of excitement and roared lustily. Guts and power. As expected of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. As expected of the strongest force in the universe. Even the normally irreverent Su Luanbu praised them as he clenched his fists. I'd rather die with those true men that hold up the world rather than live together with those hypocrites. Oro bellowed excitedly. How refreshing. I definitely have to see such fierce people. Fighting alongside them will be the greatest honor of the Lionheart race. To battle. Let's battle to our heart's content. Whether it's the mega-dragons or annihilators. Anyone who stands in our way dies, whether gods or demons. The former patriarch of the Aurora clan, Wistful Clotho, the old monster who had been in seclusion for many years, felt the blood pumping through his veins. Ever since he had learned the truth, Xia Fei understood why that commander of the Hell Brigade had such a loathing for the fiend race, and also why he had said that he had seen the fiend race's army 2 years ago. The reason was the Devil Shadow Dragoons. These heaven-defying warriors were like unkillable cockroaches, possessing unyielding and lofty characters. The schemes of Azure Moon had put the Devil Shadow Dragoons and the Mega Dragon race together in the 7th universe for countless years, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons had battled against the Mega Dragons for just as long. These crazy warriors knew nothing about despair, knew nothing about concession. In desperate straits, they stubbornly fought on. Everyone roared crazily. Even when they knew that they were heading for the universe of dragons and were about to face the wrath of these terrifying beings, it still couldn't change their original intentions. This would be a historic battle, a battle for glory. In the universe of dragons, an old man and a youth were waiting at the cosmic gate. The cosmic gate was above them, as black as a black hole. The young man was called Little Five, and the old man was called Feng Tingyu. They were of the fiend race, and protecting the cosmic gate was their mission. Little Wu looked up at the cosmic gate and whispered, "Grandpa Feng, do you really think someone will come in through the cosmic gate? This is the universe of dragons, the nest of the mega dragons. Isn't coming in here suicidal?" Feng Tingyu had no eyes, as they had been injured by Dragon Qi in battle with the dragons and were unhealable. A bright red scar crossed his old face, but Feng Tingyu still raised his head and glanced upward. "They will, so long as someone knows that the Devil Shadow Dragoons still exist," Little Five said. "Then, will there be people who know about us?" Feng Tingyu replied, "Perhaps so, or perhaps not. Young man, what's the point in thinking about so much? Watching the cosmic gate is our mission, whether someone comes here or not. We have to carefully watch for any activity here." Little Five nodded sullenly. They continued to sit at the base of a lonely black mountain, looking around at the bleak region of space around them. Suddenly, a giant round plate silently dropped out of the black hole. God's Eden. The garden made by the four sky devils had the most advanced plant cultivation system in existence, and it was also an extremely fast supership. The warship was very bizarre, capable of silently passing through the cosmic gate and all of its boundaries. Like a ghost, it didn't make a single sound. Little Five excitedly jumped up and shouted, "Grandpa Feng, someone really came through the cosmic gate to the universe of dragons." Feng Tingyu was a Devil Shadow Dragoon, and when he wasn't blind, he had been a very powerful Devil Shadow Dragoon. Thus, he had been able to sense exactly when God's Eden had arrived. Standing up, Feng Tingyu stepped up to the peak of the mountain in a few steps and said in a majestic voice, "This is a Devil Shadow Dragoon outpost. State your name and purpose." The mountain shuddered, as did all of space. A blind old man was able to shout with such power. It really made one reevaluate him. As Xia Fei and the others entered the universe of dragons, they were stunned by the universe's darkness and gloom. It was as if this universe had been through countless calamities and had been deprived of its life force long ago. Space was black and the planets were black. All was dead and still. Suddenly, a person shouted through the stillness, making everyone tremble. Upon closer inspection, they saw two people standing upon a tall black mountain on the planet closest to the cosmic gate. One old and one young, tall and short, both of them wearing tattered combat armor. Despite his shabby appearance, the old man had an impressive aura, one that he seemed to be born with. As he called out the name of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, his voice carried a supreme pride. "Dragoons, Devil Shadow Dragoons, our ancestors." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several people shot out of God's Eden. They were Xia Fei, Xia Guqing, Chu Jingfeng, and Yang Wang. When they saw the faces of these two dragoons, they almost broke into tears. The old man had worn his suit of combat armor for many eons, and it was shabby as shabby could be. As for the youth, he was wearing an adult suit of armor that had barely been mended up. For countless eons, the Devil Shadow Dragoon had been without reinforcements or resupply and had to battle against the wicked dragons in the seventh universe. Their equipment was in the worst condition possible, no different from a beggar's. Even so, they still had their pride. That old man had no eyes, but he exuded an aura that made him too intimidating to directly look at. This was a legendary Devil Shadow Dragoon, a warrior of steel who would never fall. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing saw Little Five's extremely unfitting suit of armor and wailed. This child had been born in the dangerous universe of dragons, born on the battlefield, and had grown up on the battlefield. From the first second he had been born, death had been his companion. When other children were throwing tantrums, the descendants of the Devil Shadow Dragoons were struggling with death. Prosperity, playgrounds, snacks, love talks, watching movies. Little Wu had experienced none of what a young man should have experienced. All he had was this shabby suit of ill-fitting armor and endless battle. Sobbing instantly filled the air. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had once been the most glorious army of the universe. It was impossible to imagine what they had been through, impossible to imagine how they had managed to keep fighting in these circumstances. Yang Wang hugged the old man and then pounded his chest while tears ran down his face. "I should be blamed. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have believed Azure Moon's words. I deserve death. I should have been coordinating my movements with you. Lady Hanxiao wept silently alongside him. The young Yangji didn't understand what was going on, but he was in disbelief that these two beggar-like people were actually legendary Devil Shadow Dragoons. There was also Chu Jingfeng. He was embracing his disciple Su Luanbu, and the two of them were having a good cry. There was also the Skywings. In this scene, even these tough wolves lost control of themselves. While crying, they loudly roared their greetings. As for Avril, Little Yu, and many other people, they had already been reduced to tears. Who are you all? Feng Tingyu asked curiously. I'm a descendant of the Chu clan of God's Eden. My name is Chu Jingfeng. This is my disciple, Su Luanbu. Chu Jingfeng said hastily. The Chu clan? The caretakers of God's Eden appointed by the Sky Devils. You're really from the Chu clan? Feng Tingyu was stunned and reached out a hand, feeling Chu Jingfeng's face. I am Yang Wang, the king of the Yggdragons. Yang Wang wiped his tears and spoke in his draconic voice. King Yang Wang, it's really you. Feng Tingyu was given another shock, grabbing Yang Wang's hand as he spoke. Yang Wang replied, It's me, it's really me. I'm here, and all of the Yggdragons have come with me. Feng Tingyu could hardly believe his ears. For so many years now, the Devil Shadow Dragoons had been facing everything alone, but now, reinforcements had finally arrived. And from the look of it, it was a powerful force. Feng Tingyu grabbed Xia Fei's hand and asked him, And what about you? You feel very familiar to me. I am the Annihilation Universe's last Devil Shadow Dragoon and a descendant of the Fiend race. My name is Xia Fei. Xia Fei spoke in a serious voice, and while he hadn't cried, his eyes were already red. The last Devil Shadow Dragoon? How could you be the last one? Could it be? Feng Tingyu still thought of the universe as being in the era where the Fiend race dominated and the Devil Shadow Dragoons trampled over all. He had no idea that the Fiend race had been completely purged from the universe. The Skywings were the last remnants of the Fiend race. Everyone didn't know what to say, their heads dropping in sadness as they found themselves unwilling to be the bearers of bad news. It's okay. So long as you're here, it's okay. The Devil Shadow Dragoons will never fall. Even less so now that we have such mighty reinforcements. We'll teach those wicked Megadragons what real power is. Feng Tingyu said loudly. Xia Fei clenched his fists and whispered, Not just the dragons. All our enemies will pay. Lady Hanxiao took out 2 new sets of armor and passed them to Feng Tingyu and Little Five. Little Five had never worn anything new in his life, so he compulsively stroked the suit of well-fitting armor with his dirty hands. The battles had been too intense. The dragoons suffered casualties every day and needed new suits of armor every day. A young man like him could only wear armor that had been refused by others. A suit of armor that was nothing much in the Annihilation universe became the most precious gift Little Five had received in his entire life. No wonder you were able to get through the 1.28 million boundaries on the Cosmic Gate. You came in using God's Eden made by the Sky Devils. Feng Tingyu grew very excited after he entered God's Eden. The garden hasn't just been activated. We've even managed to rejuvenate God's Eden. Chu Jingfeng supported Feng Tingyu as he spoke excitedly. Stunned, Feng Tingyu gasped excitedly. How did you manage to do it? God's Eden fell into ruin ever since the Sky Devils left. How did you manage to get this far? Chu Jingfeng pointed at Xia Fei. It's all because of Xia Fei, this last descendant of the Fiend race. He repaired God's Eden, and he also brought all of us here. He is our leader. To call him their leader was somewhat exaggerated, but nobody refuted the claim. Not even Yggdragon King Yangwang or Skywing Patriarch Xiaguqing. After some thought, Xia Fei said, We can discuss the matter of God's Eden later. We should first join up with the main force of dragoons first. Okay. Feng Tingyu said, I will take you to the 7 Stars Steel. The last base of the Devil Shadow Dragoons is there. God's Eden set off, loaded with reinforcements and ready for battle. The 7th universe was still the universe of dragons, where the Megadragons lived. Guided by Feng Tingyu, Xia Fei carefully moved God's Eden, avoiding areas dragons were known to frequent. This warship made by the 4 Sky Devils was rather strange, moving across space like a shark. No matter how fast it was moving, it made no sound, as if it was one with the sea of stars. The warriors in the garden were brimming with energy. Although the Mega Dragons were cruel and powerful foes, nothing could get a warrior's blood pumping more than a fierce battle. Everyone knew that this would be a battle to the death. If the Mega Dragons were able to get out of the seventh universe, their families would all be doomed. Moreover, the news that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had held fast against the Mega Dragons for eons indicated that this strongest army of the universe was still there. Now that they had reinforcements, everyone felt like they might have a chance against the Mega Dragons. Of course, there were still some people who weren't that happy, like the Four Soul Familiars. They obeyed the Sky Devils, but as they didn't like being commanded by others, they had a very stiff relationship with the Fiend race. When they arrived at the 7-star Steel, they might even get into an argument with the Devil Shadow Dragoons there, a thought which gave Xia Fei a headache. We have to be careful starting now. We're around 30 minutes away from the 7-star Steel. In order to keep an eye on us, the Mega Dragons have placed many spies nearby, Feng Tingyu said grimly. Xia Fei nodded. He asked curiously, Elder, you can't see with your eyes, so how can you know everything so clearly? You have a precise grasp on everything from the coordinates to flight speed. Before Feng Tingyu could reply, Little Wu piped up. Grandpa Feng is a formidable searcher. He's like a super radar. Even if he can't see, he can clearly observe his surroundings. That's why the Dragoons gave the two of us the mission of keeping an eye on the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was taken aback. If Little Five was telling the truth, Feng Tingyu had to be capable of using the law of search to an absurd level. This was truly the most fiendish Dragoon force, home to all sorts of monsters. Xia Fei suddenly had an idea and called over Xia Geng. He said to the best searcher of the Skywing clan, Xia Geng, this grand ancestor is a searching master. If you have the time, you should go and learn something from Grandpa Feng. Xia Geng quickly nodded in agreement, and Feng Tingyu patted Xia Geng on the shoulder in satisfaction. To speak frankly, for Xia Geng to have reached this level at his young age indicated that he was very talented. Suddenly, Feng Tingyu froze, and then he frowned as he looked into the distance and called out quickly, Not good. A night owl. The beast noticed us. Where? Xia Fei asked urgently. 11 degrees in front of us. But it's too far. Have someone skilled in long-range attacks come out. See if they can strike it down. Feng Tingyu replied quickly. Xia Geng was startled and hastened to find the ancestors of the Aurora clan. Those old fellows were experts in long-range, wide-area attacks. But then there was a bang, and Xia Fei shot off in a blast of ghostly flame, closing the distance. Distance had never been a problem for speed warriors. This was the first time many people saw Xia Fei's critical strike. The powerful technique could instantly push Xia Fei to his maximum speed of over 100 million meters per second. With his strange broken wings, black fiend energy, and green ghostly fire, Xia Fei became the strangest comet in the universe, dazzling to behold. Xia Geng slapped his head and said awkwardly, I forgot that Xia Fei could travel at more than 100 million meters per second. A small matter like this doesn't need anyone else. Clap. Two powerful hands gripped Xia Geng's shoulder. Feng Tingyu's disheveled hair had exploded. He demanded loudly, Say that again. Xia Fei can travel faster than 100 million meters per second. Yes, Xia Fei's maximum speed really does exceed 100 million. We Skywings are all speedsters, but none of us is as fast as Xia Fei. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing has mastered the law of speed, but he's still not even half as fast as Xia Fei. Xia Fei is the fastest of the Skywings, perhaps the fastest in the universe. Xia Geng declared proudly. A speedster, one who can travel faster than 100 million meters per second at maximum rank. Feng Tingyu was on the verge of madness, leaning back and laughing loudly. The heavens have not forsaken me. A speed warrior. These are truly formidable reinforcements. The Devil Shadow Dragoons have held the 7-star Steel for countless epochs, and the truly powerful reinforcements have finally arrived. Feng Tingyu asked excitedly. Since their peak rank, those two should both be Fiend Wings, right? Am I right? Am I right? Xia Geng sighed. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing has a pair of Fiend Wing, but Xia Fei is very unfortunate, for his Fiend Wings are broken. He's a broken wing. Feng Tingyu cried out in joy, and then he fainted. By that point, Xia Fei had already caught up to that monster known as a night owl. It was a dark creature with an appearance like that of a dragon, though much smaller than a mega-dragon, and it was extremely fast. Whoosh! The five-colored peacock blue erupted out like the hand of a sky devil, seizing the night owl. The night owl was a savage creature, turning its head to Xia Fei and roaring, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Quite the fierce fellow, Xia Fei remarked angrily as he frowned. Sprack! The Nirvana fiend blade chopped the night owl to bits and sucked its essence blood, turning it to dust. With Origin of Heaven, Xia Fei looked around and determined that there were no other threats. In a flash of motion, he returned to God's Eden. All of this had taken place in the span of only a few seconds. By this time, Chu Jingfeng had already revived Feng Tingyu. He grabbed Xia Fei's hand and said nothing, so excited that he was on the verge of tears. What's going on? Xia Fei asked. Xia Geng replied. I said that your fiend wings were broken. Old Feng might have been so saddened that he fainted. Xia Fei was speechless. It wasn't like he could do anything about his broken fiend wings. Moreover, while his fiend wings were broken, his speed hadn't been reduced, so it was no big deal. Why was this old man so heartbroken about it? The night owl is dead. Feng Tingyu asked first. I killed it, Xia Fei confirmed. Very good. The night owls are a draconid variant. They are spies for the dragons and most wicked. Killing one will reduce the threat to 7 stars steel. Make a turn up in front and enter the nebula. There, you will find 7 stars steel. Feng Tingyu directed him. Whoosh! As God's Eden broke through the nebula, it came up on a large planet. Upon this planet stood several enormous stone steels. There were 7 steels. The first was the shortest, standing at around 100 kilometers. The 7th was the tallest, exceeding 1,000 kilometers. The round steels were lined up as if they were a stairway to heaven. Each steel had an image of a star carved in it, the lines simple and harsh, exuding an ancient majesty. This is the 7 stars steel, an important node of the universe and the last fortress of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Feng Tingyu proclaimed sternly. Many bunkers had been built up around the 7-star steels. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had always set up bases, both for areas they were garrisoned in and even when they were on the march. Countless bunkers ringed the planet, making the defense watertight, and surrounding space had even more defenses, many hidden with the dark nebula. God's Eden floated in the air as Xia Fei and the others disembarked. The dragoons of 7-star steel had heard the news, and many resting dragoons were already waiting to see Xia Fei and the others. They cheered and embraced the newcomers. It was clear that the dragoons had had a very hard time. Their faces were weathered, and their armor and weapons all showed signs of being repaired many times. It had been too long. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had been holding the 7th universe for too long. Even though they had brought a vast amount of supplies with them, over the many years, they had all run out. Xia Fei's group's arrival was like a delivery of coal in the middle of a blizzard, propping up the faltering dragoons and injecting them with a stimulant. Yang Wang. It's really King Yang Wang. And someone from the Chu clan. The Chu clan that protects God's Eden. Old Yang Wang and Chu Jingfeng had deep connections to the Fiend race and the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons quickly warmed up to them. Xia Fei ordered the treasures of the Fiend race's 3 great storehouses to be brought out, and everything distributed to the warriors. Xia Fei had plundered those storehouses precisely because he had predicted that the Devil Shadow Dragoons would be lacking equipment. The Fiend race's warriors were naturally most comfortable when using the weapons of the Fiend race. Isn't this your clan's symbol? I remember that you left this armor for your son before setting out. You even bragged about it to me, saying that it was forged from 1,000 kilos of cold iron and that it was priceless. Why is it here? A warrior had spotted a familiar suit of armor and asked his comrade about it. The bearded Fiend race warrior was stunned, and then he hugged the armor while calling out his son's name. Everyone was speechless. From the moment the Devil Shadow Dragoons were locked up in the 7th universe, Annihilation had executed a cruel, genocidal plan. They had purged the remaining fiends from the universe. The treasures of the 3 great storehouses had been collected from all the various clans, and the owners of those items had naturally suffered tragic fates. Yang Wang and Xia Fei looked at each other and sighed. With no other choice, Yang Wang told the living dragoons everything he knew. Upon learning of the fates of their loved ones, the last Devil Shadow Dragoons all became crazed demons. Their eyes turned red. While the warriors had been struggling valiantly at the front line, Azure Moon and his pack of scoundrels were stabbing them in the back. How could one endure this? How could one endure it? The armor and weapons were cleaned, and then they were laid out on the ground while the surviving dragoons wept bitterly over their loved ones. Each piece of equipment was a life, an innocent life. At this moment, that bearded warrior, his eyes red, equipped the suit of armor that had belonged to his son. "Captain, what are you doing?" someone asked. "What's the point of grieving? I will wear my son's armor and kill all my enemies. Exterminate those annoying dragons. Even if I have to destroy this universe, I won't be stopping. This will be the best way to remember my loved ones. Let our enemies pay in blood." The weatherman spoke savagely. "Yes, blood for blood, blood for blood, blood for blood." Murderous intent erupted. Waves of sound swept through the world. It was like the unstoppable fiend army from eons ago had reappeared. At this moment, 3 people rushed out from the distance, the blind Feng Tingyu following behind them. It appeared that Feng Tingyu had called them here. An old man walked at the front and shouted into the crowd. "Which one is Broken Wing Xia Fei? The warrior who can travel faster than 100 million meters per second." Xia Fei took a few steps forward and answered, "I'm Xia Fei. And you are?" "Raksha, Ding Hai." "This old man is Nalan Wufa," the elder at the front declared with a majestic demeanor. At the base of the 7-star stele, Xia Fei's party was invited into the headquarters of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Compared to the former glory of the fiend race, the current Devil Shadow Dragoon headquarters was very crude, though it remained as complicated and intricate as ever. Numerous star maps and coordinates were hung up on the walls. The famed tacticians of the Devil Shadow Dragoons planned out their war against the dragons here. A fong was hanging up on the wall, which drew a lot of interest from Xia Fei. This fong was extremely sharp and took up an entire wall. Xia Fei couldn't help but stare at it. "That is a dragon fong. Our brothers extracted it from a megadragon. Before killing a megadragon, we will pull out one of their fangs." "You're only looking at one of them," Raksha said grimly, his hands held behind his back. A dragon's fong. Everyone was stunned. It seemed like the Devil Shadow Dragoons had, over the countless epics of battle, killed more than just one megadragon. Without any reinforcements at all, they had held on and delivered impressive results. The combat power of this force definitely wasn't all talk. "Please sit." Nalan Wufa waved his hand at them. Xia Fei, as a junior, had planned to sit at the very end of the table, but to his surprise, the 3 Devil Shadow Dragoon chiefs staunchly refused to let that happen. They insisted Xia Fei be seated at the chair closest to theirs, such that he was sitting next to Yang Guang. "Sit closer. We have many important things to ask you," Nalan Wufa said. Xia Fei nodded. They appeared to be very interested in him. General Ding Hai frowned and asked him, "Was everything said about the Annihilation universe true?" Everyone nodded helplessly. The 3 chiefs of the Devil Shadow Dragoons sighed. The ill-tempered Raksha went purple in the face as he clenched his fist. Seeing that the mood was off, the bald Ding Hai quickly changed the topic. "Xia Fei, your speed exceeds 100 million, and you have a pair of broken wings." Xia Fei nodded. Nalan Wufa asked, "Can you show it to us?" Xia Fei stood up and made a critical strike move. He instantly shot over to the door and then returned to his seat. This was naturally a very short process, but it was enough for the 3 big bosses to see Xia Fei's speed and the 2 broken wings on his back. Nalan Wufa exclaimed in shock. "It really is speed that surpasses 100 million meters per second. Do you know exactly how much it is?" After some thought, Xia Fei replied, "It's definitely past 100 million. If I went at full strength, I should be able to exceed 120 million, but I still need some time for training and strengthening." Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpsin6j to support us. Nalan Wufa and the other 2 exchanged looks and then nodded slightly. Xia Fei asked curiously, "Why do you care so much about my speed? Is it important?" "Important. Extremely important," the composed Ding Hai replied swiftly. Nalan Wufa looked around at all of them and went on. "It is not that I am disrespecting the rest of you, but we currently are facing a dire shortage of speed experts. The Devil Shadow Dragoons inherited their tactics from the Sky Devils. As you know, The first of the Sky Devils was the broken-wing Sky Devil, Paletooth. Thus, Devil Shadow Dragoons without speed warriors were like horses that are missing a leg. We didn't have many speed warriors to start with, let alone maximum rank existences, and we must also consider the pressure placed on speed warriors. Gathering intel requires speed warriors, and combat also requires speed. Given how much risk they put themselves in, losses are inevitable over time. After a pause, Nalan Wufa added, "Alas, speed depends on talent. Even if one does their utmost to nurture a warrior, if they have no talent, they will find it very difficult to become a speed warrior. I will be frank with all of you. In a battle with the wicked dragons a few days ago, our last warrior, who could travel faster than 10 million meters per second, was lost. We are at our most dire moment, and your people came at the perfect time." Ding Hai smiled. "Wufa, our brothers had only just arrived. We might be telling them too much. Brothers, why don't you go and rest?" Xia Guqing and Yang Wang hastily refused, Xia Guqing saying, "A lack of speed warriors is no problem at all. The Skywings have inherited the law of speed, and there are 21 of us who can travel faster than 10 million meters per second. If the army needs it, we can go onto the battlefield at any time." 21 people. The Devil Shadow Dragoon chiefs were stunned, disbelief on their faces. And those 21 people didn't include Xia Fei and Xia Guqing. For the imperiled dragoons, this was an unbelievable fortune. At this moment, Yang Wang suddenly said, "Since you have the surname Nalan, then you should be a descendant of Nalan Hangu and Nalan Sheng. Where are they? Why haven't they come to see me?" "Shoo." Nalan Wufa paled, and he whispered, "Dragon King, I will be honest with you. Our Nalan clan was tasked by the Sky Devils with the duty of managing the dragoons. Our Nalan clan has always done everything in its power to protect the fiend race. Back then, 43 of my brothers were with the army, but I am the only survivor." Everyone was moved by these words. Before leaving, the Sky Devils had awarded the Ding and Nalan clans shared stewardship of the fiend race. The Ding clan managed the affairs of the fiend race while the Nalan clan managed the dragoons and served as the military force. As for the Rak clan, it provided assistance wherever it was needed. Although there was a Rak, a Ding, and a Nalan among the 3 chiefs of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, they were no longer what they once were. These people had been the younger generation of their respective clans, and they had grown up in the middle of battle. This was the reason why Yang Wang did not recognize them. The Nalan clan had only Nalan Wufa as its sole remaining member, and the Ding clan and Rak clan were only doing slightly better, with only a scant few members left. Yang Wang sighed, closing his eyes in sadness. These people were all Yang Wang's juniors, but Yang Wang was unable to raise his head to them. After all, in the past, they had all agreed to work together, but Yang Wang had been deceived and had not been able to join them. "How many warriors do the Devil Shadow Dragoons have left?" Yang Wang asked. "Around 47,200, Nalan Wufa replied firmly. "So few." Yang Wang was aghast. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had once numbered in the millions. The fiends had fully mobilized for this assault back then, taking all the high-ranked combat power of the race. Nearly 10 million had set off in that force. But now, more than 90% had been lost. The fiend race usually brought very few female warriors, and this was also the case for the blood-related Skywing clan. Their only female warriors were part of the medical team. In ordinary battles, this wasn't a problem, but in situations like this, where they were imprisoned for countless epochs, the lack of women immediately showed its disadvantages. The Devil Shadow Dragoon had no means of replenishing their forces over time, and so their numbers had dwindled. Of course, no one could have imagined that this battle would go on for so long. Xia Fei encouragingly said, "Battle has never been about just numbers. This time, Yang Wang has brought his entire race, and we've also brought all our elites. If we combine forces, we might not necessarily lose." "That's right." Rakshao looked at Xia Fei excitedly. "Especially because you're here. You've brought hope to all of 7-star steel. So long as we take the 7-star steels, no matter how the dragons come, they will all die." Xia Fei was startled. He curiously asked, "Take the 7-star steels? You mean those 7 huge stones? What are they for?" Yang Wang, Chu Jingfeng, and Xia Guqing all became curious, not understanding what was going on here. Nalan Wufa stood up and opened the door. Pointing at the 7 enormous steels, he said, The 7-star steels are also known as the God-surpassing stairs. Look at how each steel is taller than the next. What do they look like? Like stairs, Xia Fei replied quickly. Yes, like stairs. That's why they're called the God-surpassing stairs. So long as one can cross the 7-star steels, one can obtain a supreme status. Domain Lord. Nalan Wufa told them. Domain Lord. Everyone was shocked. Yes, the hegemon of a world. We are holding 7-star steel precisely because of the importance of the God-surpassing stairs. Once we cross these stairs, we will cease to be sapient life forms, but gods. Gods of an entire world. Alas, despite the passing of generations of dragoons, none of us has ever been able to divine the mysteries of the 7-star steels, nor has anyone been able to cross them to become master of the universe, Nalan Wufa went on. The mysterious 7-star steels. The mysterious God-surpassing stairs. By crossing these 7 steels, one could possess a world, an entire universe? Xia Fei curiously asked. So a warrior above Annihilator is called a Domain Lord? I presume that the 5 ancient apexes of annihilation and all of you are Domain Lords. Nalan Wufa shook his head. Domain Lord has nothing to do with cultivation. It is a title. The Sky Devils once told us that someone who received this title had been acknowledged as someone who could own an entire world. Xia Fei frowned. I see. But what does that have to do with this war? Nalan Wufa shook his head. I'm not sure. I only know that the dragons want to take the 7-star steels. For countless epochs, the war has always revolved around these steels, with neither side backing down over them. Whenever the dragons take 7-star steels, they will have their members enter it to vie for the title of Domain Lord. This is a very dangerous ordeal, and the dragons have lost many of their elites because of it. If not for this, we might not have lasted for this long. Only 1 year ago, we expended an enormous price to take back the 7-star steels. You truly came at the perfect time. Based on our perimeter reports, the dragons have recovered their strength, and a new battle is about to begin. For how many epochs had they been fighting over the 7-star steels? What exactly did those 7 heaven-soaring steels and the status of Domain Lord represent? 7-star steel placed a hand on Xia Fei and asked, It seems like you feel that because Xia Fei is a speed type, you want him to do something with the 7-star steels. Nalan Wufa pointed at the first and shortest steel. Every time someone goes in, the steel will light up. When one reaches the second steel, that steel will light up, and so on and so forth. The Devil Shadow Dragoons have constantly attempted to get in, and the one who got closest to the 7th steel wasn't our strongest warrior, but our fastest scout. He managed to get all the way to the 5th steel. Yang Guang was startled. This means that speed is more important than rank. Then how fast was the warrior who reached the 5th steel? Maximum rank speed, 60 million. Nalan Wufa said grimly. Maximum rank speed, 60 million. Everyone was taken aback. It was no wonder they valued Xia Fei so highly. It was precisely because of speed's incredible power. A warrior who was able to travel at 60 million meters per second had been able to reach the 5th steel. So what about Xia Fei, who could travel at more than 100 million meters per second? Could he break through the God-surpassing stairs, becoming a god in a single step? Ho! Everyone stared at Xia Fei and witnessed him follow his habit and light a cigarette. Standing up, he went to the window and looked out at the 7 steels. After a few moments of thought, Xia Guqing said grimly, Xia Fei, it's worth a shot. Why don't I go ahead of you? See how powerful the 7-star steels really are. Nalan Wufa shook his head. There's no going ahead. Nobody can come back from the steels once they go in. We can discuss making an attempt at the God-surpassing stairs later. We have only considered Xia Fei making an attempt primarily because of what the Sky Devils once said. What did the 4 Sky Devils say? Chu Jingfeng asked promptly. The Sky Devils were all Domain Lords. This is why they were able to come from an unknown world to ours. Although the Sky Devils only stayed here for a little, they effected an enormous transformation on this universe and the Fiend race. The Fiend race was able to go from an obscure and small race into the universe's most powerful army entirely because of the Sky Devils. This is why we speculate that the status of Domain Lord might not be purely symbolic, that it might have some practical use. When I was young, I once met one of the Sky Devils. His broken wings were identical to Xia Fei's. Of course, he was faster than Xia Fei, but no one can say if Xia Fei might not reach the same speed as Lord Paletooth. Nalan Wufa concluded. Xia Fei nodded. I understand everything you're saying. The 7-star steels must be very important, or else the dragons wouldn't be willing to send their warriors to their deaths inside them. In short, we have to interfere with whatever the enemy wants. We have no reason to let the enemy succeed. Xia Fei had said similar things more than once, and they were his lifelong conviction. Do everything to help the brothers who helped him before, and do everything he could to bring down those enemies who had hurt him before, using every method at his disposal. Let me think about this some more. Right, I also brought this with me. Xia Fei revealed peacock blue on his right arm, the 5-colored dragon-binding rope instantly dividing into what appeared to be 5 majestic dragons. This is the immemorial mystical armament. Ding Hai said in shock. Xia Fei, you actually managed to subdue the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments. This was left behind by the Sky Devils. Its true name is the dragon-binding rope. This is an excellent weapon, able to capture all things in the universe. The 3 chiefs of the Devil Shadow Dragoons were very excited. Nalan Wufa said, the 5 elemental mystical armaments are very strong, but they're not easy to control. They embody the law of the universe that all things that are long apart must come together, and all things that are long together must come apart. In other words, while you have subdued the immemorial mystical armaments, it won't be long before the 5 elemental mystical armaments return. This matter was a huge headache for us in the past, as they had too many forms. Even if someone subdued them, in a few years, they would split up again and return to nature, requiring a new warrior to conquer them. In that long-ago battle, we didn't have time to bring together the mystical armaments. From its form, your linked mystical armament should be the plant elemental peacock blue, or it would not have taken this form otherwise. The 30 immemorial mystical armaments have tens of thousands of transformations and innumerable ways to combine. This is where their power lies. This time, you used peacock blue as the base to bring together the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Even we can't say what sort of combat abilities it has, but it will definitely be a formidable divine weapon, on par with Stellar Dawn and Stellar Chrysalis. Xia Fei was startled. Stellar Dawn and Stellar Chrysalis? This isn't the first time I've heard these names. Do these 2 wicked beasts really exist? Nalan Wufa bowed to Yang Guang and said, King Yang Guang is just a customary name. We consider your Yggdragons to be wicked beasts precisely because the dragons are powerful. Yang Guang waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. On the side, Chu Jingfeng mentally started to mumble to himself. After witnessing the savagery of Lady Hanxiao firsthand, Chu Jingfeng was basically certain that Yggdragons were wicked beasts. Otherwise, how could a maddened Lady Hanxiao be so frightening? Turning back to Xia Fei, Nalan Wufa said, Stellar Dawn and Stellar Chrysalis are said to be the only beasts that can contend against the dragons. Alas, according to the Sky Devils, unlike the dragons, which are natural creatures that have always existed in the universe, Stellar Dawn and Stellar Chrysalis have to be raised. If the conditions are right, the universe truly will produce super beasts second only to the dragons in power. Thus, they can only be encountered and not sought for. Moreover, even if Stellar Dawn and Stellar Chrysalis actually exist, they might not stand on our side. If they are enemies, then it is best if they do not show up. Everyone nodded. As the 3 great beasts at the top of the food chain, the dragons alone were giving sapient life forms a hard time. 2 more of these mighty stellar beasts popping up wouldn't be a good thing. The talk went on for a very long time, and included news from Annihilation, the situation of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and the combat state of the dragons. But the mysterious 7-star steels still occupied an important place in everyone's minds. There was no doubt that these were mysterious objects. A warrior that passed through the 7 steels could obtain the title of Domain Lord, becoming master of a universe? It seemed unbelievable. There was also the dragon race's desire for the 7-star steels. If the dragons became masters of this universe, it was easy to understand that this wouldn't be a good thing for the universe. Xia Fei wanted to foil anything his enemies wanted to do. Xia Fei had already made up his mind to test his luck at the 7-star steels when the time was right, seizing the title of Domain Lord for himself. The talk ended, and Xia Fei returned to God's Eden. Yang Guang, Chu Jingfeng, and Xia Guqing stayed at the Devil Shadow Dragoon Command Center. This was partially because they wanted to assist in the integration of the reinforcements with the Dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had fought in the 7th universe for countless epochs and were very familiar with the dragons. As for the new warriors, they understood nothing about the dragons. Thus, they decided to disperse the reinforcements among the original Dragoons. The Aurora clan went off to the support division. These old fellows were skilled in long-distance attacks, so they were perfect for protecting everyone's flanks. Oro and several major clans of the Law Realm that were loyal to the Skywings joined the offensive division. Even though they were weaker than the Dragoons, they were new blood. Moreover, fighting alongside combat experts like the Devil Shadow Dragoons would help them improve. Oro and the others had no objection. On the contrary, they were quite excited. The Skywing clan's mission was much more arduous. As a clan that had inherited the law of speed, it was extremely special, even to the Fiend race. The significance of speed in battle was like having an air force in an ordinary battlefield. They could provide scouting, ambush the enemy, or provide support. Speed warriors had to take on countless dirty jobs. The Skywing Wolves had no complaint. That they were immediately able to play a key role for the Devil Shadow Dragoons meant that they had been acknowledged. After all, speed types were welcomed wherever they went. Even if they didn't have high ranks, they would form the core strength of any force. Yangwang's mythical beasts formed a second legion for the Dragoons. This legion's greatest mission was to deal with the Hell Brigade under the dragons. Dragons had their draconic prestige, so unless one was a holy beast like Furball, a beast couldn't help but kneel before a dragon. Thus, no matter what, Yangwang's mythical beast legion couldn't appear on the main battlefield. They could only stay on the perimeter to deal with the dragon race's puppets. As for Yangwang's family and the Yggdragons, they were sent to the elite squadron. The squadron was specifically meant for dealing with the main force of the dragon race. The weakest member was a high-ranked annihilator. Xia Guqing had also joined this team. New combat power and new equipment revitalized the Devil Shadow Dragoon, who had held out in the 7th universe for countless epochs. New and old grudges mixed together, and there was only one solution: kill. Snarling faces filled the Dragoon base as their murderous intent exploded. Avril wasn't a warrior, so she had nothing to do. The only thing she could do was to help Chu Jingfeng take care of the plants. Many women were meticulous when it came to domestic affairs, and Chu Jingfeng was happy to have the help of Avril and Xiao Yu. After several days of busy work, the Devil Shadow Dragoons finished the reorganization. The new warriors all had their own positions and were rushing around night and day. As for Xia Fei, he was actually very quiet. In a corner of the God's Eden, Xia Fei was cultivating the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. After learning about the situation of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Xia Fei came to realize that the solution to the problem was speed. Among all the martial arts of the world, only speed was without flaw. This principle held true no matter the generation. After Xia Fei broke through the first level of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, his speed per second had broken 100 million, and his combat power made all other warriors blush in shame. Even Xia of the 5 ancient apexes had died to Xia Fei's super speed. Speed was the greatest combat power. This was why Xia Fei was using this time to get faster and faster. Ping. Beyond the outer perimeter of the God's Eden, Xia Fei was constantly cultivating. The 2 custodian slaves stood guard while Avril occasionally raised her head, wiping the sweat from her face as she saw Xia Fei running around like a streak of light, her heart rejoicing. The callous training method continued. Xia Fei needed to disperse spirit energy through his body so that all of his cells would be stimulated into constantly changing and growing. Spirit energy was a powerful form of energy. If it struck an enemy, the enemy would die. But Xia Fei's cultivation put the spirit power into his own body, and the danger and pain involved was beyond description. In short, it was like Xia Fei's body was crackling with lightning, and ghostly flames raged around him. Combined with his fiendish energy, he made for a terrifying presence. The stimulation spirit power had on the body was very obvious. Xia Fei's speed was rising every day. After breaking 120 million meters per second, he began making his way to 150 million MPS, which was half of the speed of light. The chilled ligament Ghost Valley was a classic example of qualitative cultivation. So long as Xia Fei could endure enough spirit energy, his body would experience a huge transformation. His cells would all evolve. Now is the moment. Xia Fei felt his body growing more and more adapted to the frenzied stimulation of spirit energy, and he decided to try and break through the threshold. 1,000 units of spirit power were released. Xia Fei's body was covered with lightning as he exploded forward. Xia Fei's method of breaking through was astonishing. He relied on his formidable energy control to unleash spirit energy and then take it back. In the span of a single second, he repeated the action several thousand times. Thus, the people outside the Garden of Gods were able to witness a fascinating sight. Xia Fei, his body covered in ghostly flames, was abruptly accelerating and decelerating. When he was fast, he was moving at almost 150 million meters per second, and when he was slow, he didn't even drop below 100 million. This change in speed was truly incredible, occurring several thousand times a second. It was like someone constantly pushing the gas pedal down to the bottom and then lifting their foot again, constantly causing the car to constantly lunge forward. This fantastical performance lasted for a few seconds, and then Xia Fei began to show his true power. He stopped decelerating, his speed ascending in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, he broke 150 million meters per second and began to approach 200 million. His body erupted with flames and crackled with lightning, looking like a phoenix being reborn from flames. After applying 1,000 units of spirit energy to his body, Xia Fei had reached the second level of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. Satisfied, Xia Fei began to slow back down. Everyone started to come back to their senses. The scene just now had been unbelievable, just like a fantasy movie. Such formidable speed. It makes me think of who? Think of Lord Paletooth. He's so similar. The same broken wings, and the same supreme speed that no mortal could attain. I really don't know how Xia Fei managed to do it all, breaking the limits of the law of speed. Yes, I feel like Xia Fei is very similar to Lord Paletooth. I once had a chance to see that venerable lord with my own eyes, and his demeanor was exactly like Xia Fei's. With Xia Fei around, we might really have a chance at winning. After all, speed is the sharpest weapon, surpassing all ranks and levels. It's possible. It's really possible. Xia Fei did not know that his expression of extreme speed had given a huge boost to the morale of the dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons regarded the 4 Sky Devils as gods. Xia Fei's speed and broken wings were extremely similar to Sky Devil Paletooth, so everyone couldn't help but link the two together. A warrior with speed comparable to a Sky Devil on their side was excellent news for the dragoons in their desperate circumstances. In the garden, after finishing his runs, Xia Fei felt refreshed all over. Spirit energy not only caused Xia Fei pain, but also triggered momentous transformations. Smiling, Xia Fei went up to Avril and hugged her. "Did you see it? I just broke my own record," Xia Fei said excitedly. Avril's hands were covered in dirt, so she mischievously dabbed a little yellow dirt on Xia Fei's nose, softly saying, "Did you see it? My man is the most formidable of all." Their flirting had Chu Jingfeng, Little Yu, and Su Luanbu laughing heartily. Su Luanbu said, "It seems like you're born for speed. Tell the truth, did your speed hit 200 million just now?" Xia Fei replied, "At my absolute limit, I might be able to reach 200 million, but the pressure on my body is too great. I only tried a little." Chu Jingfeng nodded. "There's no rush. Take things slowly. Your current speed must have set a new record. Even the broken-winged Sky Devil Soul Familiar might not be able to catch up to you. You're the undisputed fastest in the universe." Chu Jingfeng suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where did Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity run off to?" Xia Fei replied, "Those 4 have strange personalities and said that staying here was awkward, so they went out for a walk. I didn't stop them. You saw how Nalan Wufa looked at the 4 soul familiars. There was clearly anger in his eyes. If they're together, they might actually start fighting." Chu Jingfeng sighed. "That's true. The 4 soul familiars are arrogant and unruly, and the fiend race has its own pride. While you can't say that the 2 of them get along like water and fire, they're both still very temperamental." Xia Fei said, "There's no way to resolve these old and new grudges. We can only hope that they'll keep the overall situation in mind and not cause any trouble at this critical moment. Chu Jingfeng said, "Since we're on the subject of the four soul familiars, how do you plan to deal with them? After all, you don't have the medicinal cauldron prince's iron book." Xia Fei shrugged. "I'll think about it as I go along. I don't have the iron book, but I do have the jade dragon frost. No matter what, we have to tie the four soul familiars to our side. They are powerful in battle, and there are plenty of places that they could be useful at. Right? How is the jade dragon frost doing?" Chu Jingfeng waved his hand and led Xia Fei to the garden where the jade dragon frost had been planted. "Look, ever since we got here, the jade dragon frost has been growing much more quickly, and its resistance is getting stronger. I estimate that it will be 10 days to half a month at most until the first batch of jade dragon frost bears fruit." Xia Fei was stunned. The jade dragon frost-bearing fruit was far too important to him. The mystical plant left behind by the four sky devils had to have unusual properties. If it was a treasure that could increase his rank, it might be able to give a huge boost to the dragoons. "How did this sort of thing happen?" Xia Fei asked in surprise. Chu Jingfeng replied, "The environment. The change in environment is the reason. The jade dragon frost was a mystical plant that was completely unsuited for the previous environment, which was why the sky devils weren't able to make the jade dragon frost bear fruit despite their many years of effort. But after many epochs, the jade dragon frost has changed. It was able to adapt to the environment, and there's no reversing this change. Back in the 8th universe, I noticed that the jade dragon frost was absorbing the energy of the Yggdragons. Here, it's begun to absorb the power of the 7-star steels." Xia Fei looked up at the 7-stone steels in wonder. These steels weren't just mysterious, but also packed with some sort of frenzied energy. That power protected the steels from the erosion of time, ensuring that they weren't destroyed. As Xia Fei was thinking, Chu Jingfeng smiled mysteriously. Actually, the biggest change did not occur to the jade dragon frost, but to that weird cactus. "Come with me." Chu Jingfeng led Xia Fei to the garden where the cactus had been planted. This cactus that Yi Zhiqiu had gotten from who knows where had absorbed a jade dragon frost and had become the most mystical existence in God's Eden. The cactus had already grown to a large size, standing over 10 meters tall, and its tiny little pearl flowers covered it like stars. "It's already this tall." Xia Fei hadn't paid much attention to it these last 2 days, so its growth spurt left him amazed. This thing really isn't simple. Putting aside its absurd life force, it even absorbed a jade dragon frost, taking in those special genes to crazily mutate. "Look here." Chu Jingfeng pointed at a bulging part of the cactus. "A fruit is forming here. I estimate that it won't need 3 days for this fruit to ripen." Heavens! Xia Fei was stunned. He had never imagined that it would be this cactus that would come out ahead of the other plants of the gods' Eden to deliver him a surprise. "I can't wait to see what sort of fruit this unknown plant can produce." Chu Jingfeng muttered, a sense of achievement in his voice. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "Did you tell anyone else about this?" Chu Jingfeng replied smoothly, "Relax, only the 2 of us know. This cactus is yours, so the fruit will naturally be yours as well. But I'm getting ahead of myself. While this cactus has borne fruit, there's no telling what type of fruit it is. We have to investigate it first. Don't go eating it as soon it ripens. That could easily cause problems." Xia Fei nodded, noting that he wasn't in the habit of randomly eating things. At that moment, Ding Hai suddenly arrived at the gods' Eden with a group. The monkish Ding Hai was full of praise for Xia Fei breaking the limits of his speed. Changing the subject, Ding Hai said, "Our forward scouts have sent back word that Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity have run off to a nearby dragon base. The dragons don't know that we have reinforcements, so it would be bad if we alarmed them." Xia Fei was startled. He said grimly, "I understand. I was the one who brought them, so I'll naturally take responsibility for them. Can you have someone show me the way? I'll call them back." Ding Hai pulled over a man with a scar on his face. "This is Mu Feng, the deputy squad leader of the reconnaissance team. Have him show you the way. And remember, be careful." The Devil Shadow Dragoons couldn't deal with the 4 soul familiars, so Ding Hai had no choice but to have Xia Fei to bring back the 4 disobedient fellows. Ding Hai returned to the dragoon base. Xia Fei asked, "Senior, where is the dragon base? Is it far? And how do we get there?" Mu Feng was a very stern fellow, saying, Elder Ding Hai was not talking about the main base of the dragons, but an outpost they set up to keep an eye on us. It's not that far, but we need to rely on a special life form. In a little while, listen to my orders and don't make any reckless moves, and I will send you over safely. Xia Fei nodded. Mu Feng placed 2 fingers into his mouth and whistled. A moment later, a dark figure streaked out of the darkness, a night owl, a draconid scout. Xia Fei pulled out his Nirvana Fiend blade from his spatial ring, but Mu Feng stopped him. This wicked beast obediently went up to Mu Feng. It seemed to listen to his orders. I dug out its eyes and sealed its mouth so that it can't resist. If we carelessly get close to the dragons, our scent alone will give us away. That's why we have to ride a night owl, Mu Feng explained. Xia Fei took a look and found that this black draconic being really did have its eyes and mouth sealed. This was truly an excellent application of using the enemy's tools against them. The dragoons were using the draconid scouts as their mounts. Xia Fei and Mu Feng mounted the back of the night owl, and the beast took off into the stars and began to accelerate. Whoosh! Their surroundings suddenly fell silent as the night owl entered a warp state. This thing can warp like a warship? Xia Fei curiously asked. Is it fitted with a warp engine? Mu Feng casually replied. Why do you think the dragons are called the strongest of the wicked beasts? No matter how far away you are, you can't stop them. Some dragons can travel faster than even the fastest warships. Xia Fei was stunned. The universe was very large, and if one did not have some means of traveling at high speed, a dragon might fly for eons and cover only a little distance. With biological bodies, they were able to fold space and warp. These draconids were truly frightening. This was only the night owl. There was no telling what sort of frightening movement ability a real megadragon had. The night owl exited its warp state, traveling at tens of millions of meters per second as it brought Xia Fei and Mu Feng close to the dragon outpost. Xia Fei and Mu Feng approached the dragon outpost. Whoosh! A dark silhouette flew out. It was a dragoon mounted on another night owl. This warrior waved at Mu Feng, indicating for them to follow. Together, the 3 people and 2 mounts entered a cloud of violet-red star dust. This stardust was as thick as fog, making it difficult to see, but these scouts were very experienced, and the night owls they rode were able to swiftly dodge the large rocks in space. The party quickly came under the shadow of an asteroid. That warrior said grimly, "We can't get any closer. It seems like there's been some sort of incident at the dragon outpost." Mu Feng asked in shock, "What happened?" The warrior shook his head. "I'm still not sure, but starting several hours ago, the dragon outpost became abnormally quiet, very different from usual. A dragon general might be coming." Afraid that Xia Fei didn't understand, Mu Feng explained. The outpost normally only has scouting night owls and puppets. The real dragons don't usually come to the front line, choosing to rest in the rear. Night owls and the Hell Brigade don't have rules like our people, and the outpost is normally very chaotic. Only when a dragon comes to inspect the place will those guys fearfully get in line. Xia Fei nodded and asked, "Where are the 4 soul familiars?" Mu Feng replied, "They're even closer. They seem to have some sort of special ability that lets them get closer to the outpost without being detected. Perhaps it's because they're not actually sapient life forms? But we're different. If we get any closer, we'll definitely be discovered. Trust me, after many years of battle, the dragoons understand how to interact with the enemy." Xia Fei said nothing, but he dispelled any thoughts of moving ahead. While the dragoons were still getting ready, Xia Fei had no plans of inciting an early battle. But Xia Fei was still very uneasy about Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity. They were the sole familiars of the Sky Devils, and their actions were strange. Just because Xia Fei didn't want to start a battle didn't mean that those fellows would be as cautious. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "I know an ocular cognition technique from an ancient era. It is able to penetrate through the stardust and see what's happening over a great distance. Do you know if it will draw the attention of the dragons?" Mu Feng was startled, asking curiously, "Ocular cognition? What kind of ocular cognition?" "The Triclopian fiend race's ocular cognition, origin of heaven," Xia Fei answered. Mu Feng and the other dragoon were stunned. Mu Feng's eyes widened as he repeated in shock, "The origin of heaven?" That's the energy observation technique that only the Triclopean fiend race patriarch and his successors can inherit. It's the highest level of ocular cognition in the universe. How did you learn it? Xia Fei truthfully told them what he had experienced, how he had encountered that Triclopean fiend race expert who still bore some resentment, and how he had inherited the ocular cognition. Mu Feng sighed when he heard this. He said in wonder, "You encountered the former Triclopean king, Ba Huang. I never expected his death to be so tragic." The Triclopeans only had fiend added to their name because their race had many marriages with our fiend race. This was something the Sky Devils gave special permission for, saying that the Triclopeans and the fiends had compatible genetics. This was very rare among other sapient races. Later on, people started adding fiend to the Triclopeans, a name which they were very happy to accept. After a pause, Mu Feng added, "I don't know about anything else, but you can definitely use the origin of heaven. I really didn't think that the precious legacy of the Triclopean fiend race would end up in your hands. In a little while, you must give us a detailed breakdown of the energy distribution. This will help fill out the blanks in the information of our reconnaissance squad." "No problem." After saying that, Xia Fei crawled up to the top of the asteroid and laid down. Origin of heaven, activate. Whoosh. Xia Fei's eyes became extremely bright, and his gaze became like that of an extremely long-range telescope, penetrating through the stardust and falling upon a small asteroid. This asteroid had been hollowed out, and its insides were full of tunnels and a massive barracks. Countless enemies were garrisoned here, and numerous night owls flew around the asteroid, howling constantly. Xia Fei used his ocular cognition to search for traces of the four soul familiars and also observe the activity in the Dragon Outpost. "How many enemies are present at the Dragon Outpost?" Mu Feng asked. Xia Fei made a quick mental estimate and said, "If it's on the outside, there were not a lot. Only around 100,000 Hell Legionnaires and several hundred Night Owls. But inside the base, there are many Hell Legionnaires who seem to be in hibernation, numbering at least 1 million. 1 million? Mu Feng was stunned, cursing. "Normally, we can only observe the perimeter of the base and can't see inside. So it turns out they were hiding most of their forces. The Devil Shadow Dragoons plus the warriors that Xia Fei had brought in Sunlight's beast army only had 100,000 men in total, but the Dragon race's forward outpost alone had a garrison of more than 1 million. This was enormous pressure for the Dragoons. Suddenly, Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. It seems that dragons are coming. The Hell Brigade has started lining up, and the Night Owls have widened their defensive perimeter." Mu Feng nodded, apparently unconcerned. "The dragons aren't really in a much better state than us. Those guys have extremely low reproductive capabilities, and we've killed quite a few of them. Their total number can't be more than 2,000. At certain intervals, a dragon will come to inspect the outpost. This isn't some big deal. At most, it will be 2 or 3 of those wicked dragons. The key here is the four soul familiars. We can't let them reveal themselves, or else the dragons will find out that we have reinforcements." Xia Fei swallowed and spoke in a hoarse voice. "It might not just be 2 or 3, but 200 or 300. Mu Feng paled. That was 100 times more than he had expected. Even a fool could tell that so many dragons coming to the forward base was bad news. "Say that again. How many dragons?" Mu Feng demanded, his eyes bulging. "At least 200. I can't have counted wrong," Xia Fei said firmly. "Their appearance. Tell me what these mega-dragons look like." Mu Feng asked nervously. Xia Fei replied, "Their appearance isn't too out there. They have wingspans of about 100 kilometers, and their skin is gray." "My gods!" Mu Feng couldn't help but mentally curse, and the dragoon next to him clenched his fists. Xia Fei turned his head and asked curiously, "What? Is there a problem? My origin of heaven can observe changes in energy. The number can't be wrong." Mu Feng smashed his fist on the ground and said to the other dragoon, "Hurry and inform headquarters. The Dragon Vanguard has arrived at the frontline outpost." The warrior nodded hastily and flew off on his night owl to the 7-star steels. Swallowing hard, Mu Feng said to Xia Fei, "There's not just one species of megadragons. They are divided according to color. The gray ones are the vanguard forces. They're considered weaker existences among the megadragons. During these years, they've always been used as cannon fodder, so there are only 300 some left. After them come the red megadragons. Those are the main force, their numbers exceeding 1,000, and after those are the black megadragons. They are the second echelon of the main force, and their numbers exceed 500. The final tier is the golden megadragon king. He is the only one, and unlike the other dragons, he has a name: Firmament. It's been more than a year since the last major battle, which is neither too long nor too short. Since the dragon vanguard has arrived at the outpost, it's highly likely that a new battle will be beginning anew. Xia Fei was stunned. War? Devil Shadow Dragoons versus the Mega Dragons. It came so quickly. Turning back around, Xia Fei continued to observe. Finally, he found the four soul familiars. When seen through his origin of heaven ocular cognition, the four soul familiars seemed very ethereal. That was because they were soul familiars, born from the souls of the sky devils and not actual sapient life forms. It made them very easy to identify. These four guys had gotten close to the dragon base and were lying behind a hill like sinister snakes. They had disguised themselves with sand, and it seemed like they were about to attack. Xia Fei couldn't help but start sweating. The four soul familiars were strong, but there was no way they could win against 300 gray megadragons. Moreover, they would also end up exposing the fact that the dragoons had received reinforcements. But the four soul familiars, after hesitating for a long time, decided to give up on the crazy idea and silently headed back the way they had come. Once the four soul familiars had left the danger zone, Xia Fei and Mu Feng intercepted them, Xia Fei loudly questioning them over their actions. What in the world were the four of you doing? Why did you run off to the dragon base? Wing arrogantly folded his arms and said, "We're not your people. Are you trying to control me?" Gale waved his hand, indicating that his comrades should be silent. He frowned and said to Xia Fei, "The four of us have killed before, but we have never killed a dragon, so we went over to the dragon forward outpost to take a look, and if we had a chance, we wanted to take a head or two." And Xia Fei asked grimly. Gale shook his head and sighed. "We couldn't win. There were more than 300 of those wicked creatures there. We saw that the situation wasn't good and retreated." Xia Fei and Mu Feng looked at each other. They had seen the whole process very clearly, and from their words, they had once more confirmed that the dragon vanguard had arrived. This was an omen that a great battle was coming. Xia Fei and Mu Feng became nervous and didn't say anything. Gale asked curiously, "Did you not know that there were so many vicious dragons at the forward outpost?" "We knew." "Oh yes, we knew," Xia Fei coolly said. "Forget it. Let's go back. Your opportunity to kill dragons might come very soon." The four soul familiars were startled and surprised. Calamity, who had never been much of a talker, shook his head and said firmly, "Don't say we didn't warn you, but the dragons might be even stronger than we imagined. This might not be an easy battle." There was a suffocating silence as the four soul familiars, Xia Fei and Mu Feng, returned to the dragoon base. When they were still very far from the seven-star steels, Xia Fei noticed something strange. The shortest of the steels had lit up. Each steel had the images of stars on them, and these images were uselessly dark and gloomy. Only when a warrior entered would they light up. "Someone has entered the seven-star steels," Xia Fei said in shock. Mu Feng also found it weird, and he hastened his night owl to hurry back to headquarters. After turning off his communication device, Mu Feng turned to Xia Fei, his expression glum. "Someone really has gone into the seven-star steels, but it doesn't seem to be one of our people." Xia Fei was startled. "Not one of ours? Then who is it?" Mu Feng shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. The night owl landed with a boom. Countless dragoons had already gathered around the seven-star steels, speculating as to who the challenger might be. Nalan Wufa and Yang Wang were waiting for Xia Fei. Going to the conference room, Xia Fei first reported on the situation with the four soul familiars, which news caused everyone to sigh in relief. Those four monsters really knew how to mess around. They got bored, so they decided to kill a dragon? But it also showed off the personalities of these four, which were truly similar to the four sky devils. It was no wonder they refused to obey the fiend race. After all, they had a piece of the sky devil's soul. The sky devils had truly made a mistake when they decided to leave the defense of the fiend race to the four soul familiars. Changing the subject, Xia Fei quickly asked, "Why did the seven-star steels activate? And I heard it wasn't one of our people?" Then who entered the 7-star steels? Nalan Wufa shook his head. Please hold on a moment. Raksha has already gone to investigate. At present, we cannot determine who entered the 7-star steels. A similar situation happened before. A dragon warrior took advantage of a gap in our defenses to infiltrate the 7-star steels. The dragons seemed to have an abnormal desire for the 7-star steels and the title of Domain Lord. Of course, the God-surpassing stairs cannot be overcome simply because one wants to. The dragons that have infiltrated the 7-star steels all ultimately died. Xia Fei nodded. He then reported how the dragons were assembling at the forward outpost, and the mood in the command center became oppressive. The older dragoons knew how powerful the dragons were, while the newly added warriors had never fought the dragons before and were brimming with concern. Other than the mysterious nature of the 7-star steels, the reason we've been fighting for so long over the 7-star steels is because the steels have a defensive formation. Xia Fei, do you know why you had to come in from the south? Nalan Wufa asked him. Because you can only enter the area of the 7-star steels from the south? Xia Fei quickly conjectured. Correct. Nalan Wufa looked at Xia Fei in satisfaction. Yang Wang had told him some time ago that Xia Fei had been the one doing all the analysis and planning, and that Xia Fei was a tactical genius. Nalan Wufa had barely asked the question when Xia Fei had come up with the answer, leaving Nalan Wufa amazed. The 7-star steels can only be entered from the south, but there is no limit on what direction you can exit from. Thus, anyone holding the 7-star steels will have the defensive advantage. We simply need to concentrate all our forces at that choke point. The dragons have the advantage in numbers, which is why we have to hold the 7-star steels at all costs. This is the only way to increase our chances of victory. Nalan Wufa explained. Xia Fei nodded. It seems like the 7-star steels truly are very important and can't be so easily abandoned. Moreover, I've brought God's Eden with me this time. The garden is a warship, the fastest warship. Whether it's retreating or transporting soldiers to the rear of the dragons for an ambush, the God's Eden can be very useful. In my view, we should be drafting a battle plan based around the 7-star steels, focusing primarily on defense, and drafting tactics for dealing with various different situations. Correct, Nalan Wufa said. You and I are on the same page. But God's Eden has far too many plants that are important to us, so it's best to not put it in danger. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j to support us. As they were all talking, Raksha came in with a dour look. Slamming the table, he said, "It really wasn't one of ours. I've already done a full count, and we're not missing a single person. It was probably one of the accursed dragons. They caught us off guard and sneaked into the 7-star steels." Raksha sat down and seethed, and at this moment, a great clamor came from outside. No way. The second steel has lit up. Impossible. They reached the second level that quickly. Is it one of ours? Is it one of ours or not? The dragoons were very well trained and did not panic because of this, but some private chatter was inevitable. Xia Fei and the others hastily exited the conference room to go and see. Sure enough, the second steel had lit up. It indicated that the evil dragon had reached the second level. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "How long has it been since the first steel lit up?" "It's been a little less than 8 hours, Nalan Wufa said grimly. "Is that speed fast?" Xia Fei pressed. Nalan Wufa, Ding Hai, and Raksha all scowled. Nalan Wufa said, "It's not just fast, but extremely fast. In truth, I've never seen anyone get through the first steel in 8 hours. Our brother that managed to reach the 5th steel was the fastest in the history of the dragoons, and also the fastest on record, but even he still needed 12 hours to get through the first level." Everyone sighed. It seemed like the 7-star steels had a powerful challenger this time. Even worse was that the dragoons had no idea who was inside the 7-star steels. It could be a dragon, but it also could be something else. In short, anyone besides a dragoon who overcame the God-surpassing stairs and became a god boded ill. The conference silently dispersed. Xia Fei returned to God's Eden, his eyes occasionally drifting toward that illuminated stone steel. It was late at night, so the stars on the steels were particularly dazzling. Autumn Erudite was sitting in a corner of a garden, drinking by himself. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Autumn Erudite somewhat bitterly nodded at him. Over the course of this entire journey, Autumn Erudite had, barring times when Chu Jingfeng came to treat him, kept to himself, and had not taken one step out of the garden. Xia Fei suddenly felt some sympathy for Autumn Erudite. Although he was one of the 5 ancient apexes, none of this was what he had hoped to see, nor was it something he could control. He had not committed any grave crimes. Smiling, Xia Fei walked over. Taking the bottle from Autumn Erudite's hand, he took a swig from it. Wiping his mouth, Xia Fei said, "Not bad. High-quality Jade Sunset Pearl Grape Wine. Don't you always drink tea? When did you suddenly start drinking wine?" Autumn Erudite sighed. "Tea and alcohol have no difference to a warrior of my level. It's just that tea leaves are too fragrant. I currently need something that stimulates my throat more." Xia Fei frowned. "No one actually blames you. You should understand that everyone treats you as a comrade in arms. With a great foe before us, we need an expert like you to step forward. You cannot let yourself sink to the bottom." Autumn Erudite nodded. "Relax. I've already thought everything through. Every person has something they should do, and I will step forward when the time comes for me to do what I need to do, using these old bones to redeem myself for the souls who were unjustly slain." Xia Fei was startled. Autumn Erudite sounded like he wanted to die. It was like he was tired from all the endless battle and found no meaning in life, wanting to use his death to prove himself. Why go through all that? Isn't it better to live as long as you can? Xia Fei said softly. He knew that a person's mind was not easily changed once it was set, particularly someone as strong and intelligent as Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite bitterly smiled. "This is the place I belong, my destiny. Trust me, the dead can't feel, but a living person like me enduring all the condemnation in my heart? Would you be able to stand to live in the shadows, never able to sleep again?" Xia Fei could say nothing. The most painful wounds of all weren't those of the flesh, but those of the mind. Autumn Erudite had been betrayed by his friends, and his most trusted subordinates had died because of him. Those were all unhealable wounds. His heart was already dead, so he only still lived because he still needed to settle some things. Patting Autumn Erudite on the shoulder, Xia Fei stood up and said, "No matter what other people think, you will always be old Yi to me, my friend." Autumn Erudite's eyes teared up, and he hastily turned away so that Xia Fei wouldn't see his sorry appearance. Xia Fei pensively made his way to Avril's room. Lighting a cigarette, he muttered, "Every person has their place. Every person has their place." Avril didn't know what Xia Fei meant, but lying on Xia Fei's shoulder, she said, "Yes, I understand. That's why I've always been quietly supporting you from the rear, being a good wife. What I should do is listen to your orders and not give you extra trouble." Xia Fei stroked Avril's golden hair and smiled. "I'm not talking about you. You've already done a lot. I'm just thinking about what my own place is. Wherever you're needed, like with me." Avril moved up to Xia Fei's ear and blew lightly into his earlobe, her face blushing. The bedroom was soon filled with the sounds of soft grunting as 2 figures intertwined. Dawn neared, but Xia Fei still couldn't get any sleep. He walked out of his room, a robe draped over him. Lighting a cigarette, he looked out at the 7-star steels. Avril put on her pajamas and walked out drowsily. Grabbing Xia Fei's arm, she asked, "Are you still thinking about that problem?" It's so simple. You need to lead everyone against the dragons. After all, you're the fastest. In a real fight, there are many places where you'll be needed," Avril said softly. Xia Fei shuddered, and once more cast his gaze at the 7-star steels. "When an army that numbered in the millions arrives, no matter how fast my speed is, it might not be able to decide the battle. But there is one mission that needs me, and only I have a hope of completing it," Xia Fei replied firmly. Yesterday's conversation with Autumn Erudite had reminded Xia Fei that every person needed to find their place. Xia Fei had extraordinary speed, but in a melee involving millions, the advantage of speed was greatly reduced. After all, if there were too many enemies, he could keep killing and never reach an end to them. But the 7-star steels were different. Only the fastest speed could overcome this challenge, and Xia Fei was currently the fastest person in the universe. A ray of sunlight penetrated through the early morning fog. The sun was on the verge of rising. In the sky, black and white intertwined in a primordial muddle. For many people, this had been a torturous night. At that moment, the third stone steel silently lit up. That dragon had reached the third level. It had taken 12 hours. A new record of only 12 hours. This morning was bound to be a restless one. Under countless watching eyes, Xia Fei brought Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix with him as he strode toward the first of the 7-star steels. Avril bit her lip. Everyone knew that entering the 7-star steels was entering a different world. It was impossible to say if Xia Fei could overcome the God-surpassing stairs. Avril only knew that no one had ever overcome the celestial stairs before. Xia Fei, have you really made up your mind? Nalan Wufa asked grimly. Yes, Xia Fei replied firmly, his voice determined. Nalan Wufa frowned, worry in his voice. You must understand that if the dragon assault is too great this time, the dragoons might have to temporarily withdraw from the 7-star steels into the depths of the universe. If this happens, then even if you make it out of the 7-star steels, you would be facing countless enemies. Xia Fei smiled. I've naturally considered this, but I also know that everyone has their place. Xia Fei raised his head toward the 7-star steels. At this moment, the third steel had lit up, and their unknown foe was sprinting toward the fourth steel. No matter what, we can't let the enemy succeed. Since someone wants to get through the 7-star steels before us, I have to go in myself and see what sort of foe this is, and then crush them. Xia Fei spoke very loudly, his words exciting the crowd, everyone watching him with fervent gazes. Yes, speed was the key to challenging the 7-star steels, and there was no one in the dragoons more qualified than Xia Fei to challenge the 7-star steels. If the enemy managed to pass the God-surpassing stairs, the consequences would naturally be unthinkable. Xia Fei's mission was very difficult. He needed to obliterate the enemy's plan on another battlefield. Within the 7-star steels, no one could help Xia Fei. Xia Fei would have to rely on himself. The dragoons guarding the 7-star steels solemnly opened the way for Xia Fei. All of them saluted him, indicating that they were entrusting the 7-star steels to him. As Xia Fei passed Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing, he said calmly, "Take care of Avril." Xia Guqing firmly nodded, his eyes a little red. As the patriarch, he felt somewhat frustrated that he could only watch as Xia Fei went off to face the greatest challenge in his life. Xia Fei didn't turn his head, his straight back to everyone as he waved his hand and entered the first steel gracefully, so relaxed that it seemed like he was just going out to buy a drink. Boom. The heavy alloy doors sealed shut, and a second star lit up on the 7-star steels. This contest of two heroes had officially begun. All was darkness. It was so dark that Xia Fei felt like he could put his hand in front of his face and not see his fingers, and so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. You should have said something to Avril just now. From the look in her eyes, she was very worried about you. Radix frowned. What's the point? The more I say, the more people will be worried. Xia Fei replied indifferently as he lit up a cigarette. Suddenly, there was a burst of blinding light. Xia Fei looked around and found nothing strange. The inside of the 7-star steels was empty. A cold and ancient voice suddenly spoke. Data collection complete. An expert who has broken the commonly accepted limits of speed. Permission granted to challenge the 7-star steels. The challenge will begin in 1 minute. Xia Fei was startled. There were two meanings to these words. The first was that the 7-star steels had accepted Xia Fei's challenge, and the second was that there were certain restrictions to this challenge. Xia Fei only had 2 soul marks, so in terms of rank, he wasn't the strongest. But he was the fastest in the universe. That was what gave him the privilege of challenging it. From this, he could deduce that the unknown foe who had entered the 7-star steels was also someone with a special ability that transcended rank or defied common sense. Xia Fei smiled once he understood this, finally relaxing. His foe had to have extraordinary methods to be able to break the records for the first 2 steels. This was very normal. A screen appeared on Xia Fei's left side. On it was a little red dot. This was the enemy that had entered the 7-star steels before him. The screen indicated clearly that they were in the 3rd steel and were 8% of the way through, but their rate of progress was accelerating. Xia Fei swallowed. Xia Fei knew his enemy's situation, so his enemy was bound to know of their new pursuer. There was no doubt that they wouldn't drop their speed, only get faster and faster to create more distance. After all, In this clash of titans, only one person would emerge victorious. Bang! Bang! The seven-star steels came to life like a giant machine. In a flash, Xia Fei was no longer in an empty hall, but a battlefield. A battlefield of gods and demons. Those with silver hair and green eyes were gods, and those with black hair and red eyes were demons. All of the warriors had bare upper bodies and wielded strange weapons. Standing in the distance, their cold eyes turned to stare at Xia Fei, their long hair flying in the wind while their bodies were covered with wounds and tattoos. Farther off in the distance was the entrance to the second level, marked by a statue with a strange head. The left half was gentle and kind, while the right half was covered in blood with its skin removed to show the muscles, like a wicked devil. Its mouth was open, with sharp fangs on one side and an orderly row of teeth on the other. These teeth blocked the way to the next level. The entrance seemed to be a hybrid of man and demon. The elderly voice rang out. First, choose a faction, and then help your faction with this battle to enter the second floor of the seven-star steels. The conditions made sense, but at this moment, Xia Fei's eyes lit up as he used the origin of heaven. His eyes blazed like torches, piercing through the bodies of warriors and gazing upon the door of good and evil that led to the second level. Xia Fei didn't seem to hear that elder's voice. He simply walked over and reached for the door. Xia Fei, what are you doing? There's no time. We have to pass through the seven-star steels faster than that mysterious person. Radix shouted in Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei was unmoved, continuing to use his ocular cognition to inspect the entrance as he thought about something. Suddenly, Xia Fei raised his right fist and gave those bizarre teeth a savage punch infused with the subversive power of the law of primal chaos. Rumble. The punch caused the white teeth to sway, but they refused to be moved. All together now. Bring them down. Xia Fei took several steps back and shouted, I've seen it. This door can't stop us. Radix was dumbfounded. Xia Fei was so unreasonable. He had discovered that the door to the second level wasn't as strong as he had imagined, so he had decided to just smash it open. Radix was still in shock, but Little Goldie and Furball had already started attacking. Those two were also extremely unreasonable, just like Xia Fei, never caring about any rules. Furball used energy attacks while Little Goldie decided to just open a passage to dark space. Once the dark space passage activated, it would tear apart the gate that was blocking Xia Fei's path, and once the dark space passage closed, he could go through. Rumble. Little Goldie's move didn't seem to be very useful. All it did was put ugly black spots on those giant teeth while the sounds of spatial explosions resounded through the air. As for Xia Fei, he swiftly created distance and used critical strike to attack again and again. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Xia Fei's critical strike was extremely impressive, allowing him to instantly reach 150 million meters per second. The power of speed delivered the subversive force of the law of primal chaos, slamming against the door and causing it to constantly shudder. Stones and dust showered down from the sky, and it felt like the seven-star steels were on the verge of collapse. Xia Fei, this is against the rules of the seven-star steels. Radix cried out in fear. He was very worried that going against the rules would have grave consequences. Screw the rules. I need to overcome the guy in front of me, so I don't plan to follow the rules. Xia Fei darkly said, What are you standing around for? Use the fiendish blade. Break open this door. Xia Fei had extraordinary calculation abilities. He had already used the origin of heaven to examine those warriors, and he found that their bodies contained formidable energy. If Xia Fei did the normal thing, it would take him at least 8 hours to win the battle. Xia Fei didn't have that much time. His foe was already on the third steel and was a very powerful foe. If Xia Fei wanted to overcome him, he needed to use extraordinary methods. Reason? This wasn't a time to be reasonable, and besides, when had Xia Fei ever been reasonable? Radix had no choice but to take control of the 10-sided fiend blade and join the assault on the door. Peacock Blue roared. The Fiend King Scepter roared. Furball roared. Little Goldie roared. Xia Fei roared. A man, a grass, a ball, a bug, and a soul, a most strange squad, made for an impressive force that could defy gods and demons. Xia Fei exploded with fiendish energy. He swung the Fiend King's scepter as he snarled. Attack with everything you can. Break it down. Rumble. Rumble. The people gathered at the seven-star steels and in the Dragoon base were all dumbfounded. Many people had entered the seven-star steels starting in the ancient times, but nobody had ever created as much of a stir as Xia Fei immediately after entering the seven-star steels. Xia Fei was a monster. With a pack of little monsters, he was using an unreasonable method to force open the door leading to the second level. Thus, the people outside the seven-star steels saw a strange sight. As these monsters exerted their power, the shortest of the seven-star steels began to shudder. It was as if some huge explosion was taking place inside. The planet, no, the entire star system, resounding with a thundering akin to the pounding of war drums. What's going on? I'm not sure. It seems like the battle within the seven-star steels is so fierce that this steel is starting to shake. Is this a good sign or not? The steel was stable when everyone else went in, so why did it become like this after Xia Fei went in? I'm not sure. The warriors chattered while the steel continued to shudder and sway, the deafening booms leaving everyone uneasy. Could Xia Fei have started some trouble? That guy loves causing trouble, Xia Guanghai asked Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing, swallowing. Yang Guang, Han Xiao, Nalan Wufa, Raksha, Ding Hai, and Chu Jingfeng were all outside. At a time like this, who could just sit around? Xia Guqing rolled up his sleeves and said, "No, I have to go in. Xia Fei just loves to cause trouble. Even if you go, it won't do anything. If Xia Fei has really decided to act out, given his temper, nobody can stop him. Let's just keep watching," Fuchen said helplessly. He had developed a keen understanding of Xia Fei's temperament during his days with him. Oro and the others who were familiar with Xia Fei also nodded. Fuchen was right. If Xia Fei was determined to be stubborn about something, no one could stop him. At this moment, there was an explosion that could fracture the universe. Everyone was so alarmed that they covered up their ears. On the second of the seven-star steels, a black star had lit up. It had only been 47 minutes since Xia Fei had entered the first steel. It had only taken 47 minutes for the first of the seven-star steels to fall. Hurrah! Ardent cheers erupted from the base as the dragoons buzzed with excitement. 47 minutes. Not only had he broken the fastest record in history, Xia Fei had set his own unimaginable record. In the past, a speed expert of the dragoons had broken through in 12 hours and set a record. After that, this mysterious foe had gotten through in 8 hours and set a new record. Now, Xia Fei had come and instantly made that 8-hour record old news. He had set an unprecedented record of 47 minutes. 47 minutes. 47 minutes. Speed types really are the most heaven-defying existences in the universe. To think that he would be this formidable. I feel like Xia Fei really might be able to overcome these heavenly stairs and conquer the seven-star steels in one go. I believe it too. I can't even imagine what conquering the seven-star steels would look like. The dragoons chattered excitedly, all of them anticipating Xia Fei rising to the very apex. With Xia Fei going all out, we can't fall behind, right? We have to hold the seven-star steels until Xia Fei comes out. We can't let those wicked dragons get close. Absolutely not. Xia Fei had broken through the first trial with astonishing speed, setting off a chain reaction. All levels of the army were encouraged by his performance and made up their minds to hold the fortress. In their excitement, everyone speculated as to what method Xia Fei had used to so quickly overcome the first trial. Those who knew Xia Fei all had weird expressions. Deep down, they knew that Xia Fei hadn't used any proper method, but a crazy one. Rumble. The seven-star steels. The combined might of Xia Fei's group had blasted open the door to the second level. Without looking back, Xia Fei strode through. Behind him, the warriors were still waiting for Xia Fei to choose a side. But Xia Fei had ended up ignoring them and using brute force to open the door to the second level, walking straight on through. Dumbfounding. Everyone was dumbfounded. The rules of the seven-star steels had been utterly broken. The scene behind Xia Fei disappeared, turning back to its empty appearance. As for that door of good and evil, it had turned into a wall. Xia Fei had already entered the second of the seven-star steels. This place was clearly larger than the first. The seven-star steels were designed like a set of cloud-ascending stairs, each one taller than the last. Xia Geng looked up and saw that the roof was like a crescent moon set in pitch black. Perhaps because Xia Fei's method had been too crazy, the 7-star steel system had become dysfunctional. After waiting for a while without hearing that voice, Xia Fei opened his spatial ring and looked at the weird cactus. Before Xia Fei left, Chu Jingfeng had insisted that Xia Fei take the still unripe plant, several jade dragon frosts, and some other plants with various functions. Xia Fei knew that Chu Jingfeng had done this because he feared Xia Fei would end up locked up in the 7-star steels, in which case these rare plants had powerful medicinal uses and might be able to help Xia Fei in a dire moment. As for that weird cactus, it was Xia Fei's in the first place, and it would ripen in another 2 days. Xia Fei was looking forward to seeing what sort of fruit it would produce. That elderly voice finally spoke. First trial passed. Second trial beginning in 1 minute. Radix almost fell over. He said in a weird voice, "So that way works too. Since you don't need to follow the rules, why even make the rules in the first place?" Xia Fei replied grimly. "First of all, rules exist to be broken. Secondly, if no rules have been made, they can't be broken." Radix shook his head and sighed. Being with Xia Fei was fine for everything else. It was just his unconventional personality that left one constantly worried. After a pause, Xia Fei added, "Most importantly, if I followed the rules, I would definitely lose. I've done the calculations. Even if I move at my limit of nearly 200 million meters per second, I wouldn't be able to catch up to that person who entered before us. They're very strong." Radix was stunned. "Are you sure? Even though you're the fastest person in the universe, you still wouldn't be faster than that person?" "I'm certain." Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and said, "That person used 8 hours to beat the first trial, and I would also need around 8 hours. If we calculate it that way, I would never be able to catch up to him." Radix exhaled. This wasn't just a matter of time. It was also an indicator that his opponent was very strong. There was no doubt that there could be only one victor. Even if Xia Fei used his absurd methods to get ahead of that other person, he still might have to have a battle to the death with that person on the last stretch. It was fraught with danger. Besides the 7-star steels, he also had to deal with this powerful and completely unknown enemy. There were rumblings as the 1-minute countdown ended, and the 2nd-star steel underwent a massive transformation. Countless winged monsters appeared. They had the bodies of monkeys and the wings of dragons. Each monster was more than 10 meters long and could move about swiftly with its wings. These monsters were divided into groups, black and white. The elderly voice spoke again, telling Xia Fei to choose a side, declaring that the white flying monkeys were the good side and the black flying monkeys were the evil side. This was a strange situation. One had to choose a side for each trial, and the sides were very distinct. The first trial had been gods and demons, and the second had been good and evil. So what would the third trial have? Did the 7-star steels exist to confirm whether one was good or evil? Ocular cognition. Origin of heaven. Activate. Xia Fei used his ocular cognition to inspect the door to the 3rd level. It was much like the door on the 1st level. On one side was a white monkey, and on the other was a black monkey, and where the mouth should be was the door. Pressing his hand against the white teeth, Xia Fei frowned and grunted, "Law of primal chaos." There was a boom as the law of primal chaos's unreasonable power erupted forth. One strike didn't do it, but it managed to create a small opening in the white teeth that were blocking Xia Fei's advance. Smiling wickedly, Xia Fei said, "Just as expected, this door can also be blasted open. It will just take a little more time and energy compared to the 1st level." Again, Radix slapped his forehead, inwardly worried. "What are you standing around for? Open it up already." Xia Fei shouted at him. Xia Fei took out the Fiend King's scepter, pouring in 2 million units of spirit power. For hours later, "Look there. Xia Fei has passed the 2nd level of the 7-star steels." The thunderous voice drew everyone's attention. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw that a black star had lit up on the 3rd stone steel. Perhaps because Xia Fei wasn't using the normal methods to pass, Xia Fei had a black star, while the mysterious foe had a white star. But nobody noticed the difference between black and white. So long as one could pass the 7-star steels, who cared about the color? Currently, the 3rd steel had 2 stars lit up at the same time. Xia Fei had entered the 7-star steels 20 hours later than his competition, but he had needed only 5 hours to catch up. Incredible. It's too incredible. Normally, speed is an invincible power, but even so, Xia Fei's trial-beating speed is still too fast. How is this possible? How could he catch up in 5 hours? What method is he using? Nalan Wufa cried out in shock. Everyone was flabbergasted by what they were seeing. Xia Guanghai laughed and said smugly, "That is the strongest fiend of our clan. I guarantee that Xia Fei is going crazy inside the 7-star steels. He's someone who can never be analyzed using common sense." The Skywing Wolves were all very excited. After all, Xia Fei was their brother. Suddenly, the white star went out, and at the same time, the 4th steel lit up. That guy is getting faster. He needed only 6 hours to pass the 3rd trial. Xia Fei still hasn't caught up to him. What a pity. He was only a little behind. Everyone was fuming for Xia Fei's sake. He had been only a step away from catching up to his foe, but his foe had still managed to get 1 step ahead. There's no need to rush. So long as Xia Fei maintains his current speed, he'll catch up eventually, perhaps even surpass him. Xia Guqing narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems the enemy knows that Xia Fei is chasing them, so they're going as fast as they can. But don't forget that this is also a form of immense psychological pressure. Knowing that someone is chasing them and then desperately sprinting will use up enormous amounts of energy and create a heavy mental burden." Oro exclaimed in agreement, "That's right. Xia Fei is so evil. He must have realized that his opponent would change his behavior, so he might have come up with some sort of wicked plan. Based on my experience, any enemy that Xia Fei has marked will have a gruesome end." Everyone laughed, showing that they were extremely confident in Xia Fei. After all, there was no doubt that Xia Fei had gotten through the first 2 trials in 5 hours. His strength could not be questioned. Chu Jingfeng, Sunlight, and Nalan Wufa silently returned to the command center, but there was little excitement on their faces. "We can't damage the morale of the army. Everyone is nervously getting ready for battle, so morale is of utmost importance to us," Nalan Wufa said grimly. A little thought would make one realize what was wrong. The enemy had overcome the 2nd trial in 12 hours, but after noticing Xia Fei, they had needed only 6 hours to get through the 3rd trial. This meant that they still had strength to work with. This enemy was extraordinarily strong. They hadn't been using all their strength, choosing to preserve it, but if he was operating at full power, he could be even faster. An unprecedentedly fierce competition was unfolding, one for which there was no going back. After 6 hours, Xia Fei passed the 3rd trial. After 10 hours, the enemy passed the 4th trial. After 9 hours, Xia Fei passed the 4th trial. After 12 hours, the enemy passed the 5th trial. After 11 hours, Xia Fei passed the 5th trial. After another 18 hours, Xia Fei and that unknown foe entered the 6th trial at almost the same second. It had been 40 hours since Xia Fei had entered the 7-star steels, and they were now even, moving forward together. It was now time to see who would beat the 6th trial first and enter the final steel. The 6th level. Xia Fei had used the most violent method to unreasonably fight his way all the way to the 6th of the 7-star steels. To be more precise, he had smashed his way there. True fiends were just that domineering. Looking at the screen next to him, Radix said grimly, "So strong. Our unknown foe has entered the 6th level at the same time as us. It seems he was holding back and is only now showing his real power. Perhaps he's using the same method as us and is smashing through." Xia Fei shook his head. "Impossible. You have to know that I was able to smash open the 7-star steel sealed doors because I'm not actually alone. I have the law of primal chaos, Peacock Blue, Furball's energy attacks, and Little Goldie's dark space attacks. These things are all unique in the universe, and only by combining all these powers was I able to break open the doors." Radix nodded. Xia Fei's weapons weren't there to just be pretty. From the round furball to the 10-sided fiendish blade, each one was a miraculous existence. Putting aside everything else, the law of primal chaos alone was heaven-defying, and that wasn't even considering Xia Fei's near-light speed and his critical strike. "The 6th trial will begin in 1 minute. The elderly voice spoke, starting a countdown once more. "We're going to have to change the strategy this time," Xia Fei indifferently said. "No matter what appears, we kill it. No choosing sides," Radix said in shock. "Why?" Why not just blast open the sealed door like before? You were the one who proposed it first, and now you're telling us to stop? What's on your mind? Xia Fei smiled and pointed at his head. Trust me when I say that we can't smash our way through this trial. You had to realize that smashing open the doors used energy. Smashing open the 5th level's door used more than half of my energy, and the 6th level will only be more difficult. Never forget that energy is the foundation of everything. That's why we can no longer use energy in this trial, but must absorb as much energy as we can to prepare for the final battle. If my guess is right, we'll definitely run into that unknown foe on the 7th level. After all, only one person can pass the God-surpassing stairs. Radix was stunned. As expected of Xia Fei, he had already taken the final battle into account. He might have been considering it in his plans from the very start. The violent method was used to apply immense pressure to the foe so that they would go all out and use everything they had. The more all out they went, the more severely they would drain their energy. On the 6th level, Xia Fei would stop using energy and shift to crazily absorbing energy. His opponent didn't know Xia Fei's strategy, so they would definitely attempt to break through as quickly as possible. In this way, one side would be strengthened while the other was weakened. One would use power while the other absorbed it. Winning once didn't count as winning. The victory Xia Fei wanted was the final victory. All of his madness and all of his rule-breaking had been for the sake of the sneak attack at the final phase. Bang! A light flashed, and a new world appeared before them. Mountains, rivers, oceans, forests, and innumerable warriors filled this world. The 7-star steels had employed some method to create an extremely authentic world, with even clouds and an atmosphere. The warriors were divided into 2 groups, gods and demons standing opposed to each other. Please choose a side, and then help your side achieve victory, the elderly voice said to Xia Fei. I choose the gods. Xia Fei answered after some thought. Ding! A strange sound resounded, and then the elder said, System error. As 2 people have entered the 6th level of the 7-star steels at the same time, and the other side has already chosen the gods, please make a new choice. After a moment of shock, Xia Fei erupted in laughter. Fine. Since they want to be a god, I, Xia Fei, will choose to be a demon. Whoosh. The world fell into chaos. Xia Fei's enemies all turned red while his companions became white. Xia Fei waved his hand and led Furball, Peacock Blue, Little Goldie, and Radix in a charge. But this time, Xia Fei made no distinction between gods and demons, killing anyone he saw. The Nirvana Fiend blade flew around, following Xia Fei and the others. At their rate of killing, Radix had no choice but to use 120% of his focus in order to keep up. Energy flooded into Xia Fei's body, forming his trump card, certain to play a fundamental role in the last battle. As the saying went, wherever the fiend blade pointed, gods and demons would be slain. Corpses soon covered the landscape. It was a sight too miserable for words. The madman Xia Fei led his little pack of madmen on a slaughter. The battlefield was vast, which suited Xia Fei just fine. He was a speed type, the fastest killers in the entire universe. Outside the 7-star steels, Yang Wang looked up at the 6th steel as he muttered, It seems to have stopped. Earlier, Xia Fei had been using force to overcome the trials, causing the steels to shudder and tremble. But now, the 7-star steels had calmed down, which left everyone confused. Could something have happened? Chu Jingfeng asked worriedly. Nalan Wufa shook his head. No. If something had happened to Xia Fei, the steel would have gone out. But the light is still flashing, indicating that Xia Fei is still alive. Perhaps he changed his strategy. Nalan Wufa waved his hand and said firmly, Come with me. There's a new report from the front. Startled, everyone followed Nalan Wufa into the conference room. A giant screen turned on, displaying the area between the Dragon Outpost and the 7-star steels. Nalan Wufa pointed at the Dragon Outpost and grimly said, Our scouts have sent word that the Dragon Army has arrived. So quickly, Xia Guqing was shocked. He hastily asked, How numerous is the enemy? How are they deployed? Nalan Wufa scanned the room and said in a hoarse voice, All of them. All of the dragon warriors have gathered near the outpost, their numbers close to 2,000. As for the Hell Brigade, their numbers are at almost 5 million. As for the low-level monster army made up of night owls, white owls, and the like. It numbers 30,000. It appears that the dragons are serious about taking the 7-star steals this time. Everyone fell silent. With a war imminent, a somber mood filled the conference room. Yang Wang raised an eyebrow and said, "If that's the case, then let's fight." They were very simple words, but they were very forceful, getting everyone's blood pumping. "Pa!" Nalan Wufa slapped the table and declared loudly, "Good. King Yang Wang is right. If the enemy wants to come, then let them. The dragoons fear no one. According to our plan, dispatch the skirmishers first. Have them make disruptive strikes against the enemy. Patriarch Xia Guqing, the skirmishers require 2 scouts who can travel at more than 10 million meters per second. Please select suitable candidates. After all, scouts need to be very daring and meticulous to forge into the enemy ranks alone, and they have to be very calm and composed." "No problem." Xia Guqing laughed. "We Skywings specialize in this. I will have Xia Ya and Xia Xiang go. They can both travel faster than 10 million meters per second and have worked together for many years. I guarantee that they'll complete their mission." The first mission was swiftly arranged. After battling with the dragons for many years, the Devil Shadow Dragoons were very familiar with how their enemy worked. The base was soon at the highest level of defense, all of its divisions at work. In the 6th level of the 7-star steals, the slaughter continued. Energy was a warrior's foundation, and Xia Fei was in the middle of killing crazily in order to accumulate energy. After all, this was a high-ranked battlefield, so the enemies were like an ocean. Swing. Scrack. The 10-sided fiend blade cut across, cleaving 2 enemies in 2 and draining them. This was a contest of pure strength. From the very start, Xia Fei had been in a frenzied contest with his mysterious foe. When Xia Fei reached 5%, his enemy reached 6%. When Xia Fei reached 16%, his enemy reached 18%. When Xia Fei reached 30%, his enemy reached 31%. Neither party was backing down. This contest had entered a white-hot phase. But at this moment, a clear dividing line appeared. Xia Fei hit 40%. His enemy was at 38%. Xia Fei hit 45%. His enemy was at 41%. Xia Fei's tactic was working. The gap was growing larger and larger. After a long battle, his unknown foe was finally tiring, while Xia Fei was only getting stronger and stronger. This was the power of the fiendish blade Nirvana. Nirvana was truly the king of killing. The more people it killed, the stronger it became, and its master gained an insane amount of energy from it. After 12 hours, Xia Fei had killed an innumerable number of beings, but he didn't need to keep count. At this moment, his energy reserves had reached a record-breaking level, a historic 10 million. 10 million. Heavens! You really have 10 million units of spirit energy. Incredible! Radix cried out in surprise. "I really don't know how your fiend brain is constructed such that it can hold so much energy." Xia Fei suddenly stopped. He sat down and called over Furball and Little Goldie. Radix's eyes were red with bloodlust, and the fiendish blade circled in the air under his control. "Why are not killing anymore? Keep killing. There are still plenty of foes. We'll kill to our heart's fill today." Xia Fei smiled and said to Radix, "There's no need to rush. I'm naturally gaining more energy the more people I kill, but Furball and Little Goldie are already tired." This really was the reason. While the 2 guys appeared energetic, it was clear that they had hit the limits of their energy and were panting for breath. After all, they couldn't absorb energy while fighting like Xia Fei could. Furball jumped into Xia Fei's chest. He was now a max-ranked holy beast, so he would no longer lick Xia Fei's arm like in the past, but his appearance remained cute. As for Little Goldie, he was still dumb and silly. He was far too loyal and simple, but in battle, he was never one to conserve strength. The battle so far had left Little Goldie much more tired than Furball. Smiling, Xia Fei extended his hands, spirit energy covering them. Furball and Little Goldie began to absorb Xia Fei's energy. Furball knew to raise his head and act cute, but Little Goldie just kept his head bowed and devoured away. It seemed like he was just too exhausted. A peaceful sight had appeared on this perilous battlefield. No matter how urgent the situation was, Xia Fei would never forget these 2. They weren't just his left and right arm, but friends that he could trust. After some thought, Xia Fei suddenly remembered that strange cactus. It had been 2 days by now, so he wondered how it was doing now. Xia Fei stroked a finger across his spatial ring. The 7-star steals, the road to godhood, the 6th level. Xia Fei gave Furball and Little Goldie energy while he inspected the strange cactus. Chu Jingfeng had needed a plant storage device 30 feet tall in order to store it. There was nothing to be done. After eating a jade dragon frost seed, this plant had grown crazily, growing almost half a meter on average every day. It was now a massive plant more than 20 meters tall. This giant cactus was majestic, while its white star-like flowers were still very strange. This guy can really grow. Perhaps it's because it was under the sea for too long? After all, the water pressure was so great that it might have started to grow frantically as soon as it reached land. Of course, this also might be due to the jade dragon frost. Radix muttered, examining the cactus. Nobody knew what the jade dragon frost really was, not even Chu Jingfeng. In any case, the 4 sky devils had tried with all their might to make the jade dragon fruit bear fruit, so it couldn't be something normal. This aquatic cactus had been bizarre from the start, and after merging with the jade dragon frost, it became even more mysterious. What exactly was in that thing's stomach? It seems like it still needs some more time until it bears fruit, Xia Fei said after inspecting it. He was just about to put the cactus away when there was a splat, something like a watermelon falling into a pool of mud and breaking into pieces. Xia Fei turned his head and saw that the cactus had split open down the middle. The massive plant began to wither rapidly, as if it had been cursed. Startled, Xia Fei hastily opened up the storage device and began to search for the fruit. The rarer a fruit was, the more easily it rotted. Xia Fei was worried that this fruit would become like the cactus, turning into a shriveled-up stalk, so he was anxious to find it. Found it. Xia Fei reached into the belly of the cactus and pulled something out. A moment later, the giant cactus crumbled into a pile of fetid green goo. Excitedly opening his hand, he saw a fiery red lotus with 5 seeds in the middle. The lotus seeds were transparent, like icy crystals. Radix was flabbergasted. A fire lotus with 5 seeds. Such a big cactus only produced such a small bloom. The fire lotus was small, and the seeds were even smaller, like peas, so small that one could eat several dozen of them. Radix didn't understand it. A huge cactus should have made a large fruit. Xia Fei didn't mind. You can't tell if its effect is good or not from the appearance. If this fire lotus is actually useful, what's the problem if it's a little small? Xia Fei took out a plant analysis tool and inserted the 5-seed fire lotus, testing the fire lotus for medicinal properties. Xia Fei knew that the machine might not be able to analyze a divine fruit, but there was nothing wrong with trying. This was much better than just eating it straight away after all. Chu Jingfeng had said before that God's Eden didn't only have plants that could increase one's cultivation. There were also powerful poisons. As for the jade dragon frost, nobody knew if it was a poison or not, and certainly nobody knew if the cactus that had merged with the jade dragon frost was poisonous or not. Patting Furball and Little Goldie on the head, Xia Fei asked, "Are you ready?" Furball and Little Goldie nodded. Xia Fei's power was spirit energy, the purest and highest level of energy. Furball and Little Goldie had sucked up the energy, each one taking hundreds of thousands of units. Xia Fei looked at the screen and saw that his opponent was at 53% completion. As for Xia Fei, he had only reached 45%. Stopping to rest had allowed his opponent to overtake him. He smiled wickedly. Radix said in surprise, "Was resting also a part of your plan? You intentionally let that person overtake you." Xia Fei sternly said, "Correct. I wanted to give him a second blow, letting him see hope, and then brutally slaughtering him. Use everything you can against an enemy. Whether it's psychologically or biologically, you have to utterly destroy them." Radix was rendered utterly speechless by Xia Fei's savagery. What a scheme, planning everything out to the last detail. Giving someone hope and then personally destroying that hope. Could there be anything crueler? This was just how Xia Fei dealt with his foes. As ruthlessly as he could. Whoa! Little Goldie and Furball were now brimming with energy. One human, one ball, one grass, one bug, and one soul once more threw themselves into the battlefield. Blood drenched the earth. A gap of 8%, 7%, 6%. Xia Fei's frenzied slaughter caused his percentage to rise exponentially, like a soaring dragon, threatening his unknown foe. This was true oppression, destruction. Outside the seven-star steels, the final fortress of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, the warriors held their positions and waited. Everyone knew that the dragon army had finished gathering. Their next move would be to attack like a ceaseless flood. If one looked back, one could see two stars shining from the sixth steel. The white star belonged to the unknown foe, while the black star symbolized the fastest monster in the universe, Xia Fei. It was clearly a black star, but it was like a lighthouse that lit up the universe, endowing all the warriors with immense confidence. They trusted that speed was invincible, and that Xia Fei, who had broken the limits of speed, could overcome these divine stars and achieve something that had never been achieved before. Although nobody knew what it meant to pass the seven-star steels and attain the title of Domain Lord, the fiends believed in the Sky Devils. Since the four Sky Devils had said that there was something extraordinary about the seven-star steels, someone who could make it through the seven-star steels would undoubtedly become the strongest warrior. The Skywing Wolves dispersed across the various divisions, taking up the important role of scouts. In the past, the Skywings had two lone wolves, Xia Fei and Xia Guqing. Now, the Skywings were all lone wolves, guerrillas, vital support squads for the dragoons. And there were also the Yggdragons. Yang Wang and his people hated being mixed with the dragons, but in truth, they were dragons. It was just that they were different from the traditional dragons, and the two sides hated one another. Yang Wang's people were few in number, only 214 of them, but they had the power of dragons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons now had the support of dragons, which was a huge boost to their morale. There was also the Aurora clan, the Lionheart race, and other clans, which were not as powerful, but these were all loyal to Xia Fei. While they were somewhat weak when it came to charging into the fray, they were decent as reinforcements. When it came to experts, they had Yang Wang and Lady Hanxiao. Chu Jingfeng, protector of God's Eden. Max-ranked speed ability Skywing Patriarch Xia Guqing. Former member of the 5 ancient apexes, Autumn Erudite. Every one of them were incredible. In short, after holding out in the 7th universe for countless epochs, the Devil Shadow Dragons had finally welcomed the strongest reinforcements they had hoped for. The experts of the dragons had lined up, all of them with grim expressions. In the face of the arduous challenge before them, even gods could only barely keep their composure. A faint odor drifted on the wind, the odor of blood. The dragons had been on campaign for many years, and the corpses of all the people they had killed could fill every hole in the universe. For this reason, their army smelled of blood wherever it went. It had already become their symbol. Experienced warriors began to limber up their bodies so they wouldn't stiffen up in the middle of battle. As for the new warriors, they were all stunned. What sort of foe was this? Even at this immeasurable distance, they were able to smell the stench of blood? And with that odor of blood came a murderous energy. A whoop, two heavy horns cut through space, like the wailing of ancient giants. The sound entered the ear and stabbed into the heart. As the sound traveled, the entire universe was engulfed in a heavy and somber mood. This horn had only sounded twice, but it made the faces of countless warriors twitch, for this was the clarion call of death. In the distance, indistinct dark figures began to emerge, almost one with the darkness of space. In short, a dismal blackness occupied a horizontal line that cut across space. One could faintly make out enormous beings behind that black line. Those were dragons, the greatest of the 3 wicked beasts. Devils that stood at the top of the food chain, shoulder to shoulder with gods. Gray megadragons, with wingspans of 100 kilometers. Red megadragons, with wingspans of 800 kilometers. Black omega dragons, with wingspans of 1,200 kilometers. And a single golden dragon, the unique golden dragon of the dragon race. The most wicked of the wicked beasts, standing at the apex of the food chain. His name was Firmament, and his wingspan was 5,000 kilometers, blotting out the firmament, rendering the days sunless. His cruelty made demons blush in shame. His savagery had Asuras prostrating on the ground. It wasn't just the dragons who submitted to him. All the world submitted to him. The mythical beasts in the rear of the dragoons started to get restless. These were domineering and unruly mythical beasts with savage reputations. But in front of the terrifying dragons, These so-called mythical beasts didn't even match up to ants. Whoa! The mythical beasts began to wail. On one side were the Yggdragons and the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and on the other side was the supreme Golden Dragon. Even if they had to die, the mythical beasts were not willing to make an enemy of either side. Silence. A deathly silence. Even the bravest warrior would be intimidated by the sheer power of the dragons. That was because they weren't facing some sort of life form, but a devil, a super existence that stood on par with the gods and had made an enemy of the entire universe. A supreme existence that cared not for laws. It was too fierce. The aura of the dragons was simply too fierce. Some of the weaker warriors started to tremble, their nerves going taut like bowstrings, about to snap at any moment. As if they wanted to show off their martial prowess, the dragon army stopped at a distance where they could be seen, but not in too much detail. The warriors had to endure this immense psychological pressure, cold sweat drenching their backs. Perhaps feeling like it had shown off enough, this most powerful army in the universe slowly started moving again. At the very front were the scouts, consisting of night owls and white owls, and behind them were the dense ranks of the Infernal Legion, all of them looking like wicked ghosts as they brandished their sharp weapons. When the first Megadragon appeared in vision, all the warriors stopped breathing. The savagery of that enormous figure left everyone so afraid that their lungs stopped working. Scales like blades, eyes like red oceans of blood. The strongest beings in the universe. The Draconids. They had finally appeared. Even over a vast distance, they exerted an immense psychological pressure on the Devil Shadow Dragoons. The older Dragoons who had already fought for countless epochs were somewhat better off. After all, this was not the first time they had experienced the terror of the Megadragons. The warriors who had newly joined the Dragoons were very nervous, somewhat at a loss of what to do against such a powerful foe. The dragon army was a demonic shadow that obscured the universe. As they advanced slowly, even the stars ceased to twinkle. It was like a shadow of death was slowly pressing toward the Dragoons, and their speed was getting faster and faster. By the very end, the river of stars was shuddering. Darkness had engulfed the universe. Suddenly, the nearly 2,000 dragons let out evil howls. Whoa! The sound waves almost seemed to have substance, stirring up stellar storms and making it difficult for the warriors to stand. The fortifications that the Dragoons had meticulously constructed started to crack under the pressure of these peerless sound waves, as if they were being struck by cannon fire. The lower-rank warriors tried to cover their ears as best they could, the frenzied roars of the Megadragons making them bleed from their ears, nose, and mouth. It just kept coming out. A Lionheart warrior dropped to the ground, his hands desperately clutching his head as his eyes rolled over, experiencing hellish pain. This warrior's heart soon stopped beating, and he went limp on the ground as his soul returned to the stars. The dragons. Even their voices had supreme lethality. Rumble. The clamor of the enemy grew louder and louder, the innumerable ranks of the Hell Brigade along with the white owls and night owls sweeping forth like the tide, savagery on their faces. No, the reports were wrong. The Hell Brigade definitely doesn't number only 5 million. Raksha looked at the Hell Brigade that had blotted out the stars and said grimly, "This time, the dragons have mobilized all their legions." Even if Raksha hadn't said anything, everyone had already noticed the increased numbers of the Hell Brigade. When the first row of Hell Brigade had surged forward, they had revealed the ranks behind them. Layer after layer stretched into the distance, occupying a large region of space. Nalen Wufa harumphed, saying in a slightly raspy voice, "There's no need to argue about the enemy numbers. This isn't the problem. Whether the enemy has 5 million or 5 trillion, we have to hold." Nalen Wufa strode forward, walking toward the front line as he shouted, "Hold. All of you hold. There is to be no attacking without my order. Compose yourself. Wait for the enemy to get closer, closer." Nalen Wufa used his dignified voice to encourage his brothers, but in the face of the surging Hell Brigade, who could truly remain composed? This was the full might of the Hell Brigade. It was impossible to count their numbers, for this entire region of space was packed with them. The most conservative count would exceed 10 million. 10 million Hell Legionnaires. The Devil Shadow Dragoons only numbered 100,000. This was a hundredfold difference. and the most powerful dragon army hadn't even joined in yet. This seemed to be done on purpose. The nearly 2,000 dragons had stopped at a great distance from the front line. Rather than charging forward, they intended to use the sheer numbers of the Hell Brigade to wear down the strength of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. This was a sinister strategy. Once the Dragoons were exhausted, the Supreme Mega Dragon Army would sweep through, crushing the Devil Shadow Dragoons in one go. The Devil Shadow Dragoons knew that this would be a very difficult and bitterly fought battle, but they could not so easily retreat. After all, the 7-star steels were the strongest defensive ground in the entire 7th universe. If they couldn't even hold this place, then holding any other place was basically impossible. Closer, the Hell Brigade was approaching the Dragoon defense line. The warriors turned ghastly pale, their hearts leaping to their eyes. When facing 100 times their number in enemies, even the bravest of warriors would feel fear. The Hell Brigade drew closer and closer, so close that one could clearly make out their fiendish faces and their weapons gleaming with a bloody light. The fear in the hearts of the warriors reached its maximum, their nerves stretched completely taut. At this moment, Nalan Wufa suddenly shot Ding Hai a glance. Ding Hai swung his right arm upward, releasing a powerful burst of spirit energy that rocketed into the air and exploded like fireworks. Kill. Following this, the ambush force attacked. A force of around 10,000 suddenly struck at the flanks of the Hell Brigade, each division made up of 5,000 men. At that moment, the Hell Brigade's vanguard force had reached the front of the Dragoon defenses. The two divisions stabbed into the Hell Brigade like two sharp knives, cutting through the enemy formation at the waist. A wonderfully executed ambush. Somehow, these warriors had concealed themselves so well that they were practically one with the sea of stars, all of them waiting for the order to strike. When Ding Hai gave the order, they struck like venomous snakes. The Hell Brigade was completely unprepared, and the Dragoons soon tore apart their ranks. Meet the enemy. Prepare to meet the enemy, Nalan Wufa shouted. The despairing warriors were revitalized, and they ensured that the defense line was watertight. The enemy assault was like the ocean waves. The first wave was the strongest, striking brutally at the Dragoon defenses. But if they could hold out against the first wave, the Dragoons would have a chance to counterattack. The experts stepped forward, charging into the ranks of the Hell Brigade and commencing a slaughter. One punch turned several hundred foes into dust. When the dragons were not around to offer their support to the Hell Brigade, the Devil Shadow Dragoons became heaven-defying existences. Even the blue-blood puppets of the Hell Brigade, the strongest kind, were no match for those monsters. Yang Guang and Nalan Wufa, both supreme existences, had frightening killing power, leaving countless corpses in their wake. They killed faster than one could cut down grass. End this quickly. Quickly, Nalan Wufa encouraged. Speedy figures shout out from the ranks of the Dragoons, the Skywing Wolves. With the wolf pack formation and their crazy speed, the Skywings had combat power on par with Yang Guang. After all, the Devil Shadow Dragoons were the best tacticians in the universe. A powerful force like them had no reason to just sit and wait for their death. The two divisions had come in from the side and cut the enemy front from the rest of the army. The main force held the line while the high-ranked experts charged into the enemy ranks, making them collapse from within. This was tactics. It was easier said than done. One had to both come up with the right tactics and then execute them. Crazy. They were all crazy. The crazy Devil Shadow Dragoons had been the best tacticians in history, and they had also been the most cold-blooded executors of those tactics. Even when they knew that those tactics might end in their deaths, the fiends executed them without hesitation. That was why the Devil Shadow Dragoons were known as master tacticians. Their methods were vicious, and their warriors didn't fear death. They were all iron-blooded men. Such a powerful force would become dominant in the universe, even if it didn't want to. Simple, powerful, crazy. The Devil Shadow Dragoons could be described with those 3 words. The battlefield was awash with law power, soul energy, long-range attacks, and melee attacks. Everyone had joined in. Fiend race, humans, Yggdragons, beasts. All the elites had been sent forth. This battle made all the light go out of the world. In the distance, the dragons seemed utterly indifferent, quietly watching as their Hell Brigade was slaughtered. Nearly 2,000 giant forms watched hungrily from the distance. They seemed able to potentially lunge out any moment, but they did no such thing. The pressure was greater than imagined. After all, this was an enemy force that exceeded 10 million. As the Hell Brigade was cut down, many dragoons were being lost. The disadvantage in numbers was making itself manifest. Sprack. Several hundred Hell Brigade warriors rushed up and surrounded a single Devil Shadow Dragoon, cutting him down. Similar sights were taking place all over the battlefield. This was a grinding battle that had no end. The Hell Brigade was just too numerous, and that wasn't even considering the Night Owls and White Owls, who were using their speed to move in and out of the battlefield. Kill those Night Owls! Xia Guqing bellowed, and the Skywing Wolves shot forth. The high-ranked Skywing warriors were fast enough to catch up to Night Owls. Xia Guanghai shot out like an arrow, jumping onto a White Owl. He grabbed its head with both arms and pulled, tearing the White Owl's head straight off. Splat! Blood spurted several dozen meters into the air. Even the searcher of the Skywing clan, Xia Geng, had joined the fray. He didn't have Xia Guanghai's speed, but he had brutal methods. Moving rapidly, he confronted a Night Owl and punched. Bang! Xia Geng blasted a giant hole through the abdomen of the Night Owl, obliterating its organs and sending guts and blood everywhere. All of you die. Yggdragon King Yangwang revealed his enormous form, his wings unfurling to a span of 800 kilometers. Yangwang opened his mouth with a rumble and spat out a powerful dragon breath. The dragon's breath was like a solar storm, setting the sea of stars ablaze with hellish flames. Several hundred Night Owls and White Owls were instantly burned alive, burned into dregs, burned into ash. There was also Yangwang's people, those dragons who called themselves Yggdragons. They revealed their enormous forms and rapidly traveled to and fro, opening their bloody maws. One bit down on a Night Owl, and blood spurted out everywhere, like someone had stomped on a water bag. As the minutes went by, the bitter battle continued. The flanking divisions had blocked the Hell Brigade's attack, but they were powerless to stop the advance of the forces from the rear. There were simply too many enemies. Kill 1 and 3 would take their place. Kill 3 and 300 would take their place. The dragoons started to gradually retreat, everyone's hearts wincing. It was because the truly powerful foes had yet to even enter the battlefield. They were still waiting in the distance, eyeing them hungrily. If they couldn't even hold against the Hell Brigade, how could they face the dragons? The atmosphere was oppressive, suffocatingly oppressive. The battle needed a shot of energy. The morale of the warriors was waning, suppressed by the innumerable enemies. Suddenly, someone among the faltering dragoons shouted, "Look! The last of the 7-star steels has lit up. Black! It's the Black Star. Xia Fei has overtaken that powerful foe. He's reached the last level of the 7-star steels first. Hurrah!" The Devil Shadow Dragoons were revitalized. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were revitalized. Xia Fei had lit up the 7th steel. The shining darkness was dazzling. He had entered the 7-star steels a whole 20 hours later than that unknown foe, but he had overtaken them, becoming the first to enter the 7-star steels. Xia Fei was terrifyingly strong. That was speed, the most difficult and most heaven-defying power in the universe. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were in an uproar. It was like they could see the hope of victory. Xia Fei had already reached the 7th level, meaning that Xia Fei had a high chance of taking the Domain Lord title. The Dragoons had a chance of winning this battle. Fight! Fight with all you've got! Xia Guqing roared. The frenzied Skywing Wolves assembled into the Wolfpack formation and made another charge at the Hell Brigade. The auras of the Devil Shadow Dragoons changed, and they howled as they threw themselves in the fray, killing as many of the evil creatures as they could. As the saying went, the soft feared the hard feared the domineering feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care for their lives. When the warriors of the Dragoons all became suicidal maniacs, they erupted with unimaginable combat power. Even though they had a severe disadvantage in numbers, the Dragoons were able to use their vicious aura and attitude to turn the tables. Injured warriors bandaged their wounds, waved their weapons, and threw themselves into battle. Blood spilled out endlessly. All of space was dyed red. As the Devil Shadow Dragoons were having a mortal clash with the Hell Brigade, Xia Fei was striding into the last level of the 7-star steels. This steel was 1,000 kilometers tall. Like a road to the gods, it stood proudly in the universe, supreme and peerless. But the scenes within were completely different. A transparent wall cut down the middle, dividing the level into two different worlds. Xia Fei was in a world of ice and snow, the climate harsh enough so that birds couldn't fly and terrestrial animals couldn't survive. All there was visible was an endless and lifeless whiteness. The other side seemed to be in summer, the trees tall, the grass verdant, and the flowers blooming. Xia Fei was startled, not understanding why the last level of the 7-star steels was divided this way. There was another door on the other side. When would it open, and who would come out? After a while, when that elderly voice still did not speak, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. I wonder how the dragoons are doing. Have they started fighting with those wicked dragons yet? Radix asked worriedly. Xia Fei indifferently said, since we're here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Trust in the power of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. They're the most formidable force in the universe. There is no other. Xia Fei started to transfer energy to Furball and Little Goldie. The two guys were gluttons, particularly Furball, and they could eat as much energy as he could give them while still remaining so small, much to Xia Fei's frustration. Suddenly, the door on the other side of the transparent wall opened. An old man walked out of the darkness. His armor was damaged in countless places, and his blue face was somewhat gray as he panted for breath. It was clear that this old man possessed a shocking cultivation. His eyes exploded with a cold light as he stared at Xia Fei. Pushing aside the grass, the elder walked up to Xia Fei, standing across from him, separated by the transparent wall. It went without saying that this was the stranger that Xia Fei had been competing with all this time. His armor was in tatters because of the pressure Xia Fei had exerted, forcing him to desperately charge and charge again. He was panting for breath because of Xia Fei's scheme and that immense psychological pressure. When he arrived at this place, he was already exhausted in body and mind. Xia Fei was rather flabbergasted. He had believed that his rival would be from the dragon race, but it was only now that he learned that it was actually a blue-blood warrior. Xia Fei gradually understood that the final level of the 7-star steels was arranged this way so that he could have a battle to the death with this blue-blood elder. Murderous intent exploded. Fiend energy erupted. Xia Fei pointed at the blue-blood elder and swore, "You are Mu Tianbai?" The elder spat out his tongue and licked his lips, a sinister light in his eyes. "Correct, this old man is Mu Tianbai. Strange, we've never met. So how did you guess who I was?" Xia Fei shook his head. "It's very simple. Who else besides the blue-blood race's king of kings, Mu Tianbai, would be able to so quickly reach the final level of the 7-star steels? The moment I saw you, I immediately understood something else." "And what is that?" Mu Tianbai smirked. "I was always wondering how that Hell Brigade had managed to get into the Annihilation universe. Logically, entering Annihilation would require going around the 7th universe, but there was no way they could get through there. But I now conjecture that you guys left a backdoor between Annihilation and the 7th universe. Hell Brigade can go through because they aren't dragons, but puppets made from the bodies of humans and blue bloods. In other words, it was you and Azure Moon who left behind that backdoor. You were afraid that the Devil Shadow Dragoons weren't dead." Mu Tianbai was startled, and then he loudly laughed. "Although you're just guessing, I have to confess that your deductive abilities are quite formidable and reliable. Alas, what does it matter if your guess is right? The Devil Shadow Dragoons will still die, and you are doomed to die at my hands." Mu Tianbai extended his hand, his movements dominating and majestic. After all, he was the king of kings of the blue blood race. For many epochs, Mu Tianbai had been the strongest blue blood. He had striven for the apex of the universe against the human race's Azure Moon and the fiend race's Nalan clan. This opponent was very powerful, the most powerful foe Xia Fei could ever imagine. Furball bared his teeth, and even the silly little Goldie prepared for battle. The battle between Xia Fei and the Blue Blood King of Kings was inevitable, and it would clearly be very difficult. At this moment, that elderly voice spoke up. Number of occupants exceeded. Beginning death match. The voice was emotionless, and the words simple. One of Xia Fei and Mu Tianbai had to die. Xia Fei stretched his arms while Mu Tianbai sighed softly. He then reached out a hand behind himself and pulled at his scalp. Blue blood spurted out. Mu Tianbai had torn off his biological shell, revealing a white soul gem. The blue bloods were a rare energy species, and they were famous for their azure soul gems. Their exteriors were there simply to make them more familiar to other sapient life forms. In reality, their true mode of existence was as crystals. Xia Fei didn't understand why Mu Tianbai had a white soul gem. He had never heard of a blue blood having this form. Snorting, Mu Tianbai said coldly, "I forgot to tell you. I'm an aberration among the blue bloods. Seeing this means that you must die." Xia Fei was unmoved, smiling as he replied, "Don't try and scare me. Actually, I'd like to know what your old friend Azure Moon will feel when he finds out that you've challenged the 7-star steals all by yourself. Even if you get out of here alive, you will have to face Azure Moon's wrath." Xia Fei was employing his mastery of psychological attacks. Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai were allies. Whichever one of them challenged the 7-star steals and obtained the title of Domain Lord, the other would be envious. Xia Tian had brought this up on purpose in the hopes of disrupting Mu Tianbai's thought processes. One naturally needed to be devious and cunning when dealing with the enemy. But Mu Tianbai was unmoved, glancing coldly at Xia Fei before assuming a combat stance. At that moment, the 1-minute countdown ended, and the transparent wall separating the two disappeared. Critical strike. Bang. Xia Fei immediately charged, traveling at 200 million meters per second. This speed was just too shocking, giving no time for Mu Tianbai to react. Rumble. The power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei swung his right fist savagely at Mu Tianbai. It had to be said that Xia Fei's critical strike was truly formidable. He could travel at full speed from the very start, avoiding the weakness of acceleration, fully exhibiting the power of superspeed. The punch slammed into Mu Tianbai's chest, sending the Blue Blood King of Kings flying. Xia Fei's attacks were never alone. They were always in combos. As Mu Tianbai's snow-like energy soul gem flew into the air, Xia Fei, Little Goldie, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Radix controlling Nirvana surrounded Mu Tianbai and unleashed a frenzied barrage, leaving Mu Tianbai with simply no time to react. "Xia Fei, your plan worked. Mu Tianbai is down to his last bit of energy. He's no match for us," Radix shouted excitedly. Xia Fei was truly cunning. He had plotted to empty Mu Tianbai of energy, and how powerful could a warrior without energy be? Even if he was Mu Tianbai, what could he do? Unimaginably, the battle was completely lopsided. The fiendish Xia Fei was leading his own pack of fiends in surrounding the Blue Blood King of Kings and blasting away at him. Fortunately for Mu Tianbai, his soul gem was very tough, so tough that Xia Fei's flurry of blows had failed to crack it. "Stand aside," Xia Fei roared. Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix quickly left the battlefield. It was clear that Xia Fei had found Mu Tianbai's weakness and was preparing to make a lethal move. The Fiend King Scepter appeared with a whoosh. After combining with the Fiend Lock, Fiend Scar, and Fiend Tear, the Fiend King Scepter had become like a thunder god's whip, a whip of energy. How powerful it was depended on the size of Xia Fei's energy reserve. It was a superweapon without an upper limit. Thunder rolled as he dumped energy into the Fiend Lock. In a flash, it had been pumped with 20 million units. Yes, 20 million. Xia Fei's insidious plan was to empty Mu Tianbai of energy, while he himself accumulated an astronomical amount of energy. With 20 million units of energy, the Fiend King Scepter exploded with power. The whip snapped tightly around Mu Tianbai. With a bone-shattering crack, it dragged Mu Tianbai out of the sky. Rumble. Mu Tianbai slammed into the ground, creating a pit several kilometers deep, and then Xia Fei made another critical strike, aimed downward. With a wave of his hands, a mystical armament appeared. The Twin Peak Comets. The Heavenly Demon mystical armaments that the Suffering Sea Heavenly Demon and Calamity Heavenly Demon, Wang Gu and Wang Rao, had left behind for the Fiend race. Supreme mystical armaments. Plush. Paired comets stabbed into Mu Tianbai's body, piercing into that incredibly tough, white soul gem. The blade sliced in from the front and came out the back. Whoosh. Xia Fei pulled out the paired comets, and large amounts of white fog gushed out of Mu Tianbai's body. Broken. Xia Fei had broken Mu Tianbai's white soul gem. But for some reason, Xia Fei didn't seem very excited. Cocking his head, he looked curiously at Mu Tianbai. The guy had a wicked smile that made Xia Fei uneasy. Mu Tianbai closed his eyes and said sinisterly, "You mentioned Azure Moon just now? Do you want to meet him?" His body suddenly softened, and then it began to extend out from his back and to the right, creating another person. This person took form and slowly stood up, wiping the viscous white fluid off of himself. Mu Tianbai had collapsed into a clump of sticky goo. A voice came out from the pile. "I've already probed Xia Fei's full strength for you. The rest is up to you," Mu Tianbai said indifferently. The white substance became like water, creeping up that person's body. Across from Xia Fei, a different old human male stood before him. Raising his head, the human elder looked at Xia Fei with triangular eyes. He then placed his hands behind him and said in a peerless tone, "This old man is Azure Moon." Xia Fei paled in shock, as did Radix. It turned out that Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai weren't just comrades in arms. They also had a secret technique to fuse together. Ever since he had started making his way in the world, Xia Fei loved hiding his cards, and he had used his hidden trump cards to kill countless foes. But this time, Xia Fei who had shown all his cards to his enemy, and this enemy was an extremely strong one. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.